Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this special occasion as we are providing a final day live stream of the $500 housewarming event with a whopping $700,000 up top for the winner. My name is Remko Rinkema. Next to me, Donnie Peters, to provide you coverage from this moment forward until there is a winner in this tournament. Round of applause for Donnie and myself. That's a very nice way to start this live stream. Donnie, what are we looking at here? This is phenomenal.
We are looking at the I'm going to let Bob Smith talk right now. We're looking at the final 12 players from a 20,080 entry field, fourth largest WSOP tournament of all time. This is the $500 housewarming event, more than $700K up top. You're looking at one of the final two tables. There's 6 players on each table. These chips are pretty sexy, man. These colors, look at them. They pop.
It's incredible. We have table 3 on the live stream right now, and once they get down to a final table, they will all move to this table, and we will stream this until there is a winner. This is not the usual PokerGO production, however, it is a PokerGO production, but we are doing a little bit of a dress-down version of it, so no whole cards today, but we will talk you through the action. Donnie and I have plenty of experience counting chips and analyzing poker games, so it should be a fun time. And just to get acquainted here with the players at the table that we are looking at on table number 3, on the right side of your screen, in seat number 1, wearing the nice blue/purple button-up with the sunglasses, is Isidro Martinez from the USA with 155 million chips. To his left, in the brown hat and the bluish type T-shirt, is Jared Kingery, also from the USA, and on that note, everyone remaining is from the USA, with 30.8 million chips. The New York Yankees hat, that is Jen-Yue Chiang. He has 74.7 million chips coming into the final table, and next to him in the Under Armour hat is Henrieto Acain. I might need some help on the pronunciation today, but we're going to do the best that we can. He is sitting on 108 million chips. Then moving over to the left side of your screen, sitting with the massive chip stack, 2 towers high, is Christian Taylor, who has 221 million chips. And then last but not least, in the red shirt, in the top right corner of the left-hand side box, is Sridhar Sangannagari from the USA with 67 million chips. So down to 2 tables. Action is now underway. We already have an all-in, Donnie. We have a raise, I believe, from Martinez in the 1 seat, and an all-in shove from Kingery, who is to his direct left, who started today with only 12 big blinds.
29. That's 37, 38, 5.
For those that are just tuning in, we are live right now. Let us know where you're watching from. We are live only on YouTube, so please interact with us in the chat. We take questions from you guys. We'd love to engage. And right now, Chiang is deliberating a potential call, sitting on the button. He kicks him in. Action over to, do you think Acain or Acain? Henrieto?
I mean, let's go with Acain.
Acain.
Until they tell us differently.
Until they tell us differently. Both blinds fold. Action back around to Martinez. Baccarat Messiah says, is this really live? Yes, we are indeed live. John, hope things go well at the dentist office.
We are as live can be.
This is
no delays here.
This is the most live stream ever.
This is like, back, remember when you used to watch the old school WSPs with like Vince Van Patten doing the call with Phil Hellmuth in the booth? This is like what that is. I'm going to do my best Phil Hellmuth impression, try and guess what these players have. You're going to be the Vince Van Patten over there, call the action.
Martinez kicks his cards into the muck, and Kingery picks up the first pot here at this table, this streamed table. Let's call it the feature table for now, as there is one more table ongoing to the back of this dealer. Those players are Orez Mokedi, Darnell White, Yavine Brewer, Ken Han, Erik Carvalho, and the lone remaining WSP bracelet winner in the field, Jordan Hufty. The bigger stacks are all on this table that you're watching right now, Christian Taylor being the overall chip leader right now. Right and Round on YouTube says, I'm from Australia, but currently watching from some random town in Serbia in the middle of a bike trip from Amsterdam to Istanbul. Wow.
Well,
you just hit it right in my heart and soul. I'd love to ride my bike from Amsterdam to Istanbul. That sounds phenomenal. Amanda is watching from Chi-Town. And like we said at the start of the show, $500 entry fee for this event, $700,000 up top. Hard to even fathom, Donnie, having that kind of ROI.
I know, it's pretty wild. I mean, right now, these final 12 players are guaranteed $43,515. I mean, that alone is an incredible payout on, I don't care what you fired. I don't care if you fired 8 bullets in this thing, because there was 4 flights. You could re-enter once per flight, so you could play up to 4 flights, or sorry, up to 8 bullets across the 4 flights. So even if you did spend that 4K, you're still more than 10xing your entry.
Button race from Acain gets through. He picks up the pot. If you are in Las Vegas right now, this is live from the Bally's Ballroom. So if you want to walk on in, you can follow the action from inside the building if you choose to do so.
And from the new horseshoe section.
That is correct. Cooking with CJ says, watching from SoCal while working, and in quotation marks, at my desk. Isn't that how we all consume most of the live stream content? While sitting at our desk, having it on the secondary monitor.
Of course.
In a way that your coworkers can't see.
Anything to not actually work.
India in the house as well on YouTube. Tirth Vohera watching, appreciate it. Jonathan Miller says, let's go J-Puff. J-Puff, is that Jarrett Kingery? I'm just sort of making an assumption here. If you guys know anything about these final table players, please do let us know. If you are family of theirs, if you just have a rooting interest, please let us know.
Raise here from Acain. 2 callers. Christian called in position. And Martinez called from the big blind. Jack 4-3 flop. Rainbow. Check from Martinez, 7.5 million from Acain. Taylor gets out of the way. Call from Martinez, we're going to a turn. Turn pairs the board with the 4 diamonds. Still nice and rainbow out there on that board. Martinez checks. Acain does not look like he's going to slow down. I believe the dealer said 11-5 there for the bet. Quick call from Martinez. River is the 7 of spades. Martinez checks. Acain looks like he's about to fire again. We don't get a snap call this time from Martinez. Gives it up with the fold. This one's going over to Acain.
Acain raising in another pot here in the early goings of the final day. Donnie, let me ask you this. Having invested $500 twice yourself in this event without any sort of return on your investment, how do you think these players are going to feel having made it this far in a tournament? Like you mentioned, they have a $43,000 paycheck already waiting for them if they were to get eliminated right now. But on the other hand, they are also just a few eliminations away from paying off their house, or paying off some loans, or completely changing the buy-in level that they're going to play as poker professionals going into the next few months.
I mean, I would like to think that they're treating this as sort of a free roll. I mean, you buy in for $500, you're in a massive field, it gets 20,000 entries. You're never truly expecting to get this far. I mean, it's obviously a dream. It's something that you're chasing, of course, but the realistic expectations are, maybe just a cash, that sort of thing. Now that you've gone here and you're making more than $43,000, I mean, anything you do from here on out seems like it's just a massive free roll. Now, that also comes with the position that you come into the day with. Christian Taylor coming in with, what was it, 225 million or so, and being a big chip leader, his expectations coming into the day are probably a bit different than somebody who's on the short stack, right? He's like, okay, I should at least make it to the top 9, top 5, something like that. Just given his chip stack, if he were to bow out before the actual final table, that would probably be viewed as a disappointment, even though he has locked up, a ton of prize money.
For someone like a Christian Taylor who comes into this final day with a massive chip lead, the pressure is obviously on him, because you don't want to stumble this close to the finish line when you've clearly been dominating for the past 2 days to rack up that enormous amount of chips at this stage of the tournament.
Does anybody want to take the break? That's all I got to ask. They were blown through it.
No breaks. Come on.
No, why do we need a break?
It looks like we had a double up on the other table. According to the WSOP.com updates provided by Poker News, Erik Carvalho doubled up through Darnell White. He had the ace-6 of club against the ace-5 offsuit. The ace-6 clubs held up. Carvalho was short. Ended up doubling up to, looks like about 12 million or so, 13 million or so.
That means he still is going to need a lot of help.
Got to get started somewhere, though. One double up, man. You got to get the ball rolling.
Donnie, can you remind us again of what the current blinds and antes are?
Yeah, so right now they are playing 1.5 million, 3 million, which is just ridiculous. Also, big blind ante is in play. It is the same as the big blind, so 3 million there. We are on level 40 of the tournament. Everyone started with 50K in chips. We are a far cry from that. Very far cry. Christian Taylor's been a little bit quiet here so far. Just kind of maintaining his chip position. Looks like we're going to get Martinez coming in here from the cutoff seat. Raised to 6 million from Martinez. He throws on his sunglasses, enhancing his poker face. Jared Kingery thinks about it on the button, gives it up. Chiang here in the small blind, also giving it some thought.
Riding Around is asking if we have any favorite poker vlogs now that we've also ventured into vlogging. Donnie and I did a vlog for the PokerGO YouTube channel, showing off some behind-the-scenes footage, and we'll do that every week. The new vlog is going to be released on Saturday. But to the question, I don't really have a favorite WSP vlog yet because I haven't really had time to watch many of them. But if you have any suggestions, please let us know in the chat, and I'll add them to my list, and perhaps I'll have a chance to watch those later in the day.
We got a call here from Acain out of the big blind, and Acain and Martinez will go to battle once again. Queen 9-7 flop, rainbow. Also worth pointing out that there are 12 players left, but a jump to 11 is worth $11,200 in prize money. So
Wow.
quite the pay jump here. We're going to see a lot of these big pay jumps now that we're this deep in the tournament, so certainly something that's probably on the players' minds.
And the one thing that stands out to me, and of course, these guys, don't necessarily know each other all that well, since the play was so crazy on yesterday's day 2. I guess it was day 2 action. So they clearly aren't very well acquainted with each other. But I can tell already there is a sense of tension in the room. Players are quiet. They're focused. They're really just playing the cards and hoping to make it to this final table. Not a lot of chit chat going on just yet.
No, not a lot of chit-chat going on. I mean, for these players, this is likely the biggest moment of their poker career. I know we do have a bracelet winner remaining in the field, but being able to come out on top of a housewarming event with more than 20,000 entries in it for more than $700K first place prize, it's down to business now, right? So I think we're going to see some poker faces, as they call them.
For those people in the chat, do let us know where you're watching from. We really appreciate everyone tuning in and watching. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be here until a winner is crowned. So don't go anywhere, and please enjoy the content. For D-backs and perhaps others who are confused about the quality of this stream in comparison to the Real PokerGo mothership stream that we have ongoing again starting tomorrow with the 50K final table. This is our secondary stream. This is a dress-down format that we are trying to do to give you guys some extra content. We don't have the resources and capabilities to stream every day on our main channel. So take this as a little bit of an extra, and hopefully you guys enjoy the coverage because we're going to go down to the winner today. Donnie, do we have any information on the denominations and the colors of these chips?
No, I don't. Well, okay. So if you're looking at Christian Taylor's stack on the left here, so the greens, there are 2 different color greens. Those are, I believe, 25K chips. Kind of a little bit surprised those are still in play. The blues, I think, are 100K. And then I'm not sure on the other chips.
So we have to get a confirmation on.
Maybe we can get our guy Tim Duckworth down there to get us the chip denominations.
I can ask producer Brad to give us the lowdown on the chip denominations.
As Remko stated earlier, this is the bonus coverage of PokerGo's WSOP coverage. If you do want to sign up for PokerGo, though, hop on in there, PokerGo.com. Get WSOP 30 is the promo code that you can use to get $30 off an annual subscription. We have an all-in here from Jared Kingery. He moved all-in from the hijack seat. So far, so good. Christian Taylor gives it up out of the small blind.
Kingery was all in before on the first hand of play after a raise from Martinez.
We have a call.
We have a call here. This is the first all-in showdown of this final day. It is ace-10 of hearts versus pocket sevens.
Off to the races.
Off to the races we go as Sangannagari has a chance to eliminate Kingery. Ace-5, ace on the flop, 6 on the turn, jack on the river. That means Kingery doubles up.
He did, Sangannagari did turn a flush draw.
By the way, shout out to the dealer, wasting no time, ripping out the board and killing the sevens immediately.
Sounds like 36,825,000 is the all-in for Kingery.
So those are 1 million chips, given how she counted them out as a 20 stack of 20 million.
What did I say? 36.8.
36.8
30.
was the all-in.
6. So 825. Oh, sorry, that's wrong. I need there's 2 of these. Sorry. That's right. Thank you. Just one, yeah.
Robert is asking, are you going to be showing the other table? No, we only have capabilities to show this table, but as soon as we get down to a final table, that of course will all be on this table, so then you get to see every single player that is still remaining played down to a winner of this event. The World Series of Poker live reporting has updates as well on the outer table, and as Donnie mentioned earlier, I believe we've lost 1 player so far.
Hell yeah. Change those pants for butt extras. Extra draws.
Amin, who is asking, I don't see it live on PokerGo. This final table was not supposed to be streamed at all. We took the opportunity to give you guys some extra bonus coverage of this event, and because of that, we are streaming it on this secondary table, which is inside the Bally's ballroom, where we have a horseshoe setup, an homage to Bally's, which is rebranding to the Horseshoe. And we have another all-in. And that shove gets through from Sangannagari. So yeah, this is bonus coverage. This is a little extra tidbit for you guys to consume here on this lovely hot Tuesday in Las Vegas. Temperatures reaching triple digits for those in Europe. I believe that's over 40 degrees Celsius. So it is a much better time to be inside right now.
Oh, yes. I mentioned off the top, this housewarming event, 20,080 entries, 4th largest of all time. The 3 events that were higher in terms of field size, the 2019 Big 50 had 28,371 entries. The 2015 Colossus, 22,374, and then the 2016 Colossus, 21,613. Only 4 tournaments in WSOP history have had more than 20,000 total entries. This housewarming one is the 4th of the bunch to do so. I mean, it's really great to see that big of a field to start the series. You also had a record-setting field in the $1,500 Omaha High-Low. You had a record-setting field in the $10,000 Dealer's Choice Championship. So all signs are pointing to an absolutely incredible summer. Of course, still have the Colossus to go later on at the series. That should be another massive one. WSOP Executive Director Ty Stewart said in the press conference that led into the World Series that he believed the WSOP main event this year would be the largest ever.
I mean,
that would mean it would have to top the 8,773 from Jamie Gold's year.
I love
blueberries, baby.
I love the idea of breaking records, and I think it'd be incredible if we were able to do that in the main event. I'm still waiting for the main event to hit 10,000. I think it is very possible. I think that this is something that will eventually hit, and why not this year? Why not hit 10,000 viewers this year?
Entries, not viewers.
Sorry, a lot more viewers. Millions of viewers, 10,000 players. That's what we're hoping for. Give us the colors.
So the green ones, again, if you look at Christian Taylor's stack on the left side of the top of his blues, there's some that are darker, there are some that are lighter. Those are 25,000. The blue ones are 100,000. The pinkish reddish ones that have the green flags on them, those are 500,000, so 500,000 there. And then the orange are 1 million. And I think you tweeted out a photo of a $5 million chip.
Yeah,
that is likely to come in play soon.
The pink and silver 5 million chip is coming into play at some point today, which is the largest denomination chip, I believe, that will be used in the tournament today, unless, of course, they have something even larger than that. And I am pretty confident in saying that we won't see that chip again until very, very deep in the main event. So the housewarming, definitely a special event, breaking out those 5 million chips. We got some action here, Donnie.
Let's go.
Looks like a blind battle here between Kingsley and Chiang.
Kingery.
Sorry, Kingery. Maybe I should make the font larger on my screen.
Kingery limped in. And then we have Chiang raising it up from the big blind here.
Shout out to Oliver watching from Finland. Carlos is saying this is in Vegas. This is indeed in Vegas at Bally's.
Kingery's going to give it up there.
Little ace of spades flash, the prettiest card in the deck.
I'm not necessarily a fan of limping in from the small blind if you're not going to play your hand for a raise.
I need a new deck. Red, please.
If I'm going to fold to a raise, I'm much more inclined to either just fold my small blind or raise myself and try and take the pot away right there.
Bob.
Calling for a new deck there, which can only mean one thing, that there's either a broken card or a card has a scuff or a mark on it. Of course, not to say that the cards are marked. It just means that there is a mark on the card, which could have happened from someone sweating the card in a specific way that would cause the card to be defected in some kind of way.
But okay, but the aces. I need
Oh,
a new
the other deck.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but I need a new deck because the ace of spades is dead.
The ace of spades. I mean, that's the most important card in the deck. We need that one.
Yeah, it is. It is. Donnie, remind people again, because we have 2 shops here at Bally's in Paris. What kind of cool new merch we have available for the duration of the World Series of Poker?
I mean, we got a lot of cool stuff. First of all, for those of you at home that may not be here in Las Vegas, shop.pokergo.com. You guys can head on over there, check out everything that we have to offer. Just before the World Series of Poker, fully stocked up the store. Have a lot of cool stuff in there, a lot of PGT, that's the PokerGo Tour, apparel items, hats, sweatshirts, pullovers, shirts, etc. We have a great Helmuth Mania shirt that I designed that I'm pretty partial to. So, if you guys like Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania, WWF style, we got a Helmuth Mania shirt. We have a Helmuth Queen 4 offsuit shirt. Remember when he went a little bit crazy with the Queen 4 off against Alex Foxman? We got a shirt for that too. That's in the store. We have some special memorabilia and collectible items such as poker felts, autographed photos, that sort of stuff. So, the PokerGo shop is certainly where it's at. As Remko said, there are 2 locations, 2 booths here, one at Bally's and one at Paris. You guys can't miss them. They're nice and big. They're open for, I would say, about 11 a.m. to 5 or 6 p.m. every single day. And then if you're not here, shop.pokergo.com. Check everything out online. And I believe there's also the option to order online but pick it up here.
Oh, wow.
If you want to do that. I believe that is an option this year. So certainly check out the PokerGo shop.
For people asking about the payouts, there were roughly 900 places paid in this tournament out of the 20,000 players that started the event.
Well, no.
Was it 900?
No. So because there were payouts on each day one.
Oh, right.
And then there are additional payouts on the starting on day 2. So 15% of every day 1 field was paid out. So for example, on day 1D, there was about 7,300 entries. I think right around 1,100 players made the money that day. And then obviously kind of the payouts kind of reset on day 2 and then lead up to that $701,000 first place prize.
So basically, at the start of day 2, there were roughly 900 players remaining.
Yes.
Those were all in the money, and then they were playing for, of course, the total prize pool, which was then announced. And right now, players are guaranteed $43,000. Next pay jump is after the next elimination. We're going up to $54,000, and then the final 9 will get paid $69,000, and so on and so forth, all the way up to $701,000. Christopher Lord and a few others are asking, why can't we see whole cards? Why can't you guys move it to the table with RFID? Well, that question will be answered in the best possible way on Saturday when our new vlog comes out, and when you guys get a chance to see how many people it takes to put together the entire production of a PokerGo live stream. As of right now, it is producer Aiden and producer Brad who are running the stream, and Donnie and myself doing the commentary. So that is 4 total people. For the regular PokerGo broadcast, Donnie, if I were to guess, it probably takes about 30 people to run that live stream.
Probably more.
More?
I mean, I don't even know how many people it is. It's a ton. The crew needs a break. There's obviously money involved, of course. I mean, I don't think we need to be, you know, skip on that topic. But yeah, I mean, listen, this was an idea of ours that we're trying to give more coverage than we ever have. We understand it's not, you know, I guess the A team, so to speak, in terms of the coverage, but I think this coverage looks great.
Yeah.
You can see everything. Yeah, we can't see whole cards, but, you know, Remko and I can call the action. You guys can kind of get a sense of what's going on. Of course, any all-in situation, we'll see the cards in that regard.
And also, it's funny because it gives me a bit of a throwback to doing commentary on EPT Live back in the day when there was no hole cards shown on the live streams either. That's when I started covering poker tournaments. Meanwhile, by the way, we have some flop action here between Kingery and our chip leader Christian Taylor.
6 million.
Bet of 6 million from Kingery on a 4-queen-7 with 2 spades after Taylor checked. Taylor does the hand motion, gesturing
Can I
to
see your chips?
Can I see your chips? Followed by a laugh and a smile, potentially indicating a quick fold here. Don't see too many people smiling and releasing that body tension and then making a move. But now it seems as though he's back in the tank, giving it some serious consideration. Kingery, who just doubled up through Sangannagari.
14 million.
We have a check raise here to 14 million.
Wow. So we get the hand gesture, then we get the smile, and then we get sort of recompose and the check raise. I think that looks pretty strong to me.
I agree, it looks pretty strong. I was initially going to say that when people ask to see other people's chips, I tend to lean that they're more posturing than not. But here for Taylor, I mean, at least in the moment, he's making it look like he's not posturing, and he's willing to come after Kingery's chips here.
Kingery started the hand with, you know, roughly 80 million chips after that double up he had earlier with the ace-10 versus the pocket sevens. Taylor still the tournament chip leader with over 200 million chips, so easily has him covered. But we could be looking at a big clash here, but that's not going to happen as Kingery kicks him into the middle, and Taylor picks up another pot to extend his chip lead. If people have any questions for Donnie or myself, please send them in. We also do daily podcasts from the World Series of Poker. Last night on our podcast, we had interviews with NFL superstar Calais Campbell. We spoke to Dan Smith after winning the 25K heads-up, beating Christoph Vogelsang. We also spoke to Chad Evesledge. Round of applause here. I wonder if that means we lost the player, Donnie. We'll have to wait and see. And then last but not least, we spoke to Alex Livingston, who won the $1,500 stud for the first bracelet of his career. So if you search for PokerGO podcast on your favorite podcasting devices, you can listen to our daily shows from Bally's and Paris. And we always have guests on the show, winner interviews, and the trials and tribulations of our own journey here at the World Series of Poker. But right now, if you're just tuning in, we are providing live coverage, as live as can be. Since we have no hole cards, we can be fully live of this final table. So tell your friends, tell your family, and enjoy the coverage as we're going to watch someone turn $500 into $700,000 on today's live stream.
All in.
All in here from Taylor out of the small blind. Gets through.
Baycub is asking, how have you guys been enjoying the WSOP so far? Well, I'll go first on this one. I've been extremely pleasantly surprised with the new digs, the new location for the World Series of Poker. I love the Bally's room. I think it has a cozy feel. It's a little darker than the Paris room, and I think the Paris room, on the other hand, is large and majestic and has that really sort of overwhelming World Series of Poker feel that you sort of experienced at Pavilion. So they've recreated that feeling of the Pavilion room and the Amazon room here at Paris and Bally's, and I think it's been an amazing move. And on a personal level, I've really enjoyed all the winners we've had so far. You know, Scott Seaver, Dan Smith, Alex Livingston, all those players that I've known for many, many years winning bracelets has been a lot of fun to watch. And we are only just getting started. So I'm having a ton of fun. And, you know, like we always say, Donnie and I, this is the best time of the year.
It is the best time of the year. I would agree with you on everything that you said. I'm really a big fan of the new location. You know, I mean, a lot of us were coming in blind, had no idea what to expect, but I think all things considered, it's a pretty big upgrade. I know a lot of people were concerned about possible traffic issues, you know, with the location being right on the corner of Flamingo and the Las Vegas Strip. It's a pretty highly congested area out there, or at least it can be at times. Just avoid the rush hour. And then also the parking situation. I know a lot of people voice their concerns about that, but I haven't heard too much on those two things now that we're into the World Series. So I think everything's fine. I really like that, you know, it really looks like a marquee event here. There's a lot of branding, a lot of signage, you know, things have been improved upon in that regard, which I think is awesome because this is poker's marquee event, so let's make it as such. You know, this room, as you mentioned, is a nice, cozy room. I can't wait till like the play down days in the main event when we're all getting in here. I really think this room is going to come alive. I think the spaces are great overall. I mean, listen, it is a walk over to Paris, but it's not that far.
5 minutes.
We've walked it, yeah, less. 3 minutes and 15 seconds, something like that. It's not too bad at all. That Paris room is just an absolute monstrosity over there. I mean, it's pretty crazy. I like how they're kind of treating the high roller tournaments and the high roller players, you know, with a little bit more prestige and just in terms of where they're putting them in the Paris room. Nicer chairs, nicer tables, that sort of thing. That's cool. Obviously, there were some long lines. I know people were talking about that sort of stuff in regards to this housewarming event, but, you know, not every tournament at the WSOP is going to have 20,000 plus players in it. So, you know, you just have to deal with it if you want to be part of such a massive turnout event like this one. But overall, I think the move has been great, and I think it's, you know, if this is year one and they can continue to prove upon it year after year, it's only going to be even better.
We got a raise here from Chiang, and
no, I think it's Acain made the raise.
Oh yeah, sorry, Acain made the raise. A shove from the man with the longest name remaining in the tournament. Sangannagari is all in, and he shoves into pocket kings with ace-8 offsuit. So very unfortunate timing for Sridhar Sangannagari, who is at risk here to be eliminated. Flop comes down 6-8-5 with 2 diamonds, no help at all. Could be looking for a backdoor straight. King on the turn seals it, however. 4 on the river doesn't change a thing, and we lose a player from this event. Sridhar Sangannagari has been eliminated. He takes home $43,000 as Acain rakes in this big pot with pocket kings. All remaining players are now guaranteed $54,000, and we are down to the final 11. Kyle, we did find out the chip colors. I'll run through them real quick with you again here. The greens are worth $25K. I believe those will be raced off very shortly. The blues are $100,000. The reddish looking sort of Bordeaux red wine type color are $500,000, and the yellow chips are $1 million. So look for those with the yellow chips. Those are the big ones. Looks like we're balancing tables.
We might be down to 10.
Down to 10?
I'm trying to see if that round of applause we heard, I don't know, 5-10 minutes ago was possibly the 12th place bust out.
For people asking in the chat for the third camera, need to be focused. The third camera is actually a crop zoom of the fourth camera, so we're still playing around with the format. We might make some changes in the future, but for now.
Go to a final table, it goes +1. Okay. So when is a 6-match not a 6-match? When it's a final table.
Bob Smith, everyone.
Bob Smith, the best.
Tournament director extraordinaire. Gotta love it. So it does sound like we're down to 10. Which would mean that Sangannagari actually took 11th place for 54,000, not the 43,000, because there was a pay jump there.
We need one more.
And then we'll find out who did finish in 12th place.
No.
I did not.
They called me and told me I had 15 minutes to get here.
Oh my God. No, I mean, but we're redrawing, I assume, right?
Yes, yes.
So there will be a redraw right now for the final 10. As Donnie said, we did lose a player on the other table. We're waiting on confirmation on who we lost on the other table. But given that we are now down to the official final table, that means that from here on out, you will see every single elimination from this final table on this free PokerGO YouTube stream. If you're just tuning in, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell if you want to be reminded of every single time we have something going on the live stream, which will be plenty of times in the next few weeks, as we will use every opportunity that we can get to show you guys some extra coverage from the Bally's Ballroom. And I'll just throw this in here, Donnie. Can we give away a Helmuth Positivity and a Queen 4 t-shirt? Can we do that? Can we make that happen?
Yes, of course we can.
Okay, so right now we only have 86 likes on the stream. We have 670 people watching. I appreciate everyone tuning in. If we hit 300 likes on the video today, we'll give away 2 t-shirts and 2 separate draws. We'll send them to your home. Little bit of a giveaway here on the channel. So as soon as we hit 300 likes on the video, we'll give away 2 t-shirts. I appreciate everyone tuning in as we are now looking at the redraw for the final table of 10.
So we do have information coming in from WSOP.com. Again, those updates are provided by Poker News. Ken Hahn is the 12th place finisher. He had pocket 10s, 10 of diamonds, 10 of hearts against Erik Carvalho's ace 6 of spades. If you remember earlier, Erik Carvalho doubled up with ace 6 of clubs, so he gets it in again with ace 6. This time he hits 2 pair on the flop with his ace 6, ends up holding against Ken Hahn's pocket 10s to bust Hahn in 12th place for $43,515. That then means that Sangannagari was able to ladder up to 11th place and cash for $54,700. And now we are down to the final 10. They are redrawing right now to one table. Payout for 10th place will also be $54,700, but there is a $14,500 pay jump to 9th place, $69,200 for 9th place here. So again, these pay jumps are, they're getting big. They're up there. So
especially if you consider this is only a $500 buy-in, it's absolutely incredible to have pay jumps that are usually the size of a win in a tournament of that kind of buy-in. If I play a $500 tournament and the first prize is $15,000, I'd be extremely happy.
Oh, yeah.
And right now it is just a pay jump. And by the way, let's all look at these chips on the table right now and sort of visualize how bizarre this tournament has been. Over 1.2 billion chips in play. Bob Smith, tournament director on the floor here inside the Bally's Ballroom, told me that he had such sore legs from running chips back to the cage after every color up in this event yesterday. They colored up, obviously well over 1 billion chips as they were going from the small denominations to the large denominations. And right now, we will probably see another color up to, clean this up a little bit, because right now I believe we still have 4 colors in play, which is definitely not Matt Savage approved, who always loves, giving us a hard time for enjoying seeing the large stacks. Savage is a big fan of the small stacks. I personally love seeing the big stacks in action. I don't care how messy it gets. I don't care what it takes. When you're at a big final table, all that you want is to have a big stack in front of you. All right, we are at 196 likes. That's great. We are already well underway to 300. If we hit 300 likes, we'll give away 2 T-shirts, the Helmuth Positivity, World Series of Positivity T-shirt, and the Queen 4 T-shirt.
And while you're out there liking the video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel.
Damn right.
Then you can know whenever we're going to drop these secondary streams, these bonus coverage streams.
James is asking, is this Texas Hold'em? It is indeed No Limit Texas Hold'em, or
the Cadillac.
The Cadillac.
The Cadillac of poker. I mean, we really just need Cadillac to sponsor something here. I mean, come on.
Andrew says, wait, I'm sorry, did I just hear saying sore legs from bringing the chips to the cage? Yes, tournament director Bob Smith has to, roll the cart, which becomes extremely heavy when you load it up with all these chips, from the Bally's room all the way to the main cage in Paris, and he took that trip quite a few times yesterday. So he was tired. Bob was tired at the end of a long day, and big shout out to him for doing an incredible job here on the floor. If you see Bob Smith out there running around in the Bally's main room, please give him a shout. Please compliment the staff on all their hard work. Lots of new dealers as well this year. Got to give them some credit as well. It is not easy being a dealer, and if we're being a little bit reflective here, you guys listening at home, when we get a bad beat or when things aren't going our way, we get a little bit grumpy sometimes, but these dealers have to sit through that every single day. So, a lot of respect for them and for what they do. By the way, Donnie, it's getting crowded at this table. It's getting a little bit tight. 10-handed play, definitely not easy on the knees. And on
that's not exactly the biggest table out there. So, but hey, that just means they're gonna have to play some hands and bust somebody if they want a little bit of arm elbow room.
Well, I mean, we got some big guys at this final table too.
I mean, big guys, big chip stacks, right?
It looks a little intimidating. Jeff Platt in the chat. Towers of chips. Let's go. Shout out to Jeff Platt and Maria Ho, who were on the call last night for the final table of the 25K high roller that had $1.4 million up top. You can rewatch that entire final table on PokerGo on demand. A little bit of a nugget there. There was an insane hand at that final table, which is on our YouTube channel as a single clip. There was a big three-way all-in. Chad Evesledge, Corey Aldemir, and Breck Shutton. That hand alone is going to get you excited to relive that entire final table because Jeff Platt was fired up when the cards were turned on their backs. P Perfect says, how about a rundown if the player names are remaining? Indeed, once we have confirmation of the player names and chip counts, we will break it all down for you guys and keep you updated on who's sitting where and how the chips are moving. Joao is asking, why don't they chip race? They probably will. They probably have a breakup coming at some point where they will race off some of these chips. In all honesty, let's enjoy this for what it is because so many times watching poker live streams, we see final tables where, the chip leader has 3 little tiny stacks in front of them. Right now, it is just complete madness, and I'm here for it. I love it. I hope we're going to see some massive splashed pots. Veronica Brill coming in hot says commentary is doing a great job, especially considering we don't get the whole cards. Well, what about the hold cards? Can we get the hold cards? No, we can't. But appreciate Veronica for tuning in. James is calling this game peaceful. This is a peaceful little game here. We're going to be here all night, depending on where you're watching from. It's almost 2 p.m. in Las Vegas local time. Christian Taylor, Donnie, has to be the favorite coming into this final table, given that he is the chip leader. But this is still definitely anyone's game with the blinds being as high as they are.
Yeah, for sure. And, I think we haven't seen Christian Taylor get involved too much. But, I mean, listen, I liked earlier when he made that check raise against Kingery. I think he recognizes the situation and he doesn't need to force it. He has the stack where he can be a little bit more patient, doesn't need to really push the action. So right now I like his chances.
Let us know if you guys have any rooting interest at this final table. Any friends, any family, any horses at this final table? Have you bought any pieces of the players that are remaining? Please do let us know. And cards are now officially in the air for the unofficial final table since we are down to 10. There are people that are huge sticklers for the definition of what a final table is. But in my mind, when there's one table remaining, that is the final table. If we can fit 13 at him, all 13 are at the final table. That's a shout out, by the way, to Jennifer Harmon, who told a story once of playing 13-handed limit hold'em at a Lake Tahoe casino when she first started playing poker.
That just sounds like torture.
13-handed limit hold'em.
That sounds like torture.
Got some action here. Let's see if we can piece together who's sitting where.
We'll get that seat draw to you guys in a second.
If you are literally just tuning in, 300 likes will activate our t-shirt giveaway. And we'll promise to do probably like one giveaway an hour. And if you're sticking around, we'll sprinkle in some T-shirts, some merch, maybe some discount codes and whatnot. 3-4-10 on the flop here as
Martinez and Hufty are going at it.
Martinez with the bet. The quick fold from Hufty, meaning that Martinez will rake in the first pot here at this final table. Button moves. Dealer grabs the cards, and we move on to the next hand. Donnie, in a moment like this, when you get down to the final 10, do you think that for most players there's a certain sense of relief knowing that you are at, the destination that you've been sort of clamoring for all these hours that you were playing prior to this moment?
Yeah, I think there's certainly, a little bit of a sense of relief. As I said earlier, I think there's a sense of being on a bit of a free roll, being able to, eventually go on to win if it were to break that way. But yeah, I mean, you probably don't think too much of the final table on day one, but then you make day two, field starts, getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and it's like, okay, here we go. The final table it gets closer and closer, it gets more into your sight. Coming into today with only 12 players left, I'm sure, that was top of everyone's mind. I don't really care where your chip stack was coming in. You were certainly like, okay, I just got to fade a couple of eliminations and I'm there. We obviously know that Jordan Hufty's been at a WSOP final table in the past. He won the Casino Employees event in 2018.
Wow, so is he the new Chad Holloway?
For $61,900. So he's looking forward to getting his second bracelet, but also closing in on a career best score. Martinez he's been one of the most active players so far. Here he is opening up the action again from the hijack seat.
Hufty
looks like he needed to make the correct raise size.
Hufty is the guy on the left-hand side with the black hat and the white lettering, and he shoves
from the small
Martinez
blind. A quick call
right away. We have a big all-in showdown here. Let's have a look.
Ace King versus pocket fives.
Ace King versus pocket fives. Wow, this is huge. Hufty just going for it with the fives, black fives to be exact. Let's have a look at the flop, see if we can already lose a player here on the second hand of play. Flop comes down 9-7-7, giving more outs to the ace king, and 9 would pair the board. And counterfeit, 4 on the turn is not going to do it. River card is the 8. The fives hold up.
That's bracelet winner Jordan Hufty doubling up, pocket fives.
Jordan Hufty with the double up. Gary O'Sullivan says, WTF is going on. Well, that was an all-in and a call. Ace King versus fives. Let's listen in to see if we can hear how much that was for. We're told by the chat that Yavine Brewer goes by Bishop Eddie. That's his nickname.
I mean, that's not even close to Yavine Brewer. I mean, I love it, but just saying, I would have never guessed that.
That's amazing. Bishop Eddie Longstroke. What a nickname. That's phenomenal. I'd love to hear the backstory of that. Big reach there by the dealer to count it all down.
23,925,000. 23,925,000.
23 million was the all-in.
My time, man.
I got called really fast. I thought I was dead.
Martinez takes a hit, but still has plenty of chips remaining. Those sort of wine-colored chips with the green flags are worth 500K each. Donnie, let's run through the seating order here for those that are just tuning in.
Yeah, so we have Jen-Yue Chiang in seat 1, Henrieto Acain in seat 2, Erik Carvalho in seat 3, Isidro Martinez in seat 4. We just saw him lose with the ace-king there. Yavine Brewer, who goes by Bishop Eddie, as the chat says, is in seat 5. Jared Kingery in seat 6. Jordan Hufty, a bracelet winner, the only bracelet winner remaining, is in seat 6. You guys just saw him double up with the pocket 5s there. Orez Mokedi is in seat 8. Darnell White in seat 9. And then Christian Taylor, the chip leader who came into the day, is still in pole position. He's in seat 10. There are only 10 players left. We are 10-handed right now.
For those that are just tuning in, and this question will probably get asked a lot as the audience keeps building over the course of this final table. This is our bonus coverage. We were not supposed to stream this final table, but Donnie and I decided to provide some additional coverage, and in particular of this final table. So we decided to put this on one of the outer tables, you know, put a dressed down version of the camera setup for this table. Oh, we got a big all in here. I believe that is Yavine Brewer, who has just moved all in. After a raise from Acain. And RFID cards are not possible on this table, and we'll provide more context on our Saturday vlog about what goes into the entire PokerGO production, which is a massive production, more than 30 people working on those live streams, as opposed to 4 people working on this live stream. So please enjoy this bonus coverage for what it is, and if you're a poker fan like ourselves, we'll make sure you have a good time here on the live stream.
32,325.
32 million is the shove from Brewer. Acain in the tank, considering it. This looks as though he's sliding forward a stack here to make the call.
Please start taking your seats at the 3 feature tables.
Counts out the call. Acain might be sliding forward that stack of yellow 1 million denomination chips to put Brewer at risk. He does make the call. Here we go, all in showdown. Let's see him. Red jacks for Brewer versus what looks like ace. Is that ace 8, Donnie? My eyes are not very good. Ace 8. Yes, ace 8 of diamonds, I believe. So we have red jacks in the lead. Brewer looking to double up here versus Acain. Let's see the flop. King, deuce, 4 with 2 diamonds. This is going to get tense. 8 on the turn. Even more outs now for Acain to send him through the rail. Running 8s comes in, and Brewer is sent to the rail. We are down to the final 9. Jacks go into the muck, and Brewer cannot believe it.
What a beat. What a beat.
Utter disbelief, and a round of applause for Yavine Brewer, who gets eliminated in 10th place from this final table. Brewer takes home $54,705 for his efforts, and Acain rakes in a massive pot. Acain started the hand with roughly 185 million chips. Brewer was all in for 32, meaning that Acain is now up to roughly 210 million chips. Chip counts and live updates provided by PokerNews.com.
You gotta win those to win this thing, right? So
you gotta win those to win this thing. Those are the truest words ever spoken. Action continues here, 9-handed play. Players received a nice little pay jump. Everyone guaranteed $69,000.
No.
if you don't ask, you don't get, right?
Exactly.
That's what I heard.
Never heard
time
that.
ago, right?
Never hurts to ask.
If you have any questions for Donnie or myself, please let us know in the chat.
Raise.
Trying to get caught up with the chat here. We are approaching 300 likes on the video, and that is the threshold for our first t-shirt giveaway here on this bonus coverage stream of the $500 housewarming party.
I love the housewarming party. What's your go-to gift for a housewarming?
Wine.
Oh, it's always wine, right?
It's always a bottle of wine. And it's always a bottle of red wine, because you got to bring something you also enjoy, because they might say when you show up, well, why don't we just crack it open? And I'm like, yeah, just go ahead. Let me give me a glass. Pour me one. Appreciate it. Candace Reynolds questioning the move by Acain, Donnie, to call the all-in shove for 32 million chips with ace-8. Can you provide some context as to the decision that he made?
I mean, yeah, might be a questionable call, but the shove isn't too big. I mean, 38 million. They still playing 1.5 million, 3 million. Then it's not a massive shove. And if you have the chip stack to do so. I mean, one of the interesting things as Erik Carvalho moves all in here is that these players have been playing with each other for quite some time now in this tournament, so they just might be able to pick up on the tendencies of their opponents. Know when they're moving in a little bit lighter than normal, that sort of thing.
Gary O'Sullivan asking, what do you think of Vogelsang's tanking? Well, give me a minute here to catch my breath.
Or you can just fire up the PokerGo podcast and listen to us talk about it there.
True. Christoph Vogeltank, I got some opinions right there. 34 million is the shove here by Carvalho. There it is. We hit 300 likes on the video. Giveaway coming in hot after this hand.
Love it.
Cards go into the muck. Carvalho takes this one down with the shove. All right, for the T-shirt giveaway, those that are familiar with our live streams on YouTube, it's very simple. You answer the question in the chat. I will add all the people that answered the question into a randomizer, and we'll pick one winner. So there's no wrong answers, just answer the question. I'll copy all the answers into the randomizer, and we'll pick a winner for the T-shirt. 2 T-shirts to give away. For the first T-shirt, let's do that right now. Who would you like to see win a bracelet this summer? Who would you like to see win a bracelet this summer? Give us a name. Let us know in the chat right now. I'll pick a winner after this hand. And yes, the PokerGo podcast is where you can listen to our rant about Christoph Vogelsang's tanking. I was not too pleased. I think I might have called it the most boring live stream that I've ever watched, because half the time you were just looking at one person.
Looks like we got a walk here. Walk it out.
You want a full tick?
The walk, of course, Donnie, made most popular at the main event final table by who?
You don't have to fold. You don't want to.
I don't remember.
Mark Etienne McLaughlin.
Oh, yeah. I remember now.
Chat's going wild. Tons of players being suggested. We'll keep it open here for just a little while longer before picking a winner.
While it stays open, I'll run through these players. Just looked up some of their stats on Hendon Mob, lovehendonmob.com. Chiang in seat 1 has $609,000 in career tournament earnings entering this event. His best WSOP finish came in 2012 in a $1,500 pot limit hold'em event. He got 19th. They no longer have pot limit hold'em unless you're playing the dealer's choice tournament. Seat 2, Acain, $197,000 in earnings entering this final table. His best finish at the WSOP was a 317th place result from a 2019 $600 deep stack event. Seat 3, Carvalho, $22,200 in prize money.
Meanwhile, we have an all-in shove
From Hufty here.
Hufty's all in.
Carvalho has never cashed a WSOP event until this one.
Wow.
So first WSOP cash, has already almost tripled his career live tournament earnings with this run.
Final seconds to get your submissions in for the giveaway as Hufty rakes in the pot here with a pre-flop shove. We'll see lots of shoving and folding at this final table, Donnie. The stacks are not too deep. Still plenty of play left, but, you know, Christian Taylor is just hogging those chips.
He is just hogging those chips.
Taylor in the lead with $280 million. He is in the 9 seat. Second in chips right now is Orez, or actually I should say Acain is now second in chips after knocking out.
And they are playing 2 million, 4 million with a 4 million big blind ante. I mean, that's just incredible. Just quickly to finish off this table, you have Kingery in seat 5, $3,900 in career tournament earnings entering this event. He's never cashed a WSB event before. Hufty, as we talked about earlier, is a bracelet winner. He won the 2018 Casino Employees event for around $61,000. He has $98,000 in career tournament earnings entering this event. Orez Mokedi, $766,000 in career live tournament earnings. He has the most live tournament earnings of anyone at this final table. His best WSB finish was 2014 Millionaire Maker. He took 17th place. Darnell White, $16,500 in career tournament earnings, and Christian Taylor, $59,500 in career tournament earnings. Both White and Taylor have never cashed a WSOP event before this run.
Wow. So what I'm concluding from this is that this could have been you, this could have been me, or this could have been anyone in the chat right now. You could have been at this final table because there are lots of WSOP rookies competing here for the $700,000 top prize. All right, giveaways wrapped up. Hitting the randomizer here, the winner of the first Phil Helmy t-shirt is the CA Fisherman, who submitted Rampage Poker. Ethan is the one that he would like to see win a bracelet this summer. By the way, we have an all-in.
We have a raise from the button here from Acain. We have an all-in from Martinez from the big blind.
That's a big shove.
101.950.
Acain hasn't given it up yet. Certainly looks interested.
That's a big shove, Donnie. They're playing 2 million, 4 million.
It is a big shove.
Especially considering ICM and the shorter stacks that are still at this table. Darnell, White, Hufty, Kingery, and Carvalho, they're all much shorter than Martinez. We might be gambling here in an incredibly large spot. Are we going? Martinez is clapping.
Yeah, it looks like a call.
Oh my God,
Here
ladies
we go.
and gentlemen.
This is massive.
Over 200 million on the line. This is going to be a
Pocket
huge
sevens?
pot. Queen Jack? Is that Queen
No,
Jack?
Pocket queens.
Pocket queens, sorry. Red queens against sevens. Martinez is all in at risk with pocket sevens with more than 200 million chips in the middle. This is crazy. 9-6 Jack on the flop. Backdoor straight draw available for Martinez. The 8 would do it, or the 7. It doesn't come in. Oh my God. Henrieto knocks out Isidro Martinez in 9th place. Donnie, this is unbelievable.
I mean, that's just massive. Listen, you guys might be thinking easy call with queens, but Acain is sitting there in 2nd place, very good chip position. Martinez just jammed in 60% of his chips, 109 million, I believe the dealer said.
Wow.
Acain had about 180 to 185 million. So likely a call, yes, but worth thinking about given what's on the line for these players. I mean, wow. You certainly don't. I mean, listen, you obviously don't want to see aces or kings, but you also don't want to see an ace-king there because you just don't want to flip for that percentage of your chip stack given what's going on, the pay jumps that are at play right now. So that's something that certainly was probably going through Acain's mind.
I mean, that's just unbelievable.
I mean, fortunately for him, he gets the best situation. He turns over an underpair, does Martinez, the queen's hold. And here we go. It looks like we got a new chip leader now. Acain takes the lead from Taylor there with that pot.
Henry Acain up to what we are now estimating is 330 million chips. And looking at his stack, there is only one person that comes to mind, Donnie. This is some Jamie Gold stuff.
This is some Jamie Gold. I mean, look at it. You just got colors everywhere. Like, you got chip stacks all over the place. Matt Savage is freaking out at home right now. He's probably turned off the broadcast, can't take it.
Oh, my God.
I love it. You love it. This is great. I'm sure Acain loves it, of course. I mean, come on.
Henry Acain closing in on 500 million chips, and I don't think he ever thought he'd be saying that to himself.
And also, I mean, listen, Carvalho, Brewer, Hufty, or not Brewer, sorry, but Carvalho and Brewer, also probably Kingery a bit, both sitting there like, this is awesome. Like, we're short, and you know, these two bigger stacks just went absolutely nuts, and we're able to money up.
And it's also time to square up at the table as we have some more leg space for the remaining players.
We might need some racks there for Acain to square up.
Acain might need his own table at this point.
Oh, this is great.
Incredible. Martinez started the day out as the most aggressive player, and that backfired in a huge way, and he is now on the rail, while the other players all received a nice little pay jump. For the people complaining about the stream, there's a little bit of bonus coverage, ladies and gentlemen. If you love poker like we do, you will find a way to enjoy it. And if you pay close attention and listen to our commentary, I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty clear what's going on here. As we will play down to a winner tonight, it's over $700K for the winner on only a $500 investment.
Hang on, guys. I got another.
Yeah. Lisa Ludd says, leg space, question mark? This guy needs chip space. Yeah, he can barely look at his cards. This is incredible. This is one of the biggest stacks I have ever seen in a World Series poker tournament.
Oh, it's awesome. It's just great. You just absolutely love to see it.
One more reminder for the CA Fisherman. Send a DM on Twitter to PokerGo with a screenshot of you logged in to your YouTube account. And after the stream is over, I will talk to you, let us know what your shirt size is, and we'll send you a Phil Hellmuth World Series of Positivity T-shirt in the mail. I also owe a second giveaway for hitting 300 likes. And as the action is a little bit slow right now, let's just do it right now. Let's just do it right now. Let me think of a good question, and then we'll do that in the chat right now. Ace 10 queen on the flop here. Rainbow action. Action between, I believe, Kingery and Hufty.
Sorry, man. I gotta get some run good, man.
It's a blind battle. Check, check. Deuce on the turn. Doesn't seem to be a massive pot brewing here. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate it. We'll be here until the end, until we have a winner.
No, good. Think I brought some.
I know. It's always Tyler's fault, just so you know. It's always Tyler's fault.
I try to take some responsibility.
That voice you hear is tournament director Bob Smith. See him pop in there over the dealer's shoulder. He's the one running the show. Looks like he's changing out the shuffler.
Wow, we got some.
I mean, it looks like he's ripping the table apart.
That's incredible. Most of the stacks relatively unchanged.
Bob Smith also a handyman in his spare time.
Thank you, man. Problem solved. Boom.
Hufty trending up strongly now, sitting on around 60 million after that earlier double up, so he's out of the danger zone.
We have David Reha in the chat asked, how many entries is it? Well, there are 8 players left, but the field was 20,080 entries. 4th largest field in WSOP history. Some people talking about the blinds as well. They are currently playing 2 million small blind, 4 million big blind with a 4 million big blind ante. The chips on the table, the green chips are 25,000. The dark blue chips are 100,000. The purple chips with the green flags on them, those are 500,000, and then the orange chips are 1 million. Do we have the 5 million chip in play on a Acain stack right there? It looks like we have a couple 5 million chips in play. Yeah, and then Christian Taylor also has some over in seat 8 next to the dealer.
So we have 5 colors in play right now?
You have too many colors in play.
That is incredible.
Well, there's 2 colors of greens, 25K. So, add those to the mix.
Unbelievable. 8-5 queen on the flop here. Heads up action between Mokedi and Acain. Mokedi has just been sitting back with a large stack worth about 135 million. Haven't seen him do too much.
7 million.
7 million is the bet. Mokedi makes the call. Mokedi makes the call, I should say. 6 on the turn. Looks like Acain raised before the flop, and Mokedi called from the big blind. Mokedi checks again. Acain barely able to look over the tower of chips that he's sitting on. Throws out a quick bet of 22 million, it looks like. Who needs graphics? Pressure's on right now. People in the chat were wondering, is Acain going to sit back now, or is he going to apply the pressure? Well, looks as though he's choosing the more aggressive route, and he rakes in another pot, extending his chip lead here as we are 8-handed in the $500 housewarming party. Is it called party? No, it's not called party, right? It should be called party.
Yeah, you can say housewarming party.
It's a housewarming party.
I see people in the chat talking about the coming soon on the felt. That is because we are currently at Bally's, but it is undergoing a rebrand and will soon be called Horseshoe Las Vegas. Bit of a throwback to the Horseshoe. That's over, or was over on Fremont Street. So coming soon, Bally's will be renamed, rebranded to the Horseshoe Las Vegas.
Isn't there also a new steakhouse opening up with a bit of a throwback theme?
Yeah, Jack Binion Steakhouse.
Jack Binion Steakhouse.
I believe that's supposed to open at some point during this World Series of Poker.
Oh, wow. Well, we're going to be the first to go in there. For those who have trouble seeing the cards, I need reading glasses too sometimes. It's okay, guys. It's okay. But the screen on the bottom right is crystal clear. If you're watching us full screen on a TV, it's probably easier to see. We're still figuring out the kinks. We might make some adjustments on future streams, but this is bonus coverage. As it says on the screen, we were not supposed to stream this final table. We are doing it for free on YouTube, and we're having a good time with it. We're not even doing any breaks. We're just going to keep rolling, give away some T-shirts. We might even give away some subscriptions. Who knows? I might feel fancy at some point during the stream while we have a raise here from Mokedi after it folded to him in the small and making it 10.5 million. Action now on
Darnell White.
Darnell White. I mean, Darnell White makes me think of one man and one man only.
Who's that?
The Iceman.
The Iceman. Chuck Liddell? Teddy, the Iceman Monroe. I saw him a couple weeks ago at South Point.
Oh,
look, he looked like he lost some weight. Looks good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Still
got the bling on, which you love to see. You got to be the Iceman for a reason, right?
Shout out to Chris Arnett doing high stakes living back in the day with the Iceman. I believe he lived on in that apartment complex close to South Point. It was phenomenal to see. Shout out to all the people who've been following poker content for many, many years. If you're new to this, my name is Remko Rinkema. You can follow me on Twitter at Remko Rinkema, R-E-M-K-O. You should be able to find me pretty easily. His name is Donnie_Peters. No, his parents did not put the underscore in there. That is just his Twitter handle.
Scott in the chat says, is this how all final tables are streamed? No, this is the bonus coverage. PokerGo itself is streaming more than 20 events from the World Series of Poker across more than 30 days, which includes more than a week of coverage of the WSOP main event on PokerGo.com, but also on your favorite device, Android, iPhone, all that sort of stuff. You guys can get it on Roku, etc. But that is our subscription-based product. This is our free bonus coverage stream that Remko and I will be handling throughout the summer, kind of whenever we see fit. If something pops up and PokerGo isn't streaming, we might fire up this stream free on YouTube. So if you guys want to get notified, make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that little bell, that notification bell, so that you can know when we're going live and you can watch some poker for free. And then if you want to subscribe to PokerGo, we would highly encourage it. We would welcome you in to our family. You can use the promo code GETWSOP30 on an annual subscription. That'll get you an annual subscription for $30 off, less than $6 a month. It's a great deal. Listen, it really is. I wouldn't just say that. I would dance around it if I didn't think it was a great deal.
Meanwhile, we have action going to the turn. 8-7 deuce on the flop. Ace of clubs on the turn, putting a flush draw out there as Taylor is in hand against Acain, meaning that we could see, I mean, I'm just like, you know, being very excited here. We could see a pot worth over 400 million if they decide to go after it. Looks like a bet of 17 million here from Acain. Taylor reaching for a call. Acain raised before the flop. Taylor defended. And there are the pink and silver 5 million chips going in the middle, ladies and
Gotta
gentlemen.
love them.
They are in play. The pink and silver chips. Let's call them the vampires. 8 on the river.
I mean, the two chip leaders just going to war here. I mean,
This is incredible. Imagine,
it's great.
imagine being Kingery, sitting on 57 million, which is basically 13 big blinds. Seeing these big stacks clashing with those massive payouts on the line, or pay jumps, I should say, on the line. Action, I believe, is still on Taylor, who
56 million is the bet. 5-6.
glances over at his opponent before announcing a bet of 56 million, leading out Donnie on the river. This is quite a play.
This is quite a bet.
What does the paired board 8 do on the river?
I mean, I think Taylor is repping an 8 here. We haven't seen him. I mean, we haven't seen him do too much. We haven't seen him get out of line, certainly. So
This is a
I feel like
huge
he's
bet.
repping. I mean, he's repping just a naked 8 or, you know, probably an 8-7 here for a full house. Doesn't want to risk Acain checking behind, so he's just going to go for the value and lead out.
I mean, I'm no
If Acain has an ace, it's going to be, you know, tough for him to get away.
I'm no Mike Caro, but Kane is giving me ace vibes. The way he's looking at his chips, the way he's looking at the board, and the way he's probably thinking, can I fold this ace? Because
So I think, well, earlier when Martinez shoved on him, you know, Acain kind of counted out his chips and then ultimately made the call. It didn't fold. So even though he's counting out his chips here, and you know, some people do that and then decide to fold. Listen, here's the rule. You don't stand up and fold. It's a rule, right? It's a rule. You always stand up and you always call. 100% of the time. 110% of the time. I don't think I've ever seen one in the history of poker stand up and then fold their hand.
this is going to be a massive pot if Donnie is right. Because Acain is really considering making the call for 57 million chips, which is basically the stack that Kingery has in front of him. I mean, Acain is probably thinking, I want to be the first to 500 million chips. And he's well on his way if he makes this call. $500 was the investment.
We're good.
Taylor getting in there. Maybe some reverse psychology there.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's a tense moment, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the biggest pot of the day so far. Besides, of course, the Martinez elimination, which was an all-in pre-flop. There goes the call. What is he going to show? 9-6 and ace high? Or sorry, a pair of aces?
9-6 for a missed straight. Went for the bluff on the river.
I guess I am Mike Caro.
Keep it close, guys.
Okay, sure.
Kane makes the call with the ace.
Massive call. Massive call there.
That is huge. Donnie, what do you think of the play of Taylor, who took a passive line with a straight draw and then decides to absolutely bomb the river?
I mean, he's not winning the pot without taking that sort of line, right? I mean, the only other possibility is check raising the river. But, you know, when you check, you're obviously putting the options to your opponent where they can check behind. And Acain might very well check behind there.
What an insane few hands we've seen so far. And meanwhile,
Acain is just not slowing down. I mean,
Acain-
look at the chip stack. I mean, what? This is incredible. I mean, this is. He's got a bazillion chips.
I mean,
I told you stand up, you
Yeah.
never fold.
And
It's
al-
a rule.
And also, the way he was playing with his chips and the body languages that he was showing right after Taylor made the call, it was just screaming ace to me. So with that, I'm retiring from commentary and I'm becoming a poker professional. See you guys later. I'm out.
I mean, it's also a tough spot for Acain. He certainly thought about it on the river there. because Taylor is acting out of the big blind, you know, he can certainly have an 8 or better in his hand.
It's time for the second T-shirt giveaway. Let's do it right now because the chat is hot and heavy. We're going to have some fun with it. I'll ask this question. We have the entire archive of the World Series Poker main event available on PokerGo. If you are a subscriber, please go check that out in our WSOP Classics section. All those episodes are available on PokerGo. What was your favorite year watching the main event? What was your favorite year watching the main event? Among everyone that submits their year, we'll do a random draw and give away another T-shirt from our PokerGo shop. Your favorite year? I'll go with mine. 04 was my favorite year. Marcel Lusk going deep, singing at the table, standing up. John Murphy showing up late. I've seen that coverage at least 50 times. And then, of course, Greg Raymer versus Mike Matisow and all the battles that ensued at the final table. And Greg Raymer being an absolute force in that event. So 04 is my favorite main event. Please let us know what yours was. Oh, we got some great suggestions rolling in. Basically hitting every single year. Lots of 06, lots of 03. Donnie, what do you think?
I think I'm an 04 guy as well.
Really?
Yeah, along with you. I mean, first one was 03, obviously got me into it, but I don't know, for whatever reason, I just, there was a lot to love about the 04 main event. You know, you had the Greg Raymer stuff going deep, of course, getting into it with Matisow. David Williams, I thought like his emergence, his breakout on the scene, I thought was cool. Obviously, Marcel Lusk, as you mentioned. You had the Josh Aryeh situation where, you know, he kind of bust this asshole or whatever he said, you know, when after he got busted in third place. So there was that. I mean, the whole thing was just, it was pretty great, you know. As I said, 2003 certainly, you know, got me into it, as it did many of us. But that 2004 one. Also, listen, I also really love 2005. Joe Hasham versus Steve Daneman.
Oh, yeah.
Scott Lazar. Like, that
God.
was, I mean, that was.
05 might have been better.
That was crazy.
Might have been better because it also had the Sean Chacon, Mike Matisow blow up.
Yeah.
Because, but 04 is more nostalgic.
And then also in 05, you had the Raymer running deep again. Like, what he got, like
25th?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I think he busted. Was it Aaron Cantor that ended up getting him at the end?
With the flush, right?
Yeah, that was crazy.
The King Jack.
Like, just that back-to-back run by Raymer. I mean, that's just wild to see.
A few more seconds or maybe a few more minutes to get your submissions in. What was your favorite year of the World Series Poker main event? And all those classics are available on PokerGo. We'll do a random draw and give away another T-shirt here on the live stream. If you're just tuning in, please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell if you want to be in the know about whenever we have a new live stream going on here on the PokerGo YouTube channel. This is our bonus coverage. It is not like the high-end production that you're accustomed to from the PokerGo main channel.
I think it's still pretty good.
It's a little bit of an extra nugget. Put it full screen. You'll be able to see plenty of action, and Donnie and I will carry you home as we will play down to a winner tonight on this live stream. $500 entry fee in the housewarming. That is the event that you're currently watching. Over $700,000 up for grabs for the eventual champion. And I mean, I'm pretty bad at math, but that ROI is absolutely insane. All right, after this hand, I'm spinning the wheel and I'm picking a winner, so get your submissions in right now. We got a button raise here from Acain, who is definitely not slowing down anytime soon. Kingery sitting on a very short stack, looking at those yellow million chips. He's sitting on less than 30, it looks like.
A little bit guilty, right? You're like, come on, this is really unfair.
Players at the table claiming it's unfair that Acain has this many chips.
We gotta get this automatic shuffling fixed. Yeah. You put number 2 on it, right? Number 2. Oh, number 2.
We're trying. We're shooting for C1.
All right. Let's spin the wheel. Grab a winner here. The winner is Alan Bryson. He said 2003. Alan Bryson. Send a DM to me at Remko Rinkema or to PokerGo with your shirt size, and we'll send you that Phil Hellmuth T-shirt in the mail. Alan Bryson. He said 2003. I cannot disagree with that. That was a great year.
The price of poker is going up.
2.5 million, 5 million with the 5 million ante and an all-in from Carvalho here. Trying to steal the blinds or perhaps steal a double up.
That's 10.
Interesting spot here, Donnie, when we have Carvalho on the button with Kingery and Hufty, two of the shorter stacks in the blinds. Those three players are all looking for a pay jump as Carvalho takes this one down, which has huge implications for his stack, even just winning the blinds once.
Yeah, I probably shoved fairly wide there. You know, as you said, two short stacks behind him also fighting equally for another pay jump. Each player guaranteed $88,000 right now. You know, as a fellow short stack Carvalho on the button there, you can apply a bit of pressure. That likely gets through.
Looks like I got big shoes to fill, huh?
Not really.
For those that are just tuning in, we are 8-handed. The remaining 8 players are all guaranteed $88,000. Winner getting $700,000, which is just insane. We are live. Dave is asking, is this 2022 or no? This is 2022. We are live right now from the Bally's Ballroom. And it's as live as can be because since we're not showing hole cards, we can just be live in real time. So if you hear someone screaming in the background, that is actually then happening
All in.
right here. We got a all-in shove after a limp, and that's enough to take it down. Ed G says, my friend busted in 168th place. GG, buddy. That is a deep run, having 20,000 total players. I can run down the payouts here in its entirety. 88,000 for 8th place. Then we go up to 113,000, 146, 189, 248, 326, 430, $433,000 for second, and $701,000 for the eventual winner, and of course, that coveted WSOP gold bracelet. Let's run through the names of the players again, Donnie. Give a little bit of an update, perhaps some guesstimations on the chip counts. I'll tee it off here with Jen-Yue Chiang in the 1 seat on the right-hand side with the New York Yankees cap. He's sitting on roughly 80 million chips. Acain with the Under Armour hat, sitting on an absolute mountain of chips. I believe the table is bending down slightly from the weight of all his chips. We think he is now sitting on roughly 400 million chips. Haven't gotten confirmation on the exact there, but we believe it's over 400 million. Next up, with the white hat and the glasses on top, is Erik Carvalho, who just had a shove go through, meaning that he is hovering around that 30 million chip mark, looking for a double up, as the big blind is currently 5 million. Next up in the brown hat is Jarrett Kingery, sitting on what I believe is roughly 30 million. If you look at his chips, the yellow chips are worth 1 million. He doesn't have all that many left of those chips. And then in the 6th seat, Orez Mokedi. He's one of the bigger stacks, sitting on roughly 130 million chips. To his direct left is Darnell White, who has been trending down as well, and currently involved in this hand against Acain. We've got 4, 8, 6 showing on the flop. A bet from White. And rounding out the table is former chip leader, start of the day chip leader Christian Taylor, who just lost a chunk of chips and is down to roughly 220 million as of right now. So big chip lead for Henry Acain in the 2 seat. He gives this one up, and Darnell White rakes in a much needed pot to stay out of the danger zone for now. So recapping here the chip situations, Carvalho, Kingery, and Hufty, who are sitting into 3, 4, and 5 seats, so all next to each other, are the shorter stacks. Then it's Darnell White and Jen-Yue Chiang, and then the bigger stacks are Mokedi in the 6th seat, Christian Taylor, currently second in chips with roughly 220 million, and then Henry Acain with 400 million in the 2 seat.
You got a dirty stack up front there, buddy. There you go. Look. 1, 2, 3. All right, we're gonna leave it. Let's go. Maybe I'm like.
The good thing is it doesn't matter at the
I don't
moment.
think it matters. So like, it's good. Dirty, right? I'm not.
Appreciate everyone tuning in, and for those that are enjoying the content, much love to you. We're doing this bonus coverage in addition to the other streams that are happening on PokerGO. PokerGO, by the way, is back tomorrow with a 50K No Limit Hold'em final table. Should be an absolute banger. They had a huge turnout for that event. I believe registration closed at the start of day 2.
Yeah, 16 people got in
Oh my
with like
God.
12 big blinds.
Did Negreanu get back in? Or did he bust twice yesterday?
I'm not sure. We've been all in here. Kingery from the hijack seat.
Kingery trying to make something happen, and the call comes in because it was Acain who came in with the raise. Kingery shoves, and we have an all-in and a call. 10s for Kingery. That is probably a great spot for him as he is up against pocket 8s. Kingery looking to double up, dodge an 8, and get back in the race here. Ace, deuce, king, no trouble at all for Kingery. All he has to do is dodge an 8. The river card is a queen, and he receives a double up. Let's listen in on the count.
I lost twice, bro. Back to back.
That's 25.
Good thing is you can still afford it.
25 million in yellow there.
Let me get a little bit.
35, 150.
35, 150. So that means that Kingery is now up to roughly 75 million chips, including, of course, also for the blinds and antes. It is but a scratch, Donnie, for Acain, who has an absolute ungodly pile of chips in front of him.
150 more.
Just so many.
Yeah.
For those complaining about the production quality, you don't have to watch. You can just go do something else.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you later.
Ain't going to ruin my day.
No, we're just going to have some fun out here, do a whole bunch of these bonus coverage streams during the 2022
I mean,
World Series Poker.
people just complain about everything.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
You're watching free World Series of Poker coverage.
Exactly.
Deal with it.
Little reminder, on Saturday we're releasing a new vlog episode showing the behind the scenes of what it takes to put on a PokerGO live stream, which of course is, broadcast TV quality. Hopefully, Jeff Platt's in the house to give us a little bit of a tour of the set. We have a lot of fancy equipment out there, and we'll show you behind the scenes of our, I always like to call it like NASA ground control, because that's what the room feels like when you have all the camera set up behind the scenes with, lights, audio, video, highlights, all sorts of various different corners of the production room.
But now people are saying I don't have to address the complaints. No,
Oh.
I'll address the complaints. I really don't care.
We got some blind on blind action here as Chiang is battling with Taylor. Ace 5-4 rainbow on the flop. If you're holding the dirty diaper, it's a good time to have it because that would be a wheel. Man, I can't wait for the main event. Oh, Jeff is in for the tour. Jeff, you better bring one of those flags so we can follow you around. Thank you, everyone, for the shouts. Glenn, Adam, Dana, McTavish. Nick, thank you as well. Love it. This pot, by the way, went to Taylor as Chiang is still looking for his first win of the stream. He's been trending down pretty steadily at this final table. It's make or break, Donnie, for a bunch of players here with the blinds up to 2.5 million, 5 million.
It is. It seems like everyone's just kind of holding on, waiting for a hand. Obviously, Kingery got one recently with those pocket 10s and was able to double up. Action here on Hufty. Seems like he might be looking to shove here, just given the fact that he's thinking for a bit.
All in.
Does move all in. My spidey sense is on point.
Necessary shove there. Acain in the big blind. That's going to be a tough one to get past.
Yeah, Kane's certainly not shy to put his chips in the middle. He's got plenty of them to work with, too.
54, I believe, the number.
So just about 11 big blinds there from Hufty. A former WSOP bracelet winner, won the 2018 Casino Employees event for $61,000.
That's Taylor making some extra noise here as he's contemplating his decision. He lost a lot of chips in the last few orbits, starting today as the chip leader. Tosses those in the muck. Action on Chiang in the small blind. He kicks him in, and Acain lets go immediately. I mean, huge pot here for Hufty, picking up the blinds and antes.
Yeah, I mean, you're picking up 12.5 million right there.
So that goes from 54 to 66 million. For those that are curious about the free streams, we did a free preview stream on YouTube of the 100K High Roller, which happened to end within the hour of our free stream. So if you want to catch that action, go on over to our YouTube channel that you are watching right now. Look on the in the on-demand video section and check out the incredible production quality of our mothership table. And that was a phenomenal final table. We had a lot of fun with that.
Oh yeah,
played it out within an hour. Phil Ivey, by the way, just fallen short of that final table. He then also went on to cash in the 25K.
Phil Ivey's back, huh?
He is back.
$10 million.
10 million is the raise from Taylor, which sounds like a lot, but it's only a min raise.
It does sound like a lot. Taylor acting out of the cutoff seat there.
Taylor must be at least a little bit frustrated that his bluff with the 9-6 did not work against Acain, who made the call with top pair. And now we get a call from Carvalho in the big blind. Deuce 3-8 rainbow on the flop. That's a whole bunch of nothing, Donnie.
All in.
Oh. Check and a shove immediately from Taylor and a call. We have a showdown here. King 5 suited for Taylor. Wow.
I think you have to call.
A little bit of tilt here.
Ace 4.
Ace 4 suited, 9 on the turn, and a 6 on the river. Wow. Carvalho calls all in.
I was going to say, I think you have to call with any pair, just given the way that the action went on this one. Obviously, Carvalho called with less than a pair, but still very right.
Wow. Taylor is just giving it away right now.
16-5.
Let's listen into the dealer on the chip.
17, 17, 5, 18.
That's the 1,000 right there.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I was thinking. Yes. 1 million.
That's 10 million.
11, 13,
18,
18,
19, 5, 6.
19,650.
Only 18,650,000 is what Carvalho had left behind. Given that there's already over 20 million in the middle, Donnie, seems a bit aggressive from Taylor, thinking he'll be able to get a fold there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a pre-flop fold.
19,650.
Or maybe a shove from
well,
oh, you're talking about Taylor.
Yeah, just given the stack sizes that are behind him, obviously Carvalho is very short in the big blind, but then, you know, Taylor can't necessarily shove himself given Acain is still behind him, so it's kind of a tricky spot. I would probably lean to just folding it.
Taylor, meanwhile,
But then again, you know, I'm not in the final 8 of the housewarming, so
hey,
so don't look at me.
something has worked for Taylor leading up to this moment. He's channeling that energy. Clearly, it's not working for him right now, but he still has chips. he still has nothing to worry about. He just has to regain his composure, play his game, and a comeback is always possible. But he's definitely taking some big hits, as Acain is the overwhelming chip leader with over 425 million chips.
10 million.
And Carvalho is now back in the race, up to roughly 65 million, while Kingery sits on 75 and Hufty on 65, according to our most recent estimation. So those three stacks are still very, very tight, all below 20 big blinds. Race to 10 million right now from Hufty, trying to sneak one through here, as Acain is giving it some thought.
Under the gun raise here from Hufty is, I would say, super strong given his stack size.
Feels like a committing raise at this point, given the stack sizes. People that complain are more than happy to do so, but if you complain 3 times, you're out. See ya. We need more positivity in the world. That's why we made the Phil Hellmuth World Series of Positivity t-shirt to spread the love. If you're just tuning in, we are playing down to a winner in the $500 housewarming event. 700,000 up top.
So we haven't really seen Darnell White get involved at all since we got down to one table.
I mean, in Darnell's position, you can't really blame him. He's probably looking at Carvalho, Kingery, and Hufty to make a move, or to get out of the way, so he can secure himself a few more pay jumps.
I mean, I'm not saying you can blame him. I'm just saying whereas some of the other players are certainly willing to get their money in and play some pots, Darnell White is very content with just being patient over there. And right now he's going to eat his Snickers and enjoy it. Watch these guys go at it.
You can't get hungry at the final table. You got to be focused. You got to be on top of your game. Always bring a Snickers
a Snickers
bar.
sounds pretty damn good right now.
I know. Oh, here we go. Carvalho is at it again, shoving from the button, picking up the blinds and antes.
He shoved from the button last time too, so I don't know if that's something that Kingery and Hufty are picking up on, if they're aware of it. I'm assuming they are, but worth paying attention to that Carvalho is now jammed twice on the button. I would also kind of loop in the fact that he check snapped with ace high, so he's, I think, not going to sit back and just wait on the shorter stack. He's going to look for more marginal spots to get his money in, so that could then play into what Kingery and Hufty are looking to call with when he is shoving the button. Might have to put your chips in a little wider than you would like, just knowing or thinking that Carvalho's playing a little bit wider himself. At least that's how I think I would approach it.
Yeah, and with the stack sizes the way they are right now, there are lots of players, Orez, Mokedi, and Darnell White in particular, that are just hoping to see a few people leave the tournament so they can secure those pay jumps before getting a little bit more aggressive themselves. Carvalho, meanwhile, is mounting an incredible rise up the ranks as he's getting involved again here by the looks of it. 2 of those silver and pink chips thrown into the middle, meaning a raise to 10 million from the cutoff.
So this to me seems strong, right? We've seen him shove twice. We obviously saw him check call the shove from Taylor with just ace high. Here, action gets to him. He takes a little bit of time. He ends up just min raising. We have an all in here from Kingery. Okay, so we don't have a snap call from Carvalho. Looks like he's trying to size up Kingery there.
Kingery has been very deliberate with his actions. Have seen only shoves from him, or reshoves. Carvalho might have gotten himself caught with his hand in the cookie jar here. And he calls. Wow, he does
Here
make
we go.
the call.
What's he got, like an ace 10? Oh, it looks like he's got pretty good. Ace king for Kingery, ace-queen for Carvalho. Surprised he didn't call quicker. I mean, listen, I know he's beat, but... Six, deuce, deuce. Jack on the turn. 10 on the river. Kingery's going to double up here. So Carvalho was strong there. Maybe he knew that he was perceived strong, and then that's why he kind of paused there before making the call. But nevertheless, Kingery's going to get the double up here and clip Carvalho back down to a short stack once again.
70 and 300 more.
Wow.
I mean, that's a big double up.
That is a huge double. Did he say he was only for 70?
I believe so.
You ran it up the first time, so.
So the players there are citing the fact that Carvalho, when we started the day, got super short on the table that we weren't streaming. I think he was around 2 to 3 million. It looks like he has around, 4 million or so right now. So long way to go. But if he was able to spin it up the first time, maybe he can spin it up again. Lines are a little bit higher now, though. So.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that Carvalho is going to be all in the next few hands. He gets a few free hands before being committed in the big blind.
Yeah, I think that's something that can get overlooked. Players might freak out a little bit when they get this short, but with the big blind ante, you're not paying an ante every hand, so you might be able to be a little bit more patient.
Skylar is asking if I forgot to do the second giveaway. I did not. I did the second giveaway, and it was Alan Bryson who won the second T-shirt. We'll do another one real soon, I promise you.
Yeah, we just passed 500 likes on the video. How about we get us to 1,000?
1,000 likes. That'd be amazing. If we get to 1,000 likes, I'll give away a free month of PokerGo.
Love it. Let's go.
A free month of PokerGo if we get to 1,000 likes, meaning you can watch the rest of the action during the World Series of Poker. King Jack 8 here on the flop, 2 clubs. Appreciate, by the way, all the suggestions for how to improve the stream. We will take those into account as we will do more and more of these streams in the next few weeks on the days that PokerGo main channel is not streaming. This is sort of a side project that Donnie and I have decided to undertake. Some bonus coverage with producer Brad helping us out, as well as producer Aiden.
Our guy Darnell White's in a pot here.
I mean, this is tough, Donnie. If you're Darnell White, you're looking at Carvalho's stack, you're like, man, I might have a pair here, but, what is it really worth with Carvalho being this short?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you just have to proceed with caution here. 22,600,000 bet from Chiang in seat 1.
I mean, Carvalho is probably hoping that this is going to be a massive clash.
Darnell doesn't exactly look like he wants to give this one up yet.
Every remaining player is from the United States, for those asking about the nationalities. Darnell makes the call. To the turn we go. Carvalho's interest is peaked. You can tell that he's now intently looking at the outcome of this hand. 22 million was the bet from Chiang in the 1 seat. Is that a check raise, Donnie? I thought it was a call.
No, looks to be a check raise. I think the first bet amount might have been wrong.
That's 10 million in the red color. So that's
Yeah,
that's 10 million.
it's 10-6 was the first bet.
10-6 with a check raise to 22 million. And Darnell White picks up this pot. Very important pot for him.
I'm also very confused when there's 500K chips in play. So I totally get it. I think the dealer called out the wrong amount there. But listen, 500K chips are a little bit off, a little bit not used to.
Carvalho.
But Darnell White there swinging, man.
Yeah, Darnell White with the potential elimination of Carvalho just a few hands away, putting in that check raise, really signaling a lot of strength to Chiang, who has not been able to get anything going himself. He's getting shorter and shorter.
Carvalho gives it up again. Only 2 more hands before he's in the big blind and likely forced all in.
I mean, he's still holding out hope that someone's going to blow up here. Got a raise to 10 million from Mokedi. Orez Mokedi, possibly the quietest player at the table for now. He picks up the blinds and antes, which gives him one more free orbit to play. If you're new to our YouTube channel, please like and subscribe to the video. Hit that notification bell. We are also providing daily highlights of the World Series of Poker on our YouTube channel. So if you're not ready yet to subscribe, which, you know, I can totally understand, you want to get a little bit of a taste, check out some of the highlights that we've been posting on our channel.
I'm a little bit surprised that Acain isn't kind of raising blind, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, he has such a big chip lead, and there's a extreme short stack in Carvalho that is really going to handcuff anything the other players at the table have to do. I mean, he's got, what, almost 300 million more than anyone else. So you know.
Mokedi picks up another one. Back-to-back hands for him. That's a quick 20 million there.
Oh yeah. More, 25 million.
25 million. Wow. The blinds and antes are so high that it's hard to even comprehend.
Well, that's also why I think that you know, Acain should just ramp up his aggression, because the 25 million to his stack isn't necessarily the biggest increase, but that's 25 million less than the other players at the table are able to acquire. And in a spot like this, where again Carvalho is super short, there's big pay jumps at play. Given the fact that this is a $500 buy-in tournament, you know, Acain can certainly open his game up quite a bit and put these other players in some really tricky spots.
Donnie, question being asked in the chat about the total entries for this tournament. Let's run through it again and give us some stats and information.
20,080 entries, created more than an $8.4 million prize pool, the 4th largest field size in WSOP history. Quite the turnout for this one. Carvalho did fold under the gun there, so it's pretty much going to be all in on the next hand when he's in the big blind. Has to pay again that big blind ante of 5 million, and then also the big blind for 5 million.
That's going to be interesting to see.
Kingery opened it up here with a raise.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen now, because if Acain plays back at him, it's going to be really tough.
So Acain probably won't play back as he makes the call there. Kingery's likely very strong here, but Acain can also call wide and you know, look to put Kingery in some tough spots. Queen 4-3, rainbow flop.
Queen 4, Donnie.
Queen 4, just
Queen,
like Phil Hellmuth.
Just like Phil Hellmuth. Queen 4 on the flop. What does it mean?
It means people should go to shop.pokergo.com and pick up a Queen 4 t-shirt. Check behind here from Kingery.
I mean,
7 on the turn.
Kingery is very much aware of the small stack of Carvalho, so he's not going to do anything out of line. He's probably looking to get to showdown with, you know, middle pairs and hands that have that showdown value without making the pot too big. But Acain, leading here for 16 million, is not going to let him see the river card for nothing. Kingery in the tank here after 2 double-ups here early at this final table. Christian Taylor, the man who is hurting the most after coming into today as the chip leader. Kingery reaching. 500K chips do throw me off. It's harder to do that math when you're used to those round numbers. Call is made. To the river we go. 3 of spades pairing the board. Action on Acain, our chip leader with 8 players left.
That river card doesn't change much if I'm Kingery. If I still have 9s through jacks, still calling a bet. But Acain checked. Could possibly go for some thin value here. Or checking behind seems like a fine option as well.
Feels as though the bet on the turn from Acain was perhaps just a random little stab, thinking that Kingery might be very easy to get rid of given the situation with Carvalho sitting on just, I guess, 2 big blinds. I mean, it's way less than 2 big blinds. Oh, no, those are a few million chips, so he might have 1 big blind.
Kingery looks like he's going for a bet here. Here we go.
Is that 25 million with one of the silver and pinks up top?
If it is a silver and pink, then yeah, I would think it's 25 million.
Acain has not made many folds yet at this final table, and he's been right every time so far. Of course, for those just tuning in, he knocked out Martinez with queens versus 7s in an enormous pre-flop all-in. And a few hands later, he took off a huge chunk from Taylor, who bluffed the river with a busted straight draw when he decided to make the call with top pair. Acain giving it some real thought here. This is a big pot. Carvalho still hoping for a miracle. If you're just tuning in, this is the final table of the $500 housewarming event. Event 5 at the World Series of Poker. Acain picks up his chip that was on his cards and throws him into the muck. Kingery picks up a decent pot. He is really on the upswing. And there goes the last bit of chips that Carvalho has remaining. He puts out 10 chips worth 500K each to pay off the ante.
So that he can win that chip. Think about it.
Oh, I just didn't know the rule.
And Carvalho laughing and joking as he will be all in on this hand. Kingery picked up a fair bit of chips on this hand.
Logan in the chat asked for the chip denominations. The green chips that you see in play are 25,000. The purple maroon with the green flags on them are 500,000. The dark blues, sorry, I skipped over those. Those are 100,000. And then the orange ones are 1 million. There are some gray chips, silver chips with pink flags. Those are 5 million. That's the largest denomination in play.
Yeah, so the orange/yellow are the ones that are being used the most right now. Those are the 1 million chips, as Donnie said. And if you look at the bottom right quadrant camera, you see on top of Kingery's stack, he has some of those 5 million chips that are not as easy to see in the lighting of the cameras above. Raise from Mokedi here to 10 million. Oh, 12 million actually. We're going to see an all-in showdown here. Carvalho is going to be at risk. There will be a pay jump on the line. 88,000 guaranteed for all remaining players. 113,000 for the last 7.
All right, just need 5.
Here we go.
Carvalho makes the call.
Pocket kings.
Kings for Mokedi, red kings to be exact, and 10-5.
All black cards.
Offsuit. Chances of making straights on both ends here for Carvalho, but he's looking for a lot of help. Let's see what's out there. Jack 10 queen. A 10 out of 5 is what he's looking for. An 8 is not going to do it.
Could hit a club.
The river is a 9. He doesn't get there.
Okay,
Erik Carvalho eliminated in 9th place, taking home $88,214 for his efforts. And we are down to the final 7 in the $500 housewarming event.
That's small, big blind only.
That's Carvalho's first ever WSOP cash. Came into this tournament with just over $22,000 in live tournament earnings. So cashing out $88,000, quite impressive.
That's small, big blind only.
7 players left now. We are officially in 6-figure payout territory. All these players have locked up $113,000 in prize money. Again, the buy-in for this housewarming event was a mere $500. That's what you could have got in for.
10 million.
We have a raise here from Hufty to 10 million. That's bracelet winner. Jordan Hufty, winner of the 2018 Casino Employees event. Dead small blind on this hand with the elimination of Carvalho on the last hand. Action folds to Kingery in the big blind.
Dead button.
Fold from Kingery, and Hufty picks up the pot. Michael Hoffman in the chat on YouTube asks how many entries were in this event. Well, Michael, there were 20,080 entries in this tournament, the 4th largest WSOP tournament of all time. Quite an impressive turnout. Currently down to 7 players left in the field.
Raise 12 million.
All guaranteed $113,000. Mokedi here raises it up from under the gun to 12 million. These players are playing blinds of 2.5 million, 5 million with a 5 million big blind ante. Folds around, Mokedi picks up this pot. The gentleman you see in the upper right quadrant in seat 2 behind the absolute mountain of chips, that is Henrieto Acain. He is the current chip leader with 7 players left in this WSOP housewarming event. Isaac Daniels in the chat says this $500 entry only cost me $2,000. Isaac, it cost me $1,000. So, you know, I feel your pain. Could have cost people up to $4,000 if they fired maximum bullets. There were 4 starting flights. You could re-enter once per starting flight.
Raise to 10 million.
We have a raise here from Christian Taylor, the start of day chip leader. He makes it 10 million to go. Action folds to Acain, the current chip leader in the cutoff seat. Looks like he's going to play.
Raise. 24 million.
Raises up to 24 million, play folds back to Taylor. He quickly gives it up. And Acain takes even more chips to increase his chip lead. Logan says this is the real Colossus. Well, yes, but you know the Colossus is still to come at the World Series of Poker and should produce another mammoth field. $400 buy-in on the WSOP Colossus event. That's coming up later on in the series.
Yeah, we've got tons of action going on at the World Series of Poker every single day. because this is bonus coverage and we have a bit of a free-flowing type atmosphere, we can keep you guys updated as well on some of the other tournaments in the room. Meanwhile, we have an all-in. It is Jen-Yue Chiang.
3 million, 6 million with 6 million.
Oh, and blinds go up after this hand to 3-6-6. 6 million big blind ante, that is. Chiang is all in. A few quick folds over to white in the big blind. Oh, he doesn't look too happy, but seems to be considering it. Nope, slides him into the muck.
I wanted to call.
That might be the first hand that Chiang has won at the entire final table.
20.
Flashes a pair of jacks and rakes in this pot.
I wanted to call.
Okay, 3 million, 6 million, 6 million.
Wow. If you've ever played stakes this high, let us know in the chat, because 3 million, 6 million, 6 million is just absolutely unbelievable. Speaking of some other unbelievable action inside the four walls of this building, and I can see them from over here, the dealer's choice that is ongoing right now. They're down to the final 14. Plenty of superstars still remaining in that tournament. Randy Ole is the chip leader. Naoya Kihara in second place. Nick Schulman, Mike Gorodinsky, Greg Mueller, Brian Rast are all still in the hunt, as there are 14 remaining in this tournament. And we got another all-in shove. It is Jen-Yue Chiang. Back-to-back hands. Moving all in.
Huge, man. Huge.
Acain asking for the count. Let's listen in.
No, you got one over.
One over?
I need all the not overs as we can get.
He wants under, not over. Under.
Waiting for the count.
20, 26.
30 something.
28.
31.
30.
It's only 30? Okay.
31-1.
31 million is the all-in shove.
That's crazy. I thought it's only 30.
He just dropped.
Acain decides to kick him into the muck. Action folds around to Mokedi, who also lets it go. White folds. Action on Taylor, who folds as well. Back-to-back hands for Chiang, which is huge. Donnie, can you believe this? He was all in on back-to-back hands, going from 3 big blinds to now having 10 big blinds again.
How do I not get called?
Just takes a couple shoves, man.
Meanwhile, Donnie's deep in some salad. Was it salad? What we got?
No, egg whites and oatmeal and spinach.
Wow.
And an avocado in there.
Donnie Peters on the healthy train.
I'm trying, man. Just trying to make it through the summer. One day at a time.
People are commenting in the chat on the stakes that they are playing. Let us know what you like to play. I'm very curious. I'm more of a mixed game player myself. Feel intimidated by some of these no limit hold'em beasts. However,
feel intimidated by some of these chip stacks.
I would not feel intimidated by this event. Donnie played it, so that means that I'm probably also good enough to compete. But yes, Henrieto's chip stack is very intimidating. Taylor with the shove here on Chiang, who just did it twice to his opponents.
Back to normal service.
Back to normal service for Chiang, who flashes a deuce, or sorry, a 4.
This is ridiculous. I probably should call with my stack with even
Massive blinds and antes. We're playing 3 million, 6 million with a 6 million big blind ante. Your chip leader is Acain, who's sitting on just shy of 400 million as of our recent counts. We've got our next break coming up in about 35 minutes, so don't go anywhere. By the way, we don't do breaks. We'll keep you guys entertained with some other content during the breaks. It's Fane says, 510 at Bellagio, 30 to 40 hours a week. That's a serious game, my friend. We've got some 1-2 games in Texas, and we got a shove again. This is the 4th straight hand with an all-in move. This time it's Taylor again, going after the blinds and antes, and Chiang makes the call from the small blind. for roughly 25 million. Are we going to see a double knockout as Acain gives it a look but tosses him into the muck? Here we go with the showdown. Pocket aces by the looks of it versus King Jack. Red aces for Chiang.
Let's wait and see what happens.
King Jack off for Taylor. Taylor once again in trouble. King 6-8 on the flop. A king or jack is needed to send Chiang to the rail. Nothing has changed. River's a 5, and Chiang doubles up. Taylor takes another hit to his stack.
Don't forget these green ones, man. That can make all the difference.
Taylor started the day as the chip leader, and he will now be one of the short stacks.
It's been a pretty steady slide for Taylor.
Yeah.
Saw him win that hand earlier where he check raised the flop.
29.
But then after that, it's just kind of been loss after loss. Can't really get anything going. Sometimes those are just the breaks.
31.
I can't really fault him for his play here with the King Jack.
32.
Seems pretty straightforward.
33.
Yeah, and it's going to require them picking up a hand behind you.
34.
Obviously, Chiang did with
175.
aces.
34 million.
And that's that.
34,175,000 was the all-in for Chiang, who doubles up to well over 70 million.
That's 29.
Yep, I got you.
We'll call it 75 million for Chiang,
29,
meaning that
30,
Taylor
31, 32, 33, 34.
is down to very little chips. Maybe as low as 45 million.
Fuck, man, that took a long ass time, but hey. I wanted you to talk to you.
Yeah, I've got the second.
You got me?
You want me to call? Okay.
Oh, of course I do. When I have aces and 3 big blinds, I want everybody at the table to call.
I'm talking about Nishan.
We're still 7-handed in the tournament. $113,000 is the guarantee right now for the remaining players. They're playing for $700,000. We can hear the shuffle machine back in action as the microphone is placed directly on top of it, meaning that the cards will come out a little quicker.
What they playing back there? Deep step.
Donnie, question in the chat. Do we know how many unique entries there were in this tournament? I personally am not. I'm not in the know on this.
That's
No, I don't believe we do.
over there, yeah, is the limit hold'em.
It would be fun to know.
But 20,080 total entries.
I mean, it has to be, the vast majority being uniques.
Raise.
Action folds to Acain, who makes it
A little more.
at least 12, because that's the min raise. Kingery quickly folds. No resistance there.
I mean, you gotta get hands, right? You gotta get some hands.
RMX Indiana is asking, has Helmuth been seen yet? Yes, Helmuth showed up for the $1,500 Omaha 8 or Better event. He cashed right away. I believe it was his 176th ever cash at the World Series of Poker.
179th.
179th?
Wow.
Closing in on 200 cashes, extending his record. And
All
then
in.
ever since, we've not seen him make any runs, as Taylor is now the one moving all in. We've seen some crazy plays already at this final table, reminding us, Donnie, that even us mortals can play at the World Series of Poker. Sometimes when you watch these high rollers, it can be intimidating seeing these guys play, but watching this final table must give everyone at home the idea as well that they belong at the World Series of Poker. I think it's one of the coolest. It's one of the coolest events in the entire world where you can play with and against the best, and you can also have a chance to beat them, because it's just the beauty of the game of poker.
Yeah, and with more accessible price points than ever before, the sub $1,000 bracelet events that are on offer all across the WSOP schedule, there's certainly plenty of opportunities to come out here and get involved, even if your bankroll isn't
All in.
the size of Daniel Negreanu's.
Right. We got another shove here, and I will promise that it will be an all-in bonanza for the next little while here, as we have quite a few short stacks at this final table.
Don't forget, everyone, we get to 1,000 likes on this video, and Remko's going to give away a free month subscription to PokerGo.
And if you're just tuning in, this is our bonus coverage. This is not our regular PokerGo stream. We do this on occasions where we feel like we can provide you guys with something extra here. Only available on YouTube, so please like and subscribe to the channel. We're going to give away some more t-shirts later in the show, as we'll stream this event until we get down to a winner. And throughout the rest of the summer, on days that PokerGo is not streaming, we will try to find events to stream. Hopefully have some deep runs to cover of some of your favorite top pros.
No, they're all in here from Taylor.
Wow. I believe we've seen it all in 5 or 6 hands in a row now, with only one showdown, of course.
Well, I mean, maybe the players were just waiting to get that 6-figure payday and then kind of go nuts.
Hufty is giving it some serious thought here on the button. 2 more players to get through for Taylor as he moved all in under the gun. Oh, Hufty goes all in from the button, and we're going to have another showdown here. Hufty has Taylor covered by my estimations. Let's have a look at the cards. Pocket aces for Taylor and queens for Hufty.
Wow,
that
what a
is
spot.
a sick cooler at this final table. Taylor all in. Oh, the queens are now saying that they are all in. Well, we'll have to trust the dealer on this one. Queens are at risk. 9-6-9 on the flop. Deuce on the turn doesn't change a thing. And a deuce on the river. And it looks as though
It's gonna be close.
Is it that close?
I mean, Hufty's got a 5 million chip on top.
Wow, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty math here. He does have him covered. The dealer had it right from the get-go. We say goodbye to the last remaining bracelet winner at this final table. Jordan Hufty eliminated it in 7th place, finding queens, but running into the aces of Christian Taylor, who finally wins a hand, Donnie.
Finally wins a hand, and it was a good one to win. Basically a full double up there when you consider the blinds and ante. Payday for Jordan Hufty, $113,000. He is a former bracelet winner. He won the 2018 Casino Employees event for around $61,000. Came into this final day of action, came into this tournament with $98,000 in career live tournament earnings, so able to more than double that with his 7th place finish here. We are now down to 6 players. They all are all guaranteed $146,000. Incredible from a $500 buy-in. Incredible.
That's an incredible ROI, $146K for just a $500 investment. For the people complaining in the chat, thanks for watching.
All in.
If you want to know more about the production of this show, which we do with just 4 people, please check earlier in the broadcast where we explained everything about this bonus coverage that we are doing on our YouTube channel. We're doing a vlog, by the way, about the entire production and everything that goes into what happens behind the scenes for a PokerGo stream. And I can promise you it's a lot more than what goes into making this stream. But we do appreciate everyone tuning in, watching, and engaging. We have Chiang all in again.
Taylor looks like he has the decision.
He's counting his chips.
Probably doesn't want to let go of those chips so quickly. Oh, is this a stand-up? Is this what did I say? What did I say earlier? You stand up, you never fold.
That is the rule. What is he doing? Is he?
Oh, wow, he broke the rule.
He lets it go.
I just got these chips. I ain't gonna go waste them.
For people that are wondering what the PokerGo coverage looks like, you've been living under a rock, because every single clip that we've posted on our YouTube channel is from our PokerGo stream. So just check out one of our highlights. We've posted plenty. We've posted highlights of Dan Smith winning his bracelet in the 25K heads up, beating Christoph Vogelsang in the final. We've posted a hand of Scott Seaver versus Sergio Ido from the 2.5K no limit final table. An incredible hand, aces versus 4-3 offsuit. And of course, last night, three-way all-in, Corey Aldemir, Chad Evesledge, and Breck Shutton, also from our main feature table. And if it wasn't for this stream, there would be no stream at all today, so we're just trying to give something extra here during the World Series of Poker.
Thanks, if everyone in the chat, let us know where you guys are watching from. We haven't asked yet today.
Oh, yeah.
We had the one viewer earlier that was watching from, what is Siberia or something? I can't remember what he said.
I believe we have India in the house. Arash is saying, what are these chip stacks? Is it 2006? Yes, it is.
Yes, it's great.
It is actually 2006, and I love it. We're watching Jamie Gold, Alan Cunningham, Paul Wasika.
Is it Bob Morelli asked what the payouts are? So 6 players left. They're all guaranteed $146,000. First place is $701,000. Second place $433,000. Third place $326,000. Then $248,000 for fourth place. Fifth place $189,000. As I said, the top 6. These are all guaranteed $146,000 in prize money.
Wow, Donnie. Feels like the whole world is watching. Look at the chat exploding.
Love it. Nebraska, Austin, Liverpool, Amsterdam.
There it is.
That's close to your home. The Moon. I don't really believe that. Pahrump, right down the road, basically. Ridgequest, Cali, Ohio, Kansas City.
Prison?
Prison. I'm not sure if I believe that or not, but
I call.
Kenya, Tanzania.
That's amazing. We have Africa in the house. I've visited South Africa. I've been to Ethiopia on a layover, I must say, but still.
Shout out Poker Chat Pro dropping the payouts in the chat there. Thank you very much for that one.
8-5 queen on the flop here. I feel like we haven't seen a flop in quite a while, given how shallow the stacks are. We're not likely to see much post-flop action. Heads up action here between two big stacks, Acain and Orez Mokedi. Mokedi with the bet here after Acain checked. Looks like maybe 5 million. 7.5. Oh, there's some chips hiding in there. 7.5 from Mokedi, which is just more than one big blind because we're playing 3 million, 6 million with a 6 million big blind ante there, over 1.2 billion with a B, billion chips in play. Hard to fathom.
Absolutely wild.
Ace on the turn. Rainbow board. Lester in the house. Tel Aviv, India, Salt Lake City. Zach says, playing my first event on Sunday. Zach, if you see us in the hallway, don't forget to say hi. Good luck in your tournament. Odessa, Texas in the house. Poker Chat Pro, if you want to be a moderator, I'll make you a moderator. Just let me know in the chat.
Remember, guys, 1,000 likes. Free monthly PokerGo sub giveaway. Smash that like button. Let's go. We're almost to 700.
RMX India says, I'm watching from the Travel Lodge down the street. Good luck. Be careful out there.
Or walk on over.
Walk on
you
over.
Can get a front row seat. Hit that like button, y'all. Let's go.
What is this, 15 million from Mokedi? Missed the bet sizing there, but we have a big pot brewing going to the river between Mokedi and Acain. 10 of clubs on the river. Acain first to act. Poker Chat Pro, you're now a moderator. Use these powers wisely. Thank you so much for helping out. Edmonton, Canada in the house as we are looking at heads-up action on the river. What is Acain doing? He's grabbing chips, rubbing his face. Meanwhile, Mokedi is counting on a bet. Those are 10, that's 20. Looks like 25 million there, Donnie. $25 million bet from Mokedi on the river here. Chip denominations, green is 25K, blue is 100.
25 million.
25 million is the bet. I got it right for once. The red color chips are 500K. Oh, quick call with the green chip. Let's have a look. Ace King, or sorry, Ace Jack is being shown. Ooh, Acain says, oh, I thought I had 2 pair. Showing Queen Jack.
25 million.
That is a big, big misstep.
That is a bit of a blunder right there.
25 million chip misstep for Acain. Mokedi chips up. He's now going to be a real force.
Yeah, Acain can. I mean, not that you want to say that you can afford a mistake like that, but his chip stack is large enough that he's not going to be totally crushed by it. That said, you don't want to give an opponent much more ammunition, which is just what he did to Mokedi there. So as you said, Remko, Mokedi now much more of a force to be reckoned with at this final table with 6 players left in the $500 housewarming event at the 2022 WSOP.
Acain should have really just double-checked his hole cards before making the call, or maybe he just said it to save face. We'll never know for sure, but what we do know is that Mokedi might be closing in on that chip lead. Look at that mountain of chips. It is unbelievable.
Shout out everyone who liked the video, getting us up over 700 likes. Let's hit 800. Remember, if we hit 1,000, Remko's going to give away a free monthly sub to PokerGo. So let's go, guys. Smash that like button.
Ken Frazier says they need to color up some of these chips.
I think they might have run out of chips. I mean, as you said, there's 1.2 billion in play. We might see a color up if we get a break coming up. Put some more of those 5 million chips in play. I don't know. It's kind of a bit of a throwback, though. You know, all the physical chips on the table.
I love it. The 4 colors throw me off a little bit. 25Ks obviously are no longer necessary, but they are still in some of the stacks.
Also, shout out to the dealers. Things have been moving really smoothly, super fast overall. I know like the shuffler had to get changed out at one point, but you know everything's been pretty efficient, which is good to see. Mokedi involved again here. This time he's going against Kingery. They both check to the turn on a paired flop. King, King, 10, 5 on the turn. There is a diamond flush draw present on the flop. Kingery first to act.
We're watching 6-handed play here at the housewarming final table. All remaining players guaranteed $146,000. Next pay jump, it's about a 40K extra. I have to work a long time to make 40K. Like that is just like this.
Check to the river here. Well, you know, if people would like and subscribe to our channel, maybe we could get a pay raise. Help us out, chat. Let's go. Make our bosses love us.
If you do like the poker content, I can highly recommend checking out Donnie and I's podcast. It is the PokerGo WSOP podcast. Find it in all your favorite podcasting apps. We do 5 shows a week during the World Series of Poker and weekly episodes the rest of the year. We have interviews with some of the biggest players in the game.
Ace, we have wow. Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. And someone jokes that where's the rest of the pot because those are true premium hands this deep in the tournament. I just want to say, listen, we know the bottom left quadrant is a little out of focus. We are aware. We will work to fix things going forward, but for right now we're locked in. So just bear with us. You guys can listen to us, call out the action, call out the cards. Hopefully we don't ruin your day too much with the out of focus camera.
It seems to be very upsetting.
I hear you.
There's a raise, a quick one. Looks like 14 million there from Darnell White. 14 million under the gun. Blinds are 366. So tons of money already in the middle. And Poker Chat Pro, who's now a moderator, is reminding everyone to please join the Discord. That is correct. Discord.gg/PokerGo is our Discord channel.
Yeah, get on in there. We got a lot of poker talk. We got NFT talk. We just released our NFT, or our Genesis NFT collection. It is open to public minting as long as it hasn't been sold out. You guys can get in there and mint some of our Genesis NFTs. There's only 1,326 of them, one to represent every single unique starting hand in Hold'em.
4 Jack Deuce on this flop with 2 clubs. Darnell White playing against Orez Mokedi in the 6th seat. Mokedi is probably riding a confidence high after taking off that huge pot off Henry Acain.
Oh yeah, he's won a few pots recently, chipping up nicely.
Looks like he has over 200 million. 11 million is the bet. Or is it 7? What did he say?
I believe it's 11 million. Call.
Adam Jensen says, enjoying the stream. What's the buzz on the WSOP new venue?
Love it.
The buzz is high. People are loving it. I love it. It's been a little warm in Bally's, but today I think it's about 5 degrees cooler.
Yeah, word on the street is that one of the AC units is needs a little maintenance, but that is supposedly getting fixed if that is true. So you know, hopefully things will be all right.
Can highly encourage stopping by here if you're in the area, or if you're, especially if you're living in the U.S. Make a little weekend trip down to Vegas. Come check out the new venue. I will always say, main event day 3, 4, and 5 are the most fun to watch if you want to just spectate.
6 million.
6 million is the bet. Very small bet on the river here as the deuce hit. Call is made. Let's see him.
Doesn't look like he has much. Pocket threes.
Pocket threes is enough.
Wow.
That is some value there for Mokedi. Very well played.
Darnell White, think he tried to pick him off with the ace high there. Did not work.
That was great by Mokedi, who just bet 1 big blind and got the payoff. I mean, Donnie, the way this looks right now, Mokedi and Acain on their way to play heads up with how big the stacks are that they are sitting on.
Yep.
But of course, you know, the other players.
It's got to feel, you just mentioned the confidence boost for Mokedi. That one's got to feel good as well. You get called on the river, kind of turn your hand over not thinking you're good, then you are good. Just kind of reassures that, you know, the things you're doing are the right things to do.
I'm impressed with Jared Kingery in the 4th seat, who's been very deliberately grinding and sort of tiptoeing his way around this event. Now sitting on a healthy stack as we're playing 6-handed, and it looks as though he's putting in a raise here. 12 million is a raise, just a min raise to pick up those blinds and antes, and that is enough to do it. Donnie, you have to defend such a large range of hands when there's a min raise on the button and you already have, you know, a big blind and the big blind ante invested. What sort of hands would you be calling with there if you're on a short stack like Darnell White, or is it just one of those situations where you can only shove or fold?
The shorter I am, the tighter my calling range gets. You know, you just don't. Chips are so valuable in a tournament, especially deep like this when the pay jumps are so large. You gotta really just want to conserve all the chips that you can, so that, you know, 1, you can last longer when you need to. 2, when you do hopefully score a double up, you get maximum value. Darnell White here going all in. It's also just harder to play out of position the less chips you have. So that said, the shorter I get, the tighter I tend to get in terms of defending from the big blind. But I am generally pretty open to defending the big blind pretty light in most situations.
Big decision here for Taylor as Darnell White is all in. 10, 15, 17, 19, 21.
Looks like Taylor's interested in making a call here. He's at least counting it out.
See, I was pretty close. 21,700,000, and the call is made. Over 40 million in the middle here as Darnell White is all in for his tournament life with King 4 offsuit. Let's see the cards of Taylor, who has 10-7. Donnie Peters, what is happening here? The blinds are 3 and 6 million. I know they're very big, but this is going to be an interesting showdown here. 10-7-5 on the board. We need backdoor straight cards. They're not going to come in. King on the river. Oh my God! Running two pair.
Whoa.
Darnell White.
Suck, resuck, turn and river, give it to Darnell White. Oh my gosh.
5 on the turn gives Darnell a pair of 5s, and the king on the river gives him the bigger 2 pair after Taylor flopped 2 pair to basically seal it. He was looking for running straight cards or running board pairs or running trips. And there you have it. 5 on the turn, king on the river. Tip your hat to Darnell White, who stays alive. He was all in for 21 million chips. Taylor takes a beat, takes a hit. Of course, he was behind before the flop, but still looked very promising there heading to the turn. White gets the double up and is back up to around 50 million chips. What a banger that was. Hope we didn't blow out the speakers at your house because that was a big one. Don't you guys love poker? Isn't this great? We're just like watching these guys play for hundreds of thousands of dollars, having some fun with it, enjoying some chat conversation. I'm having a great time. On that note, I'm in such a good mood, I'm giving away the free month of PokerGO right now. I don't even care. I'm giving away a free month of PokerGO right now.
At least let them get to 800 likes.
800?
We're only 13 away.
Okay, fine. Fine, I'll sit back again. We got another shove. This time it's Taylor who moves all in.
13 more likes, guys, and Remko will give away this free monthly sub to PokerGO.
Taylor picks up the blinds and antes, which is very much needed. Donnie's just like reeling me back in.
You know,
I was ready.
We got to make him work for it a little bit. I mean, come on. The blinds are actually 3 million, 6 million with a 6 million big blind ante right now. They did go up recently.
So it's 15 million every time you steal the blinds.
That is 15 million every time you steal the blinds. So that shove there from Darnell White for, what was it, 20 or 21 million about? So 3.5 big blinds.
All right, we hit the 800 mark. I thought it was fun to give it away right away, but Donnie reeled me back in. We're going to give away a free month to PokerGO, which means starting tomorrow you can watch the 50K final table.
Darnell moving again.
This could be a big one. Kingery makes a raise to 12 million. Darnell White shoving for what's going to be roughly 50 million, I believe. Perhaps a...
Make sure you get all those chips in there, Darnell. There you go. Those green ones count too. Kingery here looks to be sizing it up. Looks like he made it 12 million to go under the gun.
After this hand, we'll do the giveaway.
Darnell shoved all in from the cutoff seat.
Respect to the dealers for counting out 4 different color chips. Looks to be just shy of 50 million.
So 10, 20, 30, 36, 42.
44, 46, 47, 48. That's a lot of chips.
Mm-hmm.
49. So 49,400,000.
49,400,000 is the shove, and it looks as though Kingery is getting that ready to play a pot worth more than 80
There he
million
is.
chips.
Says call.
This is going to be a big one. King Queen suited in diamonds
Ooh,
for
dominated.
Darnell White. He is dominated by Ace Queen offsuit with the ace of diamonds for Kingery. Jared Kingery has a chance here to bring us down to the final 5. Jack, Jack 4 on the flop. Going to need running diamonds, running straight cards. 10 would also do it now for White to stay alive. He's done it before. Can he do it again? It is a 6 of hearts on the river, and he is sent to the rail. Round of applause for Darnell White, eliminated in 6th place, taking home $146,000 as Jared Kingery rakes in this pot, adding just shy of 50 million to his stack. Woo.
Darnell White came into this tournament with $16,500 in career live tournament earnings. Had never cashed a WSOP event before, according to HendeMob.com. $146,000 in change for his first WSOP career cash. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Amazing run for Darnell White. But Jared Kingery is the story of the day so far.
I was a small blind out. He was under the gun. Right,
5 players left, guaranteed $188,000. The pay jumps are huge right now. Worth just about what a Mercedes, half a Tesla, you know, something like that.
Incredible to see these guys turning 500 bucks into money that can change your life. You know, if you pay off that mortgage, or if you can buy your family perhaps something really nice, that can be a life-changing experience. Oh, we got another shove. It is Chiang who moves all in from the button. His last count was about 75 million. Quick fold there from Acain, who's been very quiet ever since losing that big pot against Mokedi. Kingery gives it a look, gives it a smile, and kicks him into the muck. All right, time to give away that free month of PokerGo action in the chat. Trying to think of what a good question is for this giveaway. Let me ponder on this for just a second.
No, you're right. It wasn't the greatest, but it wasn't. It's not good.
We're 5-handed. All players guaranteed $189,000. 700K up top for the winner. Action is moving fast so far. All right, I have a question. Let me know in the chat, what is your favorite type of poker to play? Are you a no limit hold'em player? Pot limit Omaha, maybe some limit hold'em, 7-card stud, 8-game, whatever you want it to be, let me know in the chat. Let me know what your favorite game is.
It's about your dick as well. Wow, that's cool.
I don't know what that was. I think I missed a good joke. Let us know what your favorite poker game is to play.
Sorry, I shouldn't crack jokes on the final table.
And in just a few minutes, I'll do a random draw for who gets a free month of PokerGo. Here comes some chip racks. Looks as though we might be finally coloring up some.
I need 6 racks.
What an enormous amount of chips we are dealing with here at this final table.
You don't want to sell them to one person?
We are closing in on a break in the tournament. We, by the way, do not go on break. We just keep going. We keep going. Let us know what your favorite poker game is. And once the break starts, we will do the random draw for a free month of PokerGo action. And let me remind you to follow us on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever your favorite social media platform is. We are on all the platforms, PokerGo that is. My name is Remko Rinkema, R-E-M-K-O Rinkema. Follow me on Twitter as well if you want to stay updated on everything that's happening in the world of poker. My co-host Donnie Peters is Donnie_Peters. We're going to do quite a few of these bonus coverage streams throughout the World Series of Poker. And these are only going to be happening on days that PokerGo, the main station, is not streaming. And thanks for all the love in the chat. We really appreciate it. Like we said, coming up on the break, meaning that we're going to have some updated chip counts, courtesy of Poker News by way of WSOP.com. Kingery is giving it some serious thought here just before potentially making a move here. We're seeing the green 25K chips finally departing. I think it's also perhaps almost time to get rid of the 100Ks. Kingery is still thinking. It's an interesting situation.
All in?
He moves all in from the button. Oh, it was Taylor who, excuse me. Kingery had made a raise and Taylor shoves all in, picking up this hand here.
All right, green's out front. And then
Stop the clock for a minute so we catch up. You guys get a full break.
All right, while the players go on a break, I'm going to turn down the room audio just a little bit so we can do the giveaway. And the giveaway will be for 1 free month of PokerGo action. Get your submissions in right now. Everyone who enters will be entered into the random draw for a free month of PokerGo action, meaning you can watch a whole bunch of PokerGo action because we have tons of final table streams from the World Series of Poker coming up. As a reminder of the action up until this point, we started today with the final 12 players. Ken Han was the first to go in 12th place for $43,000. Then Sridhar Sangannagari in 11th for $54,000. Yavine Brewer at the final table took home $54,000 as well. And then we had that massive clash with Isidro Martinez. I mean, I want to call it a blow-up. He moved all in with pocket sevens, not having to do so at that stage of his stack in the tournament. Martinez ran into the queens of Acain, and Acain sent him to the rail. Martinez did get $69,000 to take home. And then Erik Carvalho took home $88,000 for finishing in 8th place. The action then continued. We had a few slower orbits before Jordan Hufty thought he had the perfect spot to double up. He found pocket queens, but only to find out that Christian Taylor was sitting on 2 aces, and Hufty hit the rail in 7th place, taking home $113,000. Just recently, we lost Darnell White in 6th place. He took home $146,000 after going through quite the roller coaster with his stack. I think he'll be pleased with his payout, but you know, was obviously hoping for a bit more at this final table. But he can't really complain as he had that crazy hand with King 4 against 10-7 just a few minutes ago here on the stream. If you're just tuning in, we're actually watching the color up right now, which is kind of interesting. If you've never seen this before, the dealers and the staff are removing some of the chips from play, giving the players some of the larger denomination chips in return to clean things up a little bit. We're going from 5 colors down to 4, so there's still a lot of colors in play. But perhaps we're also going to see the blue chips being removed as blinds, I believe, Donnie, are going to be 4 million, 8 million with 8 million ante once this break has finished. And this is time for me now to do the random draw for the free month of PokerGo action. All right, adding everyone now to the raffle. The winner is Pavel Georgiev. He said, deuce to 7, single draw, no limit. Pavel Georgiev.
Congrats.
Congrats, Pavel. You get a free month of PokerGo action. All you have to do is send a direct message on Twitter, twitter.com/PokerGo, with a screenshot of you logged in to your YouTube account so we know that it's you. And then we will send you a unique code to sign up for PokerGo for free for a whole month. So thank you all so much for tuning in. We are doing a live bonus coverage stream of the $500 housewarming final table. It's been a great stream so far, Donnie.
It has been a great stream so far. For those that didn't win the free month of PokerGo, you guys can subscribe to PokerGo by heading to PokerGo.com. When you sign up, use the promo code GETWSOP30. That'll get you $30 off the regular annual price. The promo code is only good on an annual plan, although there are monthly and quarterly plans available. Cancel anytime, but we would love to have you join as a subscriber. We got a lot of big events coming up. PokerGo is streaming more than 20 events across the 2022 WSOP, including more than a week's worth of coverage live from the WSOP main event. In the immediate future, we have on Wednesday the final table of the $50,000 No Limit Hold'em High Roller. Then on Friday, we have Event 15 $10,000 Omaha High Low Championship. And then on Sunday, we have the final table of the $25,000 Pot Limit Omaha High Roller. So some really big buy-in events coming up. We'll have some really big marquee name players in the mix for those ones. That's PokerGo.com if you guys want to sign up. Use the promo code GETWSOP30 for $30 off the annual price. Less than $6 a month. It's a great value. It's a great deal. Get on in there. What you're watching now is the bonus coverage stream between Remko, Rinkema, and myself. I am Donnie Peters. You're viewing a break right now in the $500 housewarming event that attracted more than 20,000 players. 20,080 entries to be exact. Fourth largest WSOP tournament of all time. Quite an incredible turnout. First place, more than $700,000. Quite the return from a $500 buy-in. Caleb Fuller, more mixed games, please. We do have a bunch of mixed games coming up on the regular PokerGo streams. PokerGo.com to watch those, or you can download PokerGo and access it on your favorite devices, Apple, Android, Roku, Apple TV, all that sort of stuff. PokerGo is available. Yes, Douglas, this is not what it looks like on PokerGo. This is a secondary, more simplistic stream, bonus coverage. Listen, normally we'd just be dark on this day. Remko and myself, along with Tim Duckworth, we had the idea to fire up a secondary stream, try and give you guys as much coverage as possible from the World Series of Poker. We understand it might not be, the best of the best, but we're just hoping it's better than nothing. We appreciate you guys tuning in and following along with us. Again, you are watching the 2022 WSOP $500 housewarming event that attracted more than 700 entries. Thanks for all the love, Scott. We see you in the chat. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Cosmos, I do not know if Remko drinks frog juice when he rides his bike. He's a sicko when he rides his bike. Performs at a super high level. So maybe he does, power himself with some frog juice. I don't know. Jesse, Matt Savage is likely cheering this this chip up on. Yes, he is. Matt Savage generally yelling about chips in our PokerGo Discord. You guys can join too and yell back at him if you want. That is discord.gg/PokerGo. Michael Hoffman, yes. 20,080 entries. Confirming that for the chat. Thank you. Across 4 starting days, that number grew. About 900 players, 800 to 900 players advanced to day 2. We are now down to the final 5. They're on a break. Just coloring up some chips here. Don't be laughing at me, Cosmos. I see you in there. They were wondering, Remko, if you drink frog juice when you ride your bike. I told them possibly.
Frog juice all the way. I tape a frog to my frame, and I just have it with me.
Zach, we will let you know the chip denominations when they come back from play. Just want to make sure, you know, what they're taking off and what they're leaving in.
But it does look as though this is going to be a little bit easier to follow after racing off a fair bit of chips from this final table. By the way, Acain, even though he's on break, does not want to let his chips out of his sight, which is really funny. We are still 5-handed. I stepped aside for just a little bit here to perhaps arrange some lunch for myself. If you enjoy the content, please consider also listening to our podcast.
That's right.
It is the PokerGo WSOP podcast. If you just search for PokerGo podcast, you should be able to find it in all your favorite podcasting apps.
You'll see a microphone with lightning bolts coming out of it.
There it is.
Can't miss it. It's available on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify. You guys can search for it on pod.link, and that'll give you a wide variety of options and players that our podcast is available on. We're doing what, Remko? 5 days a week here at the World Series of Poker?
5 days a week. That's the shows that we are doing, and we're going to have plenty of guests on the show every single time.
Remko told me before the stream we got Daniel Jungleman Cates lined up in about a week and a half. That's a great one.
We do.
Just had some audio with Sean Deeb on one. We got some recent winners with Dan Smith, Chad Evslodge, and Alex Livingston. We're all on the podcast recently as well. Trying to grab as many guests as possible.
Calais Campbell.
Calais Campbell, yeah. Baltimore Ravens, Calais Campbell.
Meanwhile, while we're on this break, maybe make yourself another pot of coffee. You know, grab a drink or so. I could really use some refreshments anytime soon now. But I want to use this time to go over some of the other events that are ongoing right now in this very room. We're down to 2 tables in the 10K Dealer's Choice. Let's go over the chip counts real quick, courtesy of Poker News by way of WSOP.com. Randy Ohl still in the lead. Ben Diebold in second place, who is on David O.D.B. Baker's fantasy team, so he knew what he was getting into. Mike Gorodinsky, look, running down the chip counts from the top to the bottom: Mike Gorodinsky, Noah Kihara, Jeff Matson, Greg Mueller, Christopher Klassen, Mark Gregorich, Anatoly Zirin, Brian Rast, Nick Schulman, and the short stack is Felipe Mojave Ramos. So, Donnie, that's a pretty stacked field.
Yes, it is. I saw Brandon Schaefer mention in the chat about giving some info on the players that are in the $500 housewarming event. So we are down to 5 players right now. We have Jen-Yue Chiang in seat 1. Henrieto Acain is next to him in seat 2. He is the current chip leader. Jared Kingery is in seat 4, probably about the middle of the table. Orez Mokedi over in seat 6, and then Christian Taylor is in seat 8. Chiang came into this tournament with $609,000 in live tournament earnings. His best WSOP finish prior to this event was a 19th place result in the 2012 $1,500 pot limit hold'em event, an event no longer on the schedule. They did away with pot limit hold'em. Acain came into this final table with $197,000 in live tournament earnings. All these stats are according to hendonmob.com. His best WSOP finish was a 317th place result from 2019 in a $600 deep stack event. Kingery had never cashed in a World Series of Poker event before this one and only had $3,940 in live tournament earnings. So He is absolutely blowing up right now in terms of his bankroll. Mokedi had $766,000 in live tournament earnings entering this event. In terms of live tournament earnings, he is the most experienced at the table. His best finish was a 17th place finish in 2014 in the Millionaire Maker event. And then Christian Taylor entered this tournament with just under $60,000 in live tournament earnings. Like Kingery, Taylor is making his first ever World Series of Poker cash. Hopefully that filled you in, Brandon, and the rest of the chat on who some of these players are, give you an idea of who they are. It's been fun to watch so far. These guys are out there like they're throwing haymakers, man. Hey, especially now with 5 players left, they are not backing down.
If you compare this to some of the high roller coverage, it is refreshing to watch players play at this level because it's just so much more unpredictable.
It's more relatable too.
Yeah.
Like this is what I would play like, or you would like. You know, we're getting in there. We're not necessarily the best of the best. We don't know the solvers like the back of our hand. We get it, right? You know, we're gonna trust our gut. We're gonna make our moves. We're going to probably make some mistakes. We saw Acain earlier say that he misread his hand. Stuff happens, right? Especially when you're playing for this much money in relation to the experience that these players have. But it's awesome to see, and this is what the World Series of Poker is about. It really is.
Absolutely. One more tournament that is moving closer and closer to the final table is the Event 11 $600 Deep Stack. Started yesterday, Donnie. It's kind of hard to fathom. With 5,720 players, they are down to 54 right now.
Wow.
Which is just absolutely ludicrous, meaning they've probably busted out 5 players per minute for the last couple of hours. Erik Cajolet is the biggest name and perhaps also the biggest biceps that I see near the top of the chip counts.
Love Erik Cajolet.
Yuri Zizleski
Wow.
is going deep. Yuri Martins, the nerd guy, is doing well in the tournament. Men the Master is in the mix. Ankush Mandavia I see as well in the chip counts. Marley is going deep. So Guillaume Diaz from France is making a run. So plenty of names still remaining in this tournament as they're down to 54 players already. And then pivoting over to the 50K high roller, we have updates there as they are down to just 20 players. That event had a total of 101 entries, creating a really, really sick prize pool with 1.3 million up top and 16 places paid. So we are just 4 spots off the money in the 50K high roller. Going over the chip counts there, Donnie, it is no surprise that Chance Corneth and David Peters are the 2 chip leaders in that tournament after going heads up earlier in the 25K, which is kind of crazy. Dan Smith also near the top of the counts, along with Shannon Shore and Dario Sammartino. Other players still remaining in that tournament. Dan Chak, Lucky Chewy, Mikita Batsiakuski. I see Sean Winter still on the list. Corey Aldemir making a run once more. Chris Big Hooney Hunikin. Sean Deeb is still in there as well, sitting on one of the shortest stacks. And the shortest stack right now is Jake Schindler. So that event is down to 20. They are playing down to, I believe, the final 5, and that'll be live streamed tomorrow on PokerGO. So there's a good chance you're going to see somewhat of a repeat of the final table that we saw a couple of days ago with Chance Corneth and David Peters going heads up. Corneth has been on an absolute tear as of late, winning a World Poker Tour event as well, along with finishing second in that 25K high roller, and then also cashing, I believe, in the 25K heads up event. If Limit Hold'em is your thing, event number 13 is quickly approaching the money. Don't see too many big names in that tournament, but I'm sure some people might be able to sneak towards the final table there, as Chip Jet is making a run. A little throwback name. Nick Papillo is in there as well. If you're just tuning in, we are awaiting the return of the players of the $500 housewarming event. We're just about a minute away from play resuming. We were told at 4:10 local time is when the action would resume. Let's see if we can get a look at some updated chip counts, courtesy of Poker News and the WSOP. Let's get caught up on the chat here. I think we're behind a little bit. Thanks, everyone, by the way, for tuning in. We're about to see some of these chips disappear to make it a little bit easier on us to figure out what the stack sizes are and how those chips are ending up in the middle. What are you guys drinking watching the stream? I'm having a water right now. Probably going to have a diet soda of some kind at some point, but I must say I'm really craving a beer at this point watching some poker action. you enjoy our coverage, consider giving us a follow on Twitter so you're always up to date on the latest and greatest. At Remko Rinkema, REMKO RINKEMA is my Twitter handle. It's my full name. And then Donnie_Peters is my co-host. Lagunitas IPA for Obsidian Bear. Sounds great right now. We got some Heinies in the house, some Merlot. Sounds like everyone's having a lot of fun. Error Eliminator asks, is this a turbo event? Well, not really, but it kind of turned into one, given how big the stack sizes are and how many players you have to fight through. So 40-minute levels, 20,000 players started, and now we are down to the final 5, and it's become a little bit of a shove fest. That, of course, also due to the pace of play earlier in the event. But I still think there's plenty of play left. It's going to be exciting to see who will take this one down. We have some Don Julio in the chat as well. Gary Clark, enjoy that Don Julio. I know Jeff Platt is more of a Casamigos guy. I'm not much of a tequila connoisseur myself.
Love tequila.
I wish I could have one of those stacks in front of me right now. Michael Hoffman is asking, was this the casino's workers event? No, it was not, actually. This was the $500 housewarming, the event that sort of kicked off the festivities here at the World Series of Poker. It was event number 5 on the schedule. Event number 1 is always the casino employees event. As live chat YouTube meta is now being shown on one of the dealers' phones, meaning that they are actually now on camera. Smile and wave. I wish we'd know the dealer's name, but we turned down the volume a little bit so they can talk between themselves on the break here, because the mics are definitely still hot there down below. But it is great to see everyone having a good time down there, and we were just waiting for the players to return to resume the action. For those that are just tuning in, we are not on the delay. We are as live as can be. No hole cards, meaning we can stream this live. Someone's drinking eggnog? It's June. Isn't that only like a late December kind of drink? Casa Azul Gold is the best tequila out there. Donnie, what do you think?
I mean, sure.
Are you like? Can you taste the difference between tequilas?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm not like a big tequila connoisseur. I mean, listen, I love tequila, but I'm probably not well versed in tequila enough to know. But you can definitely tell like bad tequila versus good tequila for sure.
You're more of a shots guy.
No, I like sipping tequila. Reposado, I like to sip on.
I like mezcal.
Mezcal, very good as well. Like if you're into tequila and you haven't had mezcal, like you're missing out. Like I think that a lot of people, once they have mezcal, they're like, "Whoa, this is great."
Oh yeah, nice and smoky.
Yes,
those smoky flavors, definitely enjoy.
But I used to be like big on just ripping tequila shots when I would go out.
It's very efficient.
Do that with silver tequila.
Yep.
That said, now I'm much more like I'll sip some reposado. Or even like tequila soda with a lime, something like that.
Fortaleza or bust. We got some good tequila conversations. Costco Kirkland tequila is being mentioned as well.
Costco's got good liquor in general.
Oh, that's Bob Smith in the background there. Players, please start taking your seats. We'll crank the audio a little bit on the table, see if we maybe get a little bit of banter going on between the players. We are about to resume the action, so don't go anywhere. We're with you guys until the end of this final table.
Perfect timing.
As long as we got a couple players.
No, we're roasting. Guys, I'm only taking 4 racks. I'm not taking just barely.
soon as these two guys get here, we're gonna sell.
Yeah, have him sell a barrel to him, and then we'll take all the. No, we're not doing anything until we get back. Right, but I'm just saying when he gets back, I want him to sell. So let's start buying these.
Big color up happening right now. Charlie Teresi, one of the head tournament supervisors, now also in the room to oversee what is always a very important moment in the tournament to make sure that all the math adds up, chips are being exchanged for the right values, and we're bringing more 5 million chips in play.
So brother, we haven't sold any chips, but we are gonna buy 2 blues to make your full ice and color.
Someone is asking, is mac and cheese served at the venue? Well, considering that we are at Bally's and Paris, and those are only a short walk away from each other, you're probably able to find whatever cuisine you want.
I bet there's all different levels of mac and cheese in here somewhere.
Yes.
Like Mon Ami Gabi, I bet has some like banging mac and cheese.
Yes.
Like really good stuff. And
Truffles on top,
what's
maybe?
the other place? I think, is it called Hex? That's like
Oh,
out front?
Hex. Yeah.
That probably has like some great mac and cheese as well. But then on the other side, you might be able to get like some faster mac and cheese at one of the fast food places. Like I'm assuming like Bobby's Burgers or whatever has mac and cheese as like a side.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I would guess. So
Oh, I love me some mac and cheese.
there's probably everything.
Lobster mac and cheese.
Thank you.
These purple and green chips look like something that I can't quite put.
It looks like that video game. It's like Space Impact on your phone from back in the day.
I like that. See, Charlie likes that.
He's going to pick them all up at once. Once he's paid them, the ones that are in the million have been bought.
So we are in the middle of a restart of this final table. We are down to 5. We did not go on break. We were just basically doing a podcast here. Want to keep everyone entertained.
Give me 1 chip. Just to check it.
If there's anything else you guys want to know, please let us know in the chat. We're here for you. It's kind of like a support group in a way.
4 million. 2, 4.
That's 50.
10 of them.
50.
Pac-Man 7 is asking, where is Andy Fieldman? Well, it would help if I know who he is. I do not know where Andy Fieldman is, but I do appreciate you sending the £1.79.
I think we have to call these purple and green chips the Barneys.
The Barneys?
Have you ever seen Barney the dinosaur?
Yeah.
Because he's purple and he's got the green stomach.
Yeah.
Those are the Barneys. These are the Barneys.
I like it.
And then the blue ones are the blueberries. Those work.
I think the silver
the
ones,
creamsicles.
the silver ones I want to dub the vampires because the silver bullet,
Oh, I like that.
that's how you kill the vampire.
I like it. I like it. You guys heard it here first. We're naming the chip colors.
Barneys, blueberries, vampires, and then we need a name. We need a name for those million.
Shout out Rich Ryan. He just said they look like nerds. Yes, they do look like nerds as well.
Well, those yellow ones need a name too, or
Yeah,
are they
the
orange?
creamsicles.
Oh, the creamsicles. Right, I like that. Creamsicles, blueberries, Barneys, and vampires. The silver bullets. The silver and pink are just gorgeous chips, I have to say.
I think all. So they obviously have brand new chips moving to a venue this year. The chips have all been awesome. So the chips have like a little indent on them of the words. Sorry, World Series of Poker around the outside rim. I mean, the chips are sexy.
Yes.
They're great. They really are great. They need to be a little bit more broken in because they're sharp. They don't shuffle as well. So if you're out there playing, you need to shuffle them as furiously as possible. Try and get those edges a little worn down so we can shuffle them a little bit better.
Also,
Probably by the end of the summer, they'll be good to go.
at the start of the show, I said Bob Smith was getting really tired and sore legs from walking all the chips from the chip race back to the cage. You just saw how many chips the dealer took off the table, and we were down to 5 players. Just imagine a whole room full of tables, you know, let's say over 200 tables, having to do chip races on every single one of these tables, and then transferring all those chips to the main cage. So
Are we ready? Are you?
Bob Smith is saying, let's play a little poker.
Ooh, the guy said the green and purple is also the Hulks. Oh, that's good too.
Damn. I love that. Lots of mac and cheese conversation right now. Mac and cheese with brisket is fire. Michael Hoffman, I agree. I'm hungry right now. I think I just ordered myself a kebab. I'm very excited.
Ooh.
That's pretty fucked up.
You gotta say that, because how often do you say that?
Shuffle up and deal called by Bob Smith. Action is back underway. We're five-handed. The remaining five are guaranteed $189,000. And for everyone who stuck with us through the break, extra shout out to you. Pat on the back. I love it. Pac-Man 7, another donation, is asking, do you call the big blind with jacks when under the gun, or do you raise? Donnie, you're the straight.
Say that again?
Do you call the big blind with jacks when under the gun, or do you raise? So are you limping jacks, or are you
Raise.
raising jacks? Always. Always raise. I don't think I've ever limped in my life. I'm not much of a limper. I like showing strength. Just raise all the time.
I think limping is underrated. I mean, I wouldn't overdo it, but I think that you can get away with it in certain spots. There are some times when you might want to limp the button. Obviously, limping the small blind is something that a lot of people do. If there's limpers in front of you, you might want to limp in as well. You know, there are occasions when it can happen.
Blinds are now 4 million, 8 million, with an 8 million big blind ante. And on the very first hand, Taylor moves all in to apply maximum pressure on Chiang in the big blind.
We're about 100 likes away from 1,000, guys. Let's get us there. Come on, help us out. Save our jobs. Remko gets fired if we don't get to 1,000. That's the rule. Did you go over the chip denominations?
I did not.
So the Barneys, or the Nerds, or the Hulks, the purple and green chips are worth 500,000 each. The blues, the blueberries, are worth 100,000 each. Sorry to go backwards there. The creamsicles, the orange ones, are worth 1 million. And then, as Remko calls them, the silver bullets, or the vampires, are worth 5 million apiece. You can see 2 stacks of them in front of Acain's stack.
Big decision here for Chiang, who clearly wants to really run the numbers on this. If you look on the top left side of your screen, we got seat 1. That is Jen-Yue Chiang. To his left is Henry Acain. Then with the brown hat, Jared Kingery. Top right-hand corner, wearing the mask, is Orez Mokedi, and then Christian Taylor with the headphones. He is the one who is all in. And the shove gets through. He picks up the pot here. The first hand in the new level. 4 million, 8 million with an 8 million ante. It is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous final table. There's over 1 billion chips in play. Yes, over 1 billion chips in play. And we're playing down to a winner. RMX Indiana. Can we get a chip count graphic? Let's work on that. Let's try to get some chip counts.
So I think that a silver bullet is supposed to kill a werewolf, not a vampire.
What? That's ridiculous.
So we're going to have to call those the werewolves. Remko's so disgusted with me for correcting him that he walked away. Thank you guys for tuning in to the WSOP $500 housewarming event, down to the final 5 here. Just got back from a break. The players are playing 4 million, 8 million with an 8 million big blind ante. Action folded to Chiang in the small blind. He made the call. Acain now in the big blind.
You guys want to know how live this
checks his option?
How live this stream is? I'm going to walk downstairs to count the chips myself. I don't trust what I'm seeing.
I like it.
We're going to get updated chip counts in a few minutes. I'll be back. No, that's fine.
9-7 deuce on the flop, ace on the turn here. Again, we have Chiang versus Acain. Chiang in seat 1, Acain in seat 2.
14 million.
Check, 14 million from Acain. John Aguiar says, was this a rebuy tournament or 1 bullet? It was a re-entry. Players were allowed 1 re-entry per flight. There were 4 starting flights, so you could fire a maximum of 8 bullets if your pockets were deep enough. Chiang gives this one up on the turn. It's going over to Acain. Cosmo says, quick, turn off all the lights in the booth and hide. I don't think I'm going to do that, but I might lock the door and lock Remko out. Play folds over to Acain in the small blind. He's got 4 million in front of him. Makes the call of another 4 million, 8 million total. Kingery in the big blind now with the decision. Lisa Ludd, yes, the yellow card that the dealer has is a cut card to put on the bottom of the deck so no one can see the bottom card. Kingery is going to come in for a raise here. Looks like he makes it 20 million straight. Yes, Ken, there are no hole cards for this secondary bonus coverage stream. But trying to give you guys as much coverage from the World Series of Poker as possible. Thank you all for tuning in. 55 likes short of 1,000. Let's get to 1,000. Come on, guys. Let's try and get to 1,000 before Remko gets back up here from counting the chips downstairs. Let's make it happen. Come on. Don't let me down, please. Acain makes the call. Dealer just verifying the chips to be correct. And here we go to a flop. 9-4-4 with 2 hearts. Acain first to act. Marcus, very, very, very slight delay on this broadcast, but pretty much as live as we can be as we are not showing whole cards. Danny Craven, yes, hit the like button, people. Like. Come on, let's go. We're almost to 1,000. Get us there, please. Check here. 5 of hearts on the turn. $48 million chips in the middle. Action on Acain here. He checked over. Kingery checks back. Queen of diamonds on the river. Once again, action on Acain first. He checks. Quick check behind from Kingery. We have an ace-jack from Kingery. Acain shows just a king. And those 48 million chips are going over to Kingery. Boom, 1,000 likes. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We appreciate it. The more likes, the better, of course.
Good afternoon again.
Dylan Slowly said, would love to see more mixed games. Remko and I will be doing what we can to cover mixed games whenever PokerGo is not streaming. And then there are going to be a bunch of mixed games that are being shown on the PokerGo.com platform. You guys can also get PokerGo on any of your favorite devices, Android, Apple, Roku, stuff like that. PokerGo has you covered. Don't forget to use the promo code GETWSOP30 for $30 off the regular annual price. That'll get you an annual subscription to PokerGo for less than $6 per month. You guys cannot beat that price. It's our best of the year. Get in there, lock up that price while the getting's good. It's only available for a limited time, so you got to get in there. That's GetWSOP30. Mokedi gets a walk here. Action was fast and furious before the break. Looks like things have slowed down a little bit post-break as the players settle back into action here. Each of the final 5 guaranteed $188,000, more than $700,000 up top to the winner. And of course, the coveted WSOP gold bracelet.
All in.
We have an all-in here from Chiang in C1, acting from under the gun. Thank you for dropping that promo code in the chat. Poker Chat Pro, it's GetWSOP30 for $30 off the annual subscription price. The promo code only applies to annual plans. We do have monthly and quarterly plans available. Feel free to cancel anytime, but we're pretty confident that once you guys get in there, you will love the product, love everything that we have to offer. Oh, look, Remko's back with a notepad that's the biggest notepad I've ever seen. What is this?
You know, ultimately the only person you can trust is yourself. So
you can give us the chips after this hand because we have an all-in and a call. Chiang all in from under the gun. Taylor calling from the big blind. Chiang with ace queen off, ace of hearts, queen of diamonds. What's Taylor going to turn over? Pocket fours. 4 spades, 4 hearts. Chiang is standing up. He is the all-in player at risk.
Chiang has to be only for roughly 60 million as the flop brings out 3 aces for him right away.
Boom. Taylor's dead on the turn. This one's going to Chiang. He's doubling up.
61.9. I counted 60 million. Donnie Peters.
It's been a rough day for Taylor. He did come in with a big chip lead. I think he won 1 hand early when he check raised someone on a flop, and that was pretty much it. After that, it's just been kind of loss after loss. He did pick up the aces against Hufty's queens to knock out the only bracelet winner that made it to this final table. But yeah, it's been a rough going for Taylor there. Gets his money in good there, but still on the losing end of it to Chiang, who finds the double up. Taylor lost about half his stack on that one.
I did a count there from the rail. I went downstairs, might have made it into the frame there for just a few seconds. But after this double up from Jiang, I have updated chip counts. Chiang sitting on roughly 123 million. Henry Acain on 325. Jared Kingery on 230. Orez Mokedi on 260. And Christian Taylor is now the short stack with 74 million. As we're playing 4 million, 8 million. With the 8 million big blind ante. So
I told the chat we had to get to 1,000 likes by the time you came back.
Oh,
we are at 1,000 likes.
Oh my God, that's incredible. I love it. I love it. Well, the door was locked when I came back, so.
I also said that I would be locking the door. They told me to turn the lights off and hide. I told them I would just lock the door. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. You are watching bonus coverage from PokerGo on the PokerGo YouTube channel. He's Remko Rinkema. I'm Donnie Peters. This is the $500 housewarming final table. $701,000 up top to the winner. More than 20,000 entries in this tournament. Taylor here moving all in from the button. He started the day with the chip lead, is now the short stack 5-handed.
By my last estimations, roughly 70 million or so for Taylor, which would be a shove of just under 10 big blinds. the massive lead that Acain once had is now, you know, just a very strong stack. He is still in the lead, but his lead no longer as strong as it was before.
Acain gives it up. It's a nice boost. Anytime you can get a shove through with the blinds this big, nice boost to your stack. You know, Taylor hasn't had the best day in terms of the things that have been going for him on the felt. That said, he doesn't look affected by it, which is a good thing, you know, and kudos to him for, you know, being able to continue to play his game.
Yeah, and people in the chat are mentioning that the blinds are huge. It won't last long. I mean, it can still last quite a long time as the players are tightening up. So we might see some more shoving. We see a lot more folding, and it's going to be interesting to see when we're going to see some massive, massive clashes. John Aguilar, not to be confused with Jonathan Aguiar, is asking, how long is the bonus coverage going to go? We're going to go until we have a winner tonight here in this housewarming event. We wouldn't want to leave you guys hanging high and dry and signing off before that. So we're at 4:30 p.m. here in Las Vegas, 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast. I'm going to assume that we got at least 2 more hours here on this final table.
Under
2 hours?
Yeah.
By the way, raise here from the small blinds. Acain making it what looks like 22 million.
Michael Hoffman asked on the level length, 40-minute levels. There were 30-minute levels on the day ones, then increased to 40-minute levels after that. Michael Villegas, is this the $5 million guarantee event? Yes, that guarantee was surpassed. More than $8.4 million in the prize pool thanks to 20,080 entries.
Kingery lets it go, and Acain picks up some more blinds than any, showing the beautiful ace-queen suited, but is there a mark on it? They're investigating. Please don't touch the aces, ladies and gentlemen. Keep them nice. Floor. Let's get a new ace of diamonds in there.
How much does the chip leader have? 330 million, 340 million, something like that?
Yeah, so Acain just picked up another, what is it 16, 20 million every time, so 345. That means Kingery is down to about 215. The swings are massive with blinds this big.
Yeah, 4 million, 8 million blinds, 8 million big blind ante as well. That means there are 20 million chips up for grabs
All in.
with every hand. Taylor here all in from under the gun.
Taylor really needing some help quickly to get back into this one. And like I mentioned, it could still take a while because if you see so many shoves, it also means that you're going to see a lot of folds. You're not going to see a lot of clashes post flop. You're not going to see, you know, some sneaky 2 pairs beating out a big pair because those hands are not likely to call these all-in moves. So it might be a while, but you guys are watching it all sort of come down to this moment where the pay jumps are massive, 189,000 for 5th, up to 248 for 4th. So quite a bit of money to be exchanged.
Taylor gets that shove through. Another shove through for start of the day chip leader as he fights his way off the short stack.
My phone just said that it's 106 degrees outside.
Ooh, baby. Triple digits.
Triple digits to the max.
I want everyone in the chat to tell me what the temperature is where they are.
Oh, yeah. And clarify if it's Celsius or Fahrenheit because 30 sounds very different in in both of those. 30 degrees in Barcelona or 30 degrees in Wisconsin is possible at the same time, even though it's June right now.
Taylor gets a walk. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, walk is massive right now.
It's a 20 million chip walk.
It's so great.
That's incredible. From what you guys have seen while you're looking up the temperature in your local area, who's impressed you the most so far at this final table? Which player are you rooting for? Let us know in the chat.
104 in Phoenix. I mean,
Yeah.
Phoenix is close to Vegas.
Yep.
74.2, that's pretty exact.
Fabio says 18 Celsius. That's the perfect weather for an outdoor hike.
Heather Como says, I believe the WSB doesn't allow deals. Yes, that is true. No deals here.
Or they don't facilitate.
They don't facilitate. I mean, you know, if the players want to do something off the table, I guess that's okay, but that's on them. 100 degrees in Texas, 80 degrees in Los Angeles, 73 in Boston.
I love that you're doing a literal temperature check on the chat.
Yeah, I want to see what people are. 162 in Bally's, probably true. 83 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Wow. Raise from Acain here under the gun. Picks it up. The blinds and antes.
103 in San Antonio. 100 in San Antonio. 77 in Salt Lake City.
We got some fans.
I love it.
We got Brick 13 rooting for Kingery with 3 hearts. Love to see it.
Yeah, do you guys out there in the chat, do you prefer to watch a final table like this, $500 event, you know, unknown players, newcomers, that sort of thing? Or are you more the 25K, 50K high roller type, watching, you know, the Jason Koons, the David Peters, the Nick Petrangelos, the Michael Adamos of the world? What's more your fancy? Let us know. Remko and I have a tiny bit of pull with the company. Maybe we can, you know, persuade some people to put certain things on the air. We'll see what we can do.
You never know.
No promises, but we'll put a word in. Just put it that way.
Nick from Chatsville says I have 8 screens with all different streams on it. I cannot even.
What does that mean? What are you watching?
Yeah, is it 8 different poker events?
Andrew Wilson says, hi rollers, C. Davis, mixed games. We will have plenty of mixed games coming up on PokerGo. Be sure to tune in for that.
I think this Friday.
Whoever plays faster, said Soprano XXL. Yeah, we're with you on that one. These guys are playing plenty fast. Not much tanking here.
No Vogel tanking in this event, while Acain gets another walk.
I mean, I think ultimately the correct answer is probably some sort of blend between the two. Kind of want to see it all as much as possible, so we're very happy to be able to be showing you guys this one with our bonus coverage.
And they have been playing really fast.
Oh yeah, for sure. They've been playing really fast. Dealers have been moving really fast. Everything is going very efficient. Bob Smith and Andy Tillman on the floor duties, tournament director duties, have been also moving things along nicely. Had a shuffler change earlier that looked like an F1 pit stop. Shout out Bob Smith for that one. Got in, got out.
All in.
We got another shove.
Taylor all in again.
I mean, these shoves are worth so much if he gets them through, and he can chip up quite easily if he does this, you know.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, though, with Chiang tanking here. Normally, Chiang gives it up pretty quickly. Here we go. All in behind.
With 2 more to act, let's see what Kingery looks at. He folds. We got an all-in showdown. Let's have a look. Ace-4 of diamonds for Taylor is the all-in hand, and that looks like King-Queen of hearts to me. So we got a real,
all right, we got a fair fight.
Fair fight here. I'll go on record saying I've never won with the ace-high versus King-Queen.
You never.
It's never worked for me. Let's see if it works for Taylor. Here comes the flop. 7, 10, 6 with 2 hearts. Hearts would knock him out. 3 of clubs on the turn. And the river is the 8 of spades. Ace high holds up. Miracles do happen as Taylor gets the chips back that he's been dishing out over the last few hours, and he is still in the hunt as Chiang will now be our short stack. Let's have a listen in on what the chip counts are here.
65. 75.
That's 75 million. 85, 95. 97. 97 million 5.
95. 96. 97. 97.3.
97.3.
1,300,000.
That puts him at about 190 million.
Right back in there.
And meaning that Chiang is now very short.
97. 97.3.
That's 97, right? Just double check.
10, 70, 80, 90, 97.3.
Nice hand, man. Thank you. I mean, I'll take that.
97.3.
Big double up for Christian Taylor
Massive.
as Chiang is left with what looks like
That is so sick. How can I get low?
10, maybe somewhere between 10 and 15 million.
Yeah, yeah, not too much. Maximum 20 million. Whatever it may be, he's severely short stacked, with the big blind being 8 million.
It's 4 million, 8 million with the 8 million ante. Jen gives it up to wait one more hand before moving all in, and I think we're safe to assume that he'll be all in between now and the big blind. So that's only 2 more hands.
Raise 18 million.
Raise to 18 million coming in from the button. Acain applying that pressure and raking in 20 million chips with that raise. The pay jump right now will go from 189 to 248. So very significant money on the line here. The jumps, of course, getting bigger and bigger the higher up the ladder we go. Earlier I saw a question about other final tables happening today. If you are in the area, the 10K Dealer's Choice will likely play down to a winner if they can make it happen, but they're down to 10 players right now as Nick Schulman and Mark Gregorich have just been eliminated. Randy Ohl, Mike Gorodinsky there near the top of the counts. Greg Mueller still in the hunt as well.
Blaine Lafreniere said, "Let's go Kingery. That's my cousin."
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Love it. Family love in the chat. You love to see it.
Chiang all in here. Yen-Yu Chiang.
$15,500,000.
15,500,000. That is it. Only 2 big blinds. I mean, he's going to get called by someone, maybe even multiple people. They might even check it down to get rid of him. It's all possible. I mean, these are massive pay jumps. These guys only have $500 invested unless they've re-entered the tournament. Looks as though we're going to see a call here from Jared Kingery. Call on the button. Taylor gives it up right away. He only had to call 1 big blind.
His hand must have been really bad.
Wow. We have an all-in showdown here. Pocket 9s versus King 7. Chiang is going to need some help to survive here, as King 7 is significantly trailing the 9s of Kingery. Jack 6-3, 2 hearts. That's not going to do it. A 7 on the turn gives him more outs. And an 8 on the river is not going to do it. We are down to the final 4 as Yen-Yu Chiang gets eliminated. He takes home.
He has 10-9, by the way.
Oh, 10-9.
So he was ahead.
Oh, wow.
But Kingery river to straight.
Oh, my God. Well, I guess I'm fired. 10-9 makes it straight on the river. We are down to the final 4.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to the chip count. I was thinking about some other shit.
Kingery rakes in this pot to go back to roughly 230 million chips, as we are now 4-handed with fairly reasonably even stacks. The remaining players are guaranteed $248,000. That is not bad for 3 days of work.
8 and 8.
You're saying like when they pay us out, there's going to be a certain tax. They're going to pay you based on whatever.
There's some chop talk going on at the table.
432,000.
WSP will not facilitate that.
Last time is it reorganizes the price structure.
Oh, it does?
And you all sign to the new price structure.
Oh, that would be. That sounds good.
Lots of money on the line. 248 for fourth, 326 for third, $433,000 for second, and $701,000 for first.
He won't do anything till after this hand. He won't do anything in the middle. Oh, okay. Good.
But he has to agree that I see him too. You say yeah?
I'm not greedy.
You're still gonna get the biggest chunk. We're all pretty similar.
Understand?
Can't do any deal.
Whatever you guys do in the bathroom or whatever is up to you.
Okay.
Someone has to sign for first place.
Right, we want to play. We want to take 50 off the top.
So you cannot make a deal on a bracelet again.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it on the side. Then somebody has to sign.
And
then
we
somebody
are
has
not
to
going
put
to
up
have
those
that
taxes
discussion
that somebody's
at
gonna
this
buy.
table, gentlemen. We do not facilitate any chops in any form.
That is Bob Smith there, tournament director, laying down the law.
Raise.
Bob Smith telling the players chops and deals are not facilitated. They cannot talk money at the table.
Huh. That's tough.
Which is, I mean, it's listen. Those are the rules.
Oh, yeah, for
you know,
sure.
It's how it is. It's been a long time thing at the WSB. You know, so it's.
But I can also understand the sentiments of these players who've never played for money like this before.
Yeah.
And wanting to explore that.
Listen,
2 players.
you're in for 500. Let it ride.
Let it ride. Exactly.
Let's go.
10, queen, 6 on the flop, 2 clubs. A rare flop here between Taylor and Acain.
Check, check, going to the river here. Jack of clubs on the river. Taylor first act check. Quick check behind from Acain. Ace high versus ace high. Let's chop it up, boys. Tournament director said no chops, but we're chopping this hand.
1,000 from me.
Let's go.
That's hilarious. Quick reminder here, PokerGO is streaming tomorrow again. We have a 50K no limit hold'em final table on tap. It's gonna be a phenomenal action. And then Friday, the 10K Omaha 8-or-better championship, followed by the 25K PLO high roller event on Sunday. And then
Go ahead.
and then we have a 10K limit hold'em final table stream.
I mean, bang, bang, bang. Must be a PokerGo subscriber to watch those events. Get WSOP 30 is the promo code you all should be using if you would like to sign up. $30 off the regular annual subscription price. Get you our best deal of the year. Get you PokerGo for 365 days for less than $6 per month. Sign up now. Get in on the action. You can also watch all past WSOP broadcasts. We have all past stuff going back to 2003, even stuff before that. New season of High Stakes Poker just wrapped up. That's available on demand, as is every season of High Stakes Poker.
It's sick, by the way. The new season of High Stakes Poker.
The new
is amazing.
season is crazy. Few new characters in there. Obviously, some legendary players that have been around for a while, like Phil Ivey, Daniel Negreanu, Doyle Brunson, Patrick Antonius, Tom Dwan. Definitely be sure to go check that out.
It's really intense here at this final table. 4-handed play. $248,000 for the next player to get eliminated, but that pay jump coming up, it goes from 248 to 326. That is no joke. That's a whole summer's worth of buy-ins for most players. Action on Taylor, who's on the button. A raise already in the middle there to 14 million by Mokedi, Orez Mokedi.
38,000. Or million. Yeah. Oh,
Damn, you made the wrong bet.
3-bet to 38 million. So we go from 14 million to 38 million. This could be a huge clash. As you can see, those brand new 5 million chips are not as easy to shuffle, but Taylor's doing a pretty good job at it.
He's had a lot of practice in this event. He's been in it for a long time.
Deep consideration here by Orez Mokedi, who kicks him into the muck, and Taylor picks up the pot. Taylor's refound his confidence a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's feeling good right now.
If you happen to be in the room or in Las Vegas, the 10K Dealer's Choice is down at the final 10. Is being played out as well in the Bally's main room. Brian Rast is a short stack, along with Felipe Ramos. The sound you guys are hearing in the background is the shuffle machine, hard at work.
Got to get them cards out.
Alex Boyer says Limit Hold'em is the worst game to watch. Well, the beauty of Limit Hold'em is that it's lightning fast. You see a lot of showdowns, a lot of flop turns and rivers.
The button clicker championship.
Exactly. I actually do enjoy myself some Limit Hold'em.
It plays nice and fast.
It does.
It's very simple.
Brings me back to the olden days of when I had no money and I was in Vegas, and I was like, where will this $100 last the longest? And then I found a 3-6 or even as low as a 2-4 Limit Hold'em game at South Point or the Mirage or wherever I ended up. Let us know what your first Vegas experience was like if you've had the pleasure of visiting this wonderful city. My first time was in 2009.
All in.
When I was 21. We got an all-in shove here. Raised by our chip leader on the button, Henry Acain. Looks like he made it 14 million.
Has to make it at least 16.
Sorry, 16 million. 16 million. Chip counts roughly, some rough estimations here. We have Henry Acain sitting on about 345 million, Kingery on 230, then Mokedi on 260, and Taylor on 190. Now Taylor has been chipping up a little bit lately, and we're going to get a count here, so that's going to be very helpful for us here, sitting in, what do we call this place? The Bird's Nest?
Crow's Nest.
Crow's Nest, overlooking the Bally's.
They might as well put us on the roof.
We are basically on the roof. I feel like I'm in an episode of Stranger Things when I look around and I see these. I mean, I don't even know what I'm looking at, but it's like this VHS technology / audio equipment.
It's equipment from 1972. It's great.
Exactly.
Whenever this place was first opened. When do you think Bally's was first opened?
I have no idea. But let's listen on the count here.
218 million.
218 million. So the 230 wasn't that far off. But that's a big shove. We also know, Donnie, from experience, that Acain does not like folding, and he has a pretty tight opening range. And he's really working the numbers here. Those vampire stacks in front are worth 100 million each.
Werewolves.
Werewolves?
Yeah, the silver bullets killed a werewolf.
Oh, damn it. The werewolves. The werewolves are worth 100 million each, and then he has those towers of creamsicles worth 20 million each. So that's another 100. That's 300. That's 315. 350. He's got like 340.
Giving it up.
He gives it up, and that is a nice one for Kingery, who looked very relaxed and confident, Donnie.
So Bally's was originally opened in December 1973, but it was not Bally's back then. It was the MGM Grand Hotel.
Really? Interesting. 73. It must have been one of the first
There was a
big resorts.
really bad fire in 1980. And then the place was rebuilt. And then Bally Manufacturing purchased it in 1986 and renamed it to Bally's.
Interesting.
And then Paris, Las Vegas, which is right next door, opened in 1999.
Wow. Look at this, you guys. You get some free poker action. You might learn a thing or two about Vegas history.
And then look at Wikipedia. Caesars Entertainment plans to renovate the property and rebrand it Horseshoe Las Vegas by the end of 2022. Wikipedia don't mess around. They're always on top of it. Always on top of it. That's why you see Horseshoe Las Vegas coming soon on the felt above the flop cam.
But yeah, let us know what your first Vegas story was. August Walsh says, my first time in Vegas, I bet 50 on red and it hit.
Bang.
I bet 50 on red 19 and it hit. That's a big hit. Donnie,
Bang.
What's the largest hit you've ever had on roulette? Like a single number or
2100 or something like that?
Wow, that's amazing. Oh, we got some action here, by the way. Looks like a pre-flop raise to 16 million. Blind battle between Mokedi and Taylor. 3 queen 6 rainbow on the flop. Mokedi first to act from the small blind. He quickly checks. Heather is asking for an update on the 50K. I'll do that after this hand. Taylor has been known for his aggression, and I can see him continue, and he bets and quickly gets a fold from his opponent. We are still four-handed.
Button's good. My time Tyler's coming back in. Good luck.
Thank you, dealer.
Oh yeah, blinds up 5, 10, and 10.
Ooh. The price of poker is going up. 5 million, 10 million, 10 million.
That means that there are a little over 100 big blinds left in play, given that we are playing four-handed. The average stack about 25 big blinds. See, that's the kind of math that I can do. When it's round numbers like that, I can make it work.
Someone said boycott 000 roulette. Somebody followed up and said boycott 000 roulette. Yes. Only single zero roulette should be in play.
Is that still a thing in Vegas?
Yeah, you can find a couple tables here and there. You got to look for them, though. Give us an update on that 50K?
Yes, I will give an update on the 50K. I have it open right here. They are hand for hand right now in the 50K. 18 players remaining. They are 2 eliminations away from the money, and they don't want to mess that up, so they're hand for hand, 1 player early. Laszlo Butas was eliminated, while Jake Schindler doubled through Dan Smith, so he is still in the hunt, and Chris Hooney was also recently eliminated. Chance Kornuth, by the way, has been on the losing end of some big pots in this event and has slipped from the chip lead down to 10th place, while Breck Schuten, it's a really, really weird Dutch-Norwegian type name, is now the chip leader of the tournament. And he was at the final table yesterday of the 25K. So he's carrying all that run good in this event. Other players near the top of the counts, San Martino, Shannon Shore, David Peters, and Lucky Chewy.
We got an all in here. And we have Mokedi moving on from under the gun. Taylor asked for a count and announced a call.
Wow. That is a quick call.
Here we go.
That is a lot of chips. I count at least 120, 130 million in front of Mokedi, so that is a 13 big blind shove. And Taylor made the call. We're going to see an all-in showdown here between Mokedi and Taylor. That looks like a small pocket pair. That looks like pocket sixes. And Taylor is just ready to gamble. Ladies and gentlemen, ace-8 offsuit. He makes the call, putting Mokedi at risk. This is a massive, massive coin flip. 248,000 guaranteed for the player who goes out next. Ace-8-6 on the flop, backdoor straight draw. Ace-8-5, 9 on the turn, and then a 8 on the river. Mokedi has been eliminated. What a turn of events. Not too long ago, he was contending for the chip lead, and now he is on the rail. $248,000 is what he takes home, as the remaining 3 players are now guaranteed $326,000.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Taylor was down at the bottom for quite a while. Couldn't really get anything going. He entered the day as the chip leader.
Donnie, ace
now
8.
Certainly looks like his mojo is back.
Ace 8.
I mean, they're four-handed.
Are we gambling or what?
They're four-handed. I mean,
I love it.
What I will say is that, you know, Mokedi I don't think has been out of line at all, so that makes the call on the looser side. But hey, we're playing poker, we're gambling, let's go.
Taylor is following his gut, and it's paying off. And right now, he is the chip leader, according to my math. I believe he is up to roughly 500 million chips. If the
half a billion, why not? Raise here from Acain on the button makes it 23 million. Kingery in the small blind is thinking. Throws him into the muck.
Next pay jump, Donnie.
Taylor gives him up as well.
More than 100K.
Jeez, it's crazy. It's crazy out there in them streets, man.
It is really, really crazy.
$500 housewarming event, 20,080 players. You were looking at the final 3 in contention for that $701,000 first place prize.
3-handed for a bracelet. We cannot forget that. Even though the money is, of course, the main draw for most of these players, that bracelet matters a lot. We saw the emotions on the face of Dan Smith when he was up against Vogelsang and took it down after a grueling battle. One of these 3 players will also put themselves on that same list as Dan Smith as a World Series Poker bracelet winner. Christian Taylor's having quite a bit of support in the chat. Shaymac415 says, I play with CT often. The boy can go. We've definitely seen that. He can definitely go. He wants to go. He loves to go. I don't think he knows how to slow down.
Well, he's going to a new seat is where he's going.
He's going to claim that corner of the room and rebuilding his empire there. As
we have a raise to 20 million from Kingery on the button, a re-raise out of the big blind from Acain. Looks like he makes it 68. Fold from Kingery.
Wow. I mean,
the heat is on, boys and girls. The heat is on.
These pots are so massive. Donnie, how many chips did you guys start with in this tournament?
50,000.
Wow. So
50,000 chips.
So
ones were 100, 200.
One of those Wolverines chips represents 100 players in the tournament. No, wait, 1,000 or 100?
I have no idea.
I'm bad at math.
Don't ask me to do math right now. I'm happy to see Taylor there rocking the same watch as me. His is gold minus silver. Little Casio action, probably cost $17 at Kmart. That's where I got mine. I was checking out, saw it in the line, said to the wife, you know, I'm buying this. She said, yeah, get it. That looks great. I'm in.
Was it $17?
Yeah, it was sub $20 for sure. It might have been like $14. I don't even remember.
I mean, I'm wearing my G-Shock, which looks way more expensive than it is.
Oh, yours looks way more expensive. Yours looks like a...
Like an AP.
Yeah, an Audemars.
Audemars. It's actually $100. I mean, I love it.
Fake it till you make it, bro.
Exactly. I used to wear fake watches when I visited Thailand one time.
I mean, I don't know. Well, you don't need to spend money on that stuff. I mean, unless you got the money, then you can do whatever you want. Like these guys.
They do now. Ace, King, Jack on the flop here with 2 diamonds. Action between Acain and Kingery. Kingery. I don't know why that name is so hard to say. Kingery.
We're probably saying it wrong, first of all, but, you know, what are you going to do?
Stacks, of course, will fluctuate a lot now in this stage of the tournament with the blinds at 5 million, 10 million, with a 10 million ante, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in on YouTube. Please don't forget to like the video. Please also hit the subscribe button so you can know whenever we're going live, whenever we publish new content on our YouTube channel. Once you subscribe, you can hit that little notification bell. That means you'll get notified whenever we put new stuff out there. My man Remko here is pushing new highlight clips pretty much every single day. We got new vlogs coming out every Saturday. And then we have this bonus coverage, secondary stream action throughout the WSOP. We'll be bringing you guys a handful of these when the PokerGo main stream is not running. The PokerGo main stream does return tomorrow with the final table of the $50,000 No Limit Hold'em High Roller. Become a subscriber today. Get WSOP 30 for $30 off the regular annual price. Get PokerGo for less than $6 per month for a full year. Our best price of the year. Get in there now. Available for a limited time. We'll be streaming tomorrow on that main stream, but you got to be a subscriber. 8 o'clock Eastern time, 5 p.m. Pacific time. Adonna says, is the 50,000 going to be streamed? Yes, I just ran through it. Tomorrow it'll be on the PokerGo main stream, starting at 8 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock Pacific. Don't miss it. Thank you all for liking the video. We just passed 1,100 likes. Let's see if we can get to 1,500. What do you guys say? Come on. We can do it before the stream is over. Remko's taking a food break right now behind me. Smells amazing. No, I don't want any of that. He's trying to hand me fries. I'm trying to be healthy over here. The guy's trying to shove fries down my gullet. Ace 6-5 flop here between Taylor and Acain. They have battled before. Played some big pots at this final table. Taylor first to act. Leads out for 20 million. And Schul says, great job, commentators. Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate it. Call from Acain here. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Check, check. 10 of clubs on the river. Check, check. Going to a showdown. Ace 8 for Taylor. Looks like that's going to win. Acain tosses him into the muck. Doesn't show. This pot's going on over to Taylor. Andy, actually, there were more than 20,000 runners in this tournament, not 8,000. 20,080, fourth largest turnout in a World Series of Poker event in the history of the WSOP. Yes, guys, this is a bonus coverage stream. We would normally be dark on this day, but we decided to fire this one up. We appreciate everyone tuning in. Trying to get to 1,500 likes on the video. Please smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel too. Will the Donnie versus Remko 8-game heads-up be streamed? Very likely. We could get something going later on at the series if we're bored. You are watching the final 3 players in the WSOP $500 housewarming event. Final 3 from a field of 20,080 entries. Each of these final 3 players guaranteed $326,965. More than $100,000 pay jump between 3rd and 2nd place. And then, of course, more than $700,000 and the coveted WSOP gold bracelet going to the winner. Yes, that is a good point, James. We are not seeing the hole cards, but it's a way to work on your game. Try and see what you can put the players on, see what they might go to showdown with, what they're playing with. little bit of a different feel.
38 million.
38 million here from Acain after Taylor called from the small blind. Blinds are 5 million, 10 million with a 10 million big blind ante.
Re-raise. 100.
Taylor comes in with a re-raise to 100 million. Acain throws a chip on his cards and dives on into the tank. And he stands up. Here we go. Once again, Taylor limped from the small blind. Acain made it 38 million. Taylor came back with a re-raise to 100 million. Action is now on Acain, acting from the big blind. Takes his seat once again. Acain goes all in. Taylor quickly gives it up. Wow. How can you guys say this is boring? The chips are flying. Come on. This is incredible. Kingery there in the middle of the table. Just an onlooker. Watching these guys throw haymakers back and forth. These final three players are Henrieto Acain in the black Under Armour hat. Came into this tournament with $197,000 in live tournament earnings according to HendonMob.com. Best WSOP finish was a 317th place result in a $600 deep stack event at the 2019 WSOP. Then you got Jared Kingery in the tan brownish hat. Making his first ever WSOP cash, had less than $4,000 in live tournament earnings entering this event. And then Christian Taylor started the day as the chip leader, got short, has fought his way back up the leaderboard. He's also making his first ever WSOP cash and came into this event with $59,000 in live tournament earnings. Each player making a career best score and looking for their first ever WSOP gold bracelet. Approaching 1,200 likes on the video. Come on, guys, let's get there. Just 30 more to go as we push towards that that magic number of 1,500. I think we have an all-in here from Kingery. And Taylor asked for a count. Kingery acting out of the small blind. Taylor is in the big blind. Dealer gets up to 180. Taylor throws it in. Kingery takes down the blinds and ante. Remko's back. How are those fries?
Oh my God, that was so good. I just had fries and a little kebab.
Ooh, baby.
Beautiful. Are we still at 5 and 10 million blinds?
Yes. Recently saw a limp re-raise from Taylor out of the small blind.
Wow, love it.
Acain jammed all in over the top.
No way.
Just, I mean, these guys aren't backing down.
That's incredible.
Six-figure pay jumps don't matter.
Taylor has shown some incredible heart over the course of this final day here. He's had all the ups and downs, and here we've got a shove.
Second shove in a row from Kingery.
Kingery risking it all. Showing the 9-5 offsuit and tossing him into the muck.
Did we hit 1,200 likes yet?
We did not. We're 11 shy.
Come on, people. Let's go.
Appreciate everyone tuning in.
T-shirt giveaway?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a T-shirt giveaway.
What have we given away so far? We give away the
two T-shirts and 1 free month of PokerGO.
No, but we give away a positivity one, and
the
Queen 4.
The Queen 4, yes.
Helmuth Mania.
Helmuth Mania T-shirt, yes. Let's do a Helmuth Mania T-shirt for everyone who is watching right now. We're going to do a quiz question.
We got to get to 1,250 likes, so we're 60 away.
Okay, fine. Okay, 60 away.
I need to make these people work. All they do is complain about things. I need to make them actually do something.
I do love and appreciate everyone who is sharing that positive energy as we see a raise here from Taylor again.
Cash Money What says, is this final table? Yes, this is the final table. In fact, it's the final 3 of the $500 housewarming event.
There's just a casual $700,000 awaiting the winner of this event. Let's give away a Helmuth Mania shirt. By the way, we got a call here in the small line. We could get some 3-way action here, Donnie.
Let's go. We got David Browlier here saying give away one of those crap NFTs. They're not crap, okay. And if you're hating on NFTs, I mean, I'm sorry. Go somewhere else.
Queen 8-3 on the flop here. 3-way action, Donnie. This could get interesting.
I love it. Ton Blackshot says he loves the stream. Thank you very much.
In honor of the Helmuth Mania shirt, the question that I'd like for you guys to answer in the chat is, which poker player would you love to see in a wrestling match? And I'm not talking like high school wrestling. I'm talking like WWE style wrestling.
Love it.
Which poker player would you like to see in the wrestling ring? Let's hear it right now in the chat. I'll give away a Helmuth Mania T-shirt to 1 lucky person.
Checked here to Taylor on the button. He fired a bet. Looked like 21 million. Acain called. Kingery gets out of the way. 10 of spades on the turn. Queen 8-3 10 with 2 spades on the board. I'm not sure I've seen this from Taylor, covering up his mouth with his hoodie. Check, check. 6 of hearts on the river. Acain first act, he checks. Taylor checks behind. Acain shows
the King 8.
King 8 of clubs, pair of 8s. Taylor mucks, send it over to Acain.
Acain takes it down. Yeah. Let us know who you want to see in the wrestling streets.
Esfandiari, he would probably get beat down.
Lynn G versus Maria Ho.
Tony G, that would be fun. Ryan DePaulo would probably. Ryan DePaulo is a WWE personality already.
Sean Chacon.
That would be great too.
A sweaty Sean Deeb. Sean Deeb from the top rope. Lex
A lot of Ryan DePaulo love. This is great.
That's awesome. Lex versus Elke round 2. I mean, Elke's going to get his butt kicked again, though.
Raise.
I'll never forget that match.
25?
25 million is a raise from Acain, who just keeps on going.
The Acain train.
Picks up the blinds and antes. Kingery now the short stack. Looking from above, it's about 160, 170, 180, 184. Like, I would call it 186 million for Kingery right now. And we know the blinds are 5 and 10 million, so 18 bigs for the short stacks, meaning there's still plenty of play left. I think we're in the money, or there's been some kind of pay jump.
Is that the deep stack over there?
Is it the limit hold'em in the money, maybe?
I don't know what's going on
There's
in this room.
some clapping happening here in the Bally's ballroom. Donnie versus Remko is being suggested as a wrestling match. Donnie has weak knees, and I'm a cyclist, so I don't think that'd be a lot of fun to watch. All right, final minute here to submit your names. I'll do a random draw of every single person that sent in a name for that Helmuth Mania.
Get those likes in, people. Let's go.
T-shirt. Meanwhile, 50K is on the actual bubble now.
Man, talk about the year Dario Sammartino is having.
Yeah.
Karai Aldemir, too, defending WSB main event champ. He's the short stack on the bubble, but he's already cashed 2 events.
We could have had Dario in 25K.
Yeah, we could have, except we blew all our money on everything else. And then, you know, people just didn't want to bid on Dario for whatever reason. It's insanity out there. Absolute insanity.
All right, picking a name right now for the Helmuth Mania t-shirt. The winner is Erik Ramkisoon. Erik Ramkisoon. Ramkisoon. Kind of hard to say. He said, Elkie, Erik, send me a message on the PokerGo Twitter account. Send a DM, twitter.com/PokerGo. And we'll get your size and your address, and we'll send you that Helmuth Mania t-shirt. Erik Ramkisoon. Thank you so much for playing, everyone. We appreciate everyone tuning in. We are 3-handed in the housewarming, $500 buy-in event, $700,000 up top. It's pretty incredible.
I like how they have a new name for it every year.
Yes, I love that.
Big 50, reunion, housewarming. I don't know what next year's going to be.
What's next year going to be? Yeah. The sophomore special?
Does it have something to do with the horseshoe?
Oh, yeah. The
grand opening?
Could be. Or the, yeah, something horseshoe related.
Lucky horseshoe?
Is it 30 more? 40?
We have the lucky 7s already, right?
All in?
Or lucky 8s? What is it?
Crazy 8s.
Crazy
But
8s.
I think we had the lucky 7s, too.
Oh, we got an all in here. This is potentially very, very big. The raise looks to be to 22 million, Donnie. Is this a limp raise? Did we just miss the limp raise?
Yes, I believe that's what we saw.
Big pressure here from Kingery.
So here we're looking at 1, 20, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90, 190. 2 and change.
200 and change is the all-in from Jared Kingery up against Christian Taylor, who's giving it some real consideration here, as we got some toes in the background.
There we go. See you later. Into the muck.
Do you think Toes is aware that he's on the stream? Oh, Toes is leaving. See ya, Toes. Kingery picks up an important pot here. Every chip counts here in the later stages of this final table. G-Cash Money What says you guys should commentate more.
We're trying.
I hope that's a compliment. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
The thing is, we really need to sell it to our bosses. So if you guys can like this video and subscribe to the channel, that's how we basically make our case. The numbers talk. So the more you guys can pump the numbers up for us, because we can't pump the numbers up. We are only, 2 people total.
But I do want to say that PokerGo has some real superstars in the trenches.
Yeah, we got a long way to go. That's why we need more numbers.
Right, that's true. That's true. When Jeff Platt retires, we're ready.
Yeah. Jeff Platt looks like he's getting younger, though. I mean, I know he just had a birthday, but
that is a
it
problem.
looks like he's aging the other way.
That is indeed a problem. Perfect as asking, is a senior event being streamed this year? I don't believe so.
But maybe it makes it onto the bonus coverage stream.
Yeah, it's very possible. Maybe we'll do bonus coverage.
That thing's always massive, especially in recent years. It's just been ridiculous. You'd love to see it.
Gcash is asking how you guys like the Bally's compared to the Rio. I think it's a big, big upgrade, especially when you look at things like food and coffee. There's a lot more options. There's a lot more 24-hour options. And, I haven't missed a single thing about the Rio other than, which is something that, players usually don't get to benefit from, using the back hallways at the Rio. Connecting all the rooms, which we would use, working the events, which was always really helpful. But if you're just a player, that really doesn't really come into play. So I would say also, a lot more bathrooms here, which is also a big plus. I'd say I love it here.
I think it's great as well. Listen, we're never going to forget the Rio.
The
It was great. It was great for what it was,
I mean, I must say
But
that
I definitely think that we've upgraded.
absolutely. I must say that the iconic shot of the November 9 player standing on top of the Rio by the Voodoo Lounge.
Oh yeah.
That shot, that looks so sick. I love that.
Yeah. I mean, the Rio is always going to have a special place in all of our hearts, especially because for a lot of us that got into poker more recently, I mean, it's all that we've known, right? I mean, that's where the World Series of Poker was from the first time that we watched it and stepped foot into the actual event. So, you know, like I said, it's always going to have that special place in our heart. We're always going to have a lot of memories there, a lot of things to look back upon, but it definitely looks like a bright future ahead. You know, I know we've only been here a week right now, but everything's been pretty incredible so far.
40 million is the bet here from Kingery. Acain checked on the turn. The board showing ace 3 4 9 with 3 clubs. Acain double checking his cards, tossing them into the muck, and Kingery picks up another pot here. He's making some moves.
Nick Meischer asks, will any of the PokerGo WSOP streams show hole cards? Yes. In fact, the majority of them will. We are just on a bonus coverage stream right now. PokerGo mainstream is streaming more than 20 WSOP events across more than 30 days of action, including more than a week's worth of the WSOP main event live. That is all subscription-based. If you guys want to become a PokerGo subscriber, we invite you to do so. We will welcome you with open arms. Use the promo code GETWSOP30 to save $30 on the annual subscription price. Monthly and quarterly plans also available, but no discount there, unfortunately. Sorry.
But yeah, every stream, every stream that is on PokerGo will have, you know, the highest end production, the TV quality as you've grown accustomed to. This is just a free throw in here on YouTube. And in case anyone has been paying attention, Taylor just got 3 waters. He spread them out into 3 cup holders surrounding his stack. And I don't know what he's doing now. Maybe he's having like a little Tylenol or something.
He's got a little headache.
I mean, with his playing style, I'm not surprised.
Scrim67 said, are there tons of phone case sellers similar to 2019? No, there is not. There is one sort of booth shop along the way from Bally's to Paris. I think it's there all the time.
It's like a T-Mobile store.
Yeah, they're much less intrusive than, you know, some of the past ones that were at the Rio that a lot of people complained about. All in all, listen, it's an upgrade, you know.
Absolutely.
Remko and I will be the first 2 people to tell you if it wasn't an upgrade. Trust us, okay? So, you know, it is an upgrade. We've talked to a lot of players who said the same sort of thing. It's
Wait,
good.
What happened to Taylor's hydration station? He just moved the bottles again?
Yeah, now you see me, now you don't.
I'm kind of curious. I'm always worried that when I drink a lot of water playing poker, I have to go to the bathroom all the time.
KA said, I think Aria would have been dope. Well, Aria is not a Caesars property, so that's not possible.
No, it's not possible.
Unless Caesars buys the Aria, which I don't think is happening anytime soon.
I think honestly they nailed it with this. Like the walking distance from so many properties.
Yeah, it's great.
Even if you're like, let's say you're a Bellagio regular, you can still, you know, do Bellagio.
It's a 10-minute walk to Bellagio.
Bellagio Valet and just walk straight over the bridge.
I mean, they've even the stuff that's here on site, such as the King's Lounge, has been beefed up quite a bit. I think the whole restaurant situation is really great. There's a lot of stuff at Paris that is close by. Even the food court downstairs at Bally's is a nice, quick way to get some food. Coffee options, 3 coffee options. There's the Lavazza at the front of Bally's, and then there's 2 spots over at Paris. One is part of Cafe Americano. The other place, I don't know the name. Forgive me, I'm sorry. Both of those places at Paris are open 24 hours, which we didn't get at the Rio. There was the Starbucks, which was a pretty far walk, and then it wasn't open all the time.
It was almost never open.
And I know a lot of people are like, you know, they're like me. Yes, I drink Starbucks. I have a Starbucks cup right next to me. But it's more of a convenience thing, you know, because there's Starbucks everywhere. These are some pretty good coffee options that aren't Starbucks. And again, 2 of the places we know for sure are open 24 hours.
Bet of 40 million here by Taylor on the King, Queen, Jack 5 board. 2 hearts showing, 2 clubs showing. And Acain makes the call.
I think it was 30 million.
30 million?
Yeah.
30 million to the middle. 3 of spades on the river. This could be fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. Two of the big stacks going at it. Deuces. He goes check, check. Oh, is that enough?
Ooh.
Wow. Deuces are enough to take it down.
Might have had a naked 10, 10-8, 10-7, something like that. Just trying to hit that straight. Could have had a flush draw as well with 2 clubs in the flop.
Sneaky big win there.
Adam Jensen asked, any healthy food? Most places have a healthy option that you guys can find.
Yeah, I just had fries and a kebab.
Well, yeah, that's you.
There was lettuce in it.
But there's stuff that you can find on pretty much any menu.
True. Yeah, I was just joking.
If you got the money for it, there's Nobu. That's sushi.
There's Nobu.
That's straight protein, right?
Walking distance from the Paris ballroom. Let me have a look into 50K, see what's happening there.
There's a lot of stuff around here.
Hand-for-hand play continues as Mikita Badziakuski is climbing up the ranks.
Shout out 94ejack, said he just joined the Discord server, discord.gg/PokerGo, home to the fastest growing community in poker. More than 3,000 members up on Discord, including Remko and myself. We got Tim Duckworth in there, Brent Hanks, Jeff Platt. At time to hot time, Daniel Negreanu pops in, Maria Ho. It's a lot of fun talking poker pretty much 24/7. Hop on in there, discord.gg/PokerGo. You'll need to verify yourself upon entry, making sure no bots are getting in there, all that sort of stuff. But then once you're in there, feel free to have a good time, especially now during the best time in poker with the World Series of Poker happening.
Action continues here as Acain gives up his button. Action on Jared Kingery. It's a fierce battle between these 3 competitors. It could go any way. Limp in the check here. Queen deuce 9 on the flop.
Four clubs on the turn. Queen 9 deuce 4 now on the board. Kingery first to act. Check from Kingery.
Approaching another break here. Looks as though we're going to be.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Do you know if we're going to 12 million blinds or?
I would assume so.
Damn. This is so crazy.
Check back from Taylor. 6 of hearts on the turn. Completes the board. Kingery checks and doesn't look too interested by his demeanor. 20 million there is the bet from Taylor. Now Kingery looks like he's about to call. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
I mean, we are what?
Kit Kat bar is my favorite candy.
We are almost 5 hours in, and that's when you start singing. So
yeah, you know,
it's certainly good to know. We have been going for almost 5 hours, Donnie. It's kind of crazy. Time flies when you're having fun. Appreciate everyone tuning in.
Call.
Got a showdown.
6 deuce for Taylor. 2 pair. Flopped bottom pair. Rivered 2 pair. Kingery throws into the muck. This one's going over to Christian Taylor.
300 action continues with $326,000 guaranteed for these final 3 players. $701,000 for the winner, and the runner-up will receive $433,000. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We do appreciate you guys in the chat as well. It's been phenomenal hanging out with everyone. We still have 2 eliminations left to go. Kevin Mathers in the chat. Shout out to Kev Math, running the socials on the WSOP accounts.
What up, Kev Math? Thanks for all your help.
Kev Math says in response to a question about registration, He says it depends on the event and when you come in. That's likely to the first event you're registering for online this year. You have to go to the fast track verification office and verify your ID and credit card. So keep in mind that your first registration for an event at the World Series Poker might take you a little bit longer, but after that, when you've loaded your fast track account with some money, you are in and out and about incredibly fast.
Kevin Mathers asked my Kit Kat flavor, just the regular one. The regular one's the best one.
I do like the white chocolate Kit Kat.
Yeah.
But it has to be like almost frozen.
Ooh, yeah.
Kit Kat has to be almost frozen.
I like a frozen Kit Kat
and it's funny too because with Snickers that's not the case. Because if a Snickers is too cold, it sort of breaks because
it's hard to eat.
Hard to eat. But a Kit Kat, oh my God, phenomenal. Frozen Kit Kat.
They used to have these Snickers ice cream bars.
Oh, yeah.
My God, they were heaven. Little registration tip for you guys out there. If you go to register at like 9 p.m. or later, because the cage is open 24 hours, there's like no one in line, ever. So just register the night before. That's what I did when I played this event. Skip the lines, just get in there. You know, that's what you got to do.
Very smart. Those are some of the insights that you learn here while watching and listening to us on the broadcast. Obsidian Beer says 5 hours. That's weak sauce, lightweight, just getting started. I mean, you're right. Compare that to what Jeff and Maria did or what Brent and Tuckman did on the recent streams. They were definitely a fair bit longer. But hey, I'm not saying that I'm getting tired. I'm just sort of surprised that it's already been 5 hours because time has really flown by here on the stream. Wow, good news, Donnie. Jay Bree says they still have Snickers ice cream bars.
Oh, I need to get some of those.
We need to find them.
Yeah.
By the way, is there any gelato at this venue?
Good question. I don't think so. We may need to walk over to Bellagio.
I might need to get some gelato at some point.
Listen, there's got to be gelato at Paris, right?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, gelato is Italian. Let's not make any mistakes here. But I feel like every casino should have.
We still got to try the crepe place.
One ice cream shop. Yes, we definitely need to try the crepe place. That place. I mean, I love crepes. Are you sweet or savory crepes?
I mean, I'll try either, or I'll have either.
No, you have both.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really picky in that regard. I know sometimes sweet or savory is like
a big thing,
a big opposite. You kind of are one or the other. It's more about just kind of like what I'm in the mood for at that time, right? I'll probably go sweet later on at night, kind of like dessert-like.
Yeah.
You know, savory can be, at least with my palate, can be seen as like a kind of a breakfast type thing. So a little bit earlier in the day.
There's nothing.
Whenever I eat sweet stuff early in the day, it just kind of like wrecks me through the whole day. Like kind of mentally wrecks me and also physically. I'm just like, wow, I just had my dessert. Now I feel like crap for the rest of the day.
For crepes, I really love like a bacon and cheese egg breakfast crepe. That's just phenomenal. But then I can also be tempted to have some strawberries and cream. No problem.
Yeah.
Adam Jensen says, got to find Snickers hazelnut. I thought Snickers was hazelnut, or is it peanuts usually?
Peanuts.
Peanuts. Lewis Powell says they have Twix ice cream bars too. They're amazing.
I know they have Milky Way ice cream bars too.
I need.
I remember my mom used to buy Snickers and Milky Way. Oh.
Oh my God! Action folds here to Acain in the small blind.
You know it's getting crazy when we're just only talking about food.
Yep. That's how it goes sometimes. Alexander where's the regular stream with the cards being shown? Well, this final table was not going to be streamed at all.
In fact, we were going to be dark.
We were going to be dark today. It was going to be a day off. It is pretty quiet here in the room, as you guys can tell. We are sitting in the room where all the action is happening. But we decided to throw in a bonus coverage live stream of this event. No hole cards, but hey, work on your ranges, work on your game, and try to figure out what is happening at this final table as you're watching it with us. And then tomorrow, back to the regular programming. You can always check on PokerGO.com/schedule when the next live stream with hole cards and the full bells and whistles production is happening. Tomorrow, the 50K final table will be played on the main set. And that's when Donnie and I will probably take a break because
that's right.
You got to give and take sometimes. Gcash is asking, did they fix the AC? I am not sure, but it is a lot cooler in here than it was a couple of days ago. So they've definitely made some adjustments. Kev Math is chiming in saying Cafe Belle Madeleine. I love Madeleines. I know that Kevmath was probably on a strict food routine of eating about 9 Madeleine cookies per day during World Series Europe and Cannes, France. And the only reason I know that is because I was probably on 11 Madeleines a day. Those things are just so hard to stop eating. And the Barriere Hotel, the Majestic Barriere, is one of the nicest hotels I've ever stayed in Cannes, France. And
love that place.
Donnie and I stayed in a room together, and we made sure to never miss the breakfast buffet because it was just so phenomenal.
Cafe Belle Madeleine, that is one of the coffee spots.
Oh.
That's the one that's like blue and white colored.
Yep.
Open 24 hours.
Nice.
I mean, this place is the spot. But they have a bunch of food. I know they have breakfast sandwiches and stuff. Obviously, a lot of pastries and croissants. Looks like they have a lot of stuff here. Macaroons.
Ice cream?
All in.
Twix bars?
I don't see.
All in again.
I see cheesecake. I see some tarts, cupcakes. I don't see any ice cream.
A raise and a fold.
A lot of salad options. Tons of different coffees.
Jim Scully says, thank you for the stream. No, Jim, thank you for watching. We love doing it. We appreciate everyone tuning in.
Give me a break.
Remainder of the payouts for Ulises Lua, who's asking $326,000 for the next player to get eliminated, $433,000 for the runner-up, and $701,000 for the eventual winner of this event. Gary Clark is asking, anyone here get to play at Binion's downtown? I played there last time the main was there. Iconic, but it was bad. I've played at Binion's quite a few times back when I first visited Vegas because I think they had like this 1-2 no limit game with an uncapped buy-in, and that was a lot of fun.
Love Binion's. Love it.
Taylor's shaking his head whether he's rocking to his music or a little bit frustrated. I'm not sure, but he has a very, very healthy stack. It's Jared Kingery who is the short stack right now. That's 100 million in Wolverines. So it's 120, 140, 150. He's got about 155,000, 155 million chips in front of him right now. Scott Forey says, Reese's Peanut Butter Cup ice cream. Okay. Sounds phenomenal. It's kind of like Rocky Road, I guess? Or is there no peanuts in there? Anyway, I'm 100% getting ice cream after this stream is over. I'm completely sold on it. Meanwhile, Donnie is about to crush some healthy food right next to me, putting me to absolute shame. He's got the grilled salmon with shrimp, and then whatever the carb option below is looks really good too.
Colored cauliflower.
Cauliflower. Donnie Peters putting all of us to shame. That's like a $30 meal. Like just like eating only the good stuff.
Not when you shop at Costco.
Salmon from Costco. And he's got the shrimp going. Did you calculate the calories on this?
Yeah.
How much?
I can tell you.
Yeah,
I can tell you exactly what this is.
I believe it. I know you're like that. All right, we got action going through the turn. 3 diamonds on the flop, ace of spades on the turn. Donnie's deep in the macros.
I am.
How many grams of fat are we consuming here?
Well, this meal, 64.5 grams of protein, 16.9 grams fat, 12.5 grams of carbs, 478 total calories.
That's it? That salmon looks big.
It's only 160 grams of salmon. Yes,
Wow.
I weigh it.
I love
I
it.
buy a huge slab of salmon from Costco. I cut it into pieces. I throw it on my scale. I put it in the individual Ziploc bags, and I write with a Sharpie marker how many grams it is so that when I then take it out of the freezer later, I know how much I'm eating. Then I have 6 ounces of shrimp.
All right.
And 283 grams of the cauliflower.
Wow. Phenomenal. I'm so jealous, even though I just crushed fries and a kebab, but it looks really good.
And I'm jealous of you.
My meal, while yours was 480 calories, were probably 1,200 calories. But hey, who's counting? We're getting a little off track here. We haven't seen any big pots lately as Christian Taylor, Jared Kingery, and Henry Acain are battling three-handed for a WSOP gold bracelet and a $701,000 top prize.
24.
We are watching the final table. Adam Jensen is asking for coffee. What is your go-to at Starbucks? Well, I have some thoughts on that, and I know Donnie has as well.
I just get a cold brew.
You get a cold brew. I usually get an Americano, and then I go easy on the water because they always add too much water, and it drives me absolutely crazy. So I get a small cup, so like a tall, I guess, with 3 shots of espresso, a little hot water over top. Beautiful. Poker Chat Pro, our latest moderator, is asking if we purchased the $16 cheeseburger at WSOP Cafe. No, we have not, and I don't think I will.
If I'm going to get the $16 cheeseburger, I don't eat meat, so I wouldn't, but I would just go get the $25 cheeseburger at Bobby's Burgers.
Yeah, that's
you know?
That's a good option.
25.
Shout out TJ Jerkowitz, listening to me ramble on about macros. I'm just trying to stay healthy and power myself through the summer.
You're a smart man,
Trying
Donnie.
to get my fat butt in shape.
This is funny. I'm training super hard for cycling.
Yeah, you are like Michael Phelps over here. You are the Michael Phelps of the poker world, burning 7,000 calories a day and then eating whatever you want.
We have a 25 million raise from Acain on the button, and Kingery is all in from the small blind. Taylor's leaning back. He's folded, so action is now on Acain, making this decision. 120, 130. Looks like about 140 million chips. In the current level, that's only 14 big blinds, but it has huge implications if he were to lose. Acain is giving it some serious thought, but it looks as though he might be counting out the call here. Kingery knows that nothing that he can do will change anything, so he's just waiting for what's going to happen, and the result is that he's going to win this hand before the flop.
I was thinking about putting a segment in our next vlog about me making my food every morning.
I mean, it's going to be like an hour video.
Yeah, pretty much.
You enjoy your meal while I get caught up on the chat and whatever is happening with the players in the other events going on around the Rio. For those asking why this is not on the main stage. Main stage takes about 30 people to operate, including all the people in the back of house. So we are doing the dressed down version of the stream. This is the bonus coverage, only on YouTube. But we are live as can be, no delays. Flop action here. 8 deuce king rainbow. Taylor checked. Sorry, Taylor has not checked. He's betting. 12 million is the bet. As you guys can see, the bet sizes are relatively small to the size of the big blind, which is totally understandable given how much shallower the stacks are at this point in the tournament. Taylor and Acain have to be acutely aware of Kingery, who has the short stack at the table. Raised to 35 from Acain, fighting back. The call is made, and to the turn we go.
35, yeah.
That's 70 million right there. 10 of clubs on the turn. Instant check from Taylor. Here comes Acain with a bet. 45 million is the bet. So after check raising on the flop, he's going to continue. This is a huge pot, ladies and gentlemen. We got more toes in the background. Double toes, actually. But who's counting? The call is made. Into the river we go. That's a lot of Wolverine chips in the middle here. 3 of hearts to complete the board. Taylor moves all in. Oh my God, he's done this before. The last time he did this, it was a missed straight draw. What does this 3 change, Donnie? Please explain this to me.
Last time he did it, he missed a straight draw, as you said, and bluffed the river. Here, I mean, this is a really dry flop. King 8 deuce against a player in position. I mean,
wow.
I think it's hard for him to be bluffing here.
I mean,
I think it's more like a hand of like a 10-8.
Acain is once again standing up and going over his chips the same way he was when he made the call with ace-queen. These guys have history with each other. They've battled earlier in the day, in case you missed it. Taylor then fired a big bet leading on the river with a missed straight draw. 227 million. Wow.
229.
I think we're going to get a bit of a tank here from Acain.
I mean,
he was standing, just sat back down. Obviously, massive bet.
This is basically for the tournament. If Acain calls and is right, he is going to send Taylor to the rail and be heads up with an enormous chip lead. If Taylor wins in doubles, he's going to have an enormous chip lead.
I mean, even winning without going to showdown is still extremely pivotal.
This is the hand of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen.
And we've seen these guys tangle before.
229 million chip shove on the river after we saw.
I love Kingery's demeanor here. Just kind of leaning back, hands on his hips like, wow.
Wow, yeah, whatever happens, I'm
front
good.
Row seats to the show.
I'm good with it. There are more than 1 billion chips in play. That is correct. What an incredibly intense moment here at this final table. These guys only put up $500 and now playing for mid-6 figures at this stage of the tournament. Acain really is considering it, and given the action, I'd be surprised if he had anything less than a strong king. But he does lay it down. Is Taylor going to show a bluff?
Opposite?
Yeah. You did.
No show there from Taylor, who rakes in this massive pot. Wow. That was huge.
You got to give it to Taylor, man. I mean, came into the day with the chip lead and 12 left. Things pretty much went the opposite direction for him.
He was almost out.
All day, yeah.
He was almost out.
You know, a couple missteps here and there, a couple things just didn't break his way. That's just tournament poker, but, you know, he's stayed pretty calm overall and has now fought his way back up to the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I would say that, you know, we've probably got the 3 most deserving players.
Absolutely.
To make it down. Like, you know, Kingery's been kind of short the whole time, but has battled and just stuck there. Obviously, Acain has just, you know, he's battled in a lot of spots. Certainly not afraid to make big calls or put big bets in. And then as I just went over with Taylor, you know, he was the chip leader coming in. Things didn't go his way, but, you know, he just didn't give up. and punted off. He fought pretty hard.
20 billion.
So each of these guys certainly deserving.
Check from Acain. 20 million is the bet from Kingery on the 3-queen-9 board. This one goes to Kingery.
Good evening, everyone. Six, 12, 12. Yes. 20 minutes.
Looks like Acain is still the chip leader, but the stacks are very, very close, with Kingery sort of squeezed in the middle. Just a reminder, Jared Kingery and Christian Taylor have never cashed in a World Series poker event.
Until now.
Yeah, and Henry Acain.
It's quite a big cash.
Henry Acain cashed in a 2019 deep stack event.
No.
I think Henry Acain might have a few.
That might help.
A few WSOP cashes on record.
I guess that was his best result.
Yes, that was his best result. I'm pulling it up right now. No, that is his only result.
Wow.
He has a lot of caches from Manila, which is interesting.
You've been to Manila, right?
I have not been to Manila.
Huh. The sound you guys are hearing in the background is the card shuffler that is keeping the speed of play up.
His caches are basically Manila, Vegas, and California.
Those are 3 great places to go. Little refresher here on the chip denominations. The blue chips are worth 100,000. The red sort of wine color chips with the green flags on it are worth 500,000. The yellow or orange or creamsicle color are worth 1 million. And then the silver and pink are the Wolverine chips, the silver bullets, those are worth 5 million each. So we still have 4 colors in play here. And over 1 billion chips in play, which is insane.
All in.
Those are the best words in poker. We got an all-in shove from Kingery. Taylor's contemplating here, gives it up. This one goes to Kingery. We're still 3-handed if you're just tuning in. We started today with 12 players, and now we are down to the final 3, all guaranteed $326,000. 433 for second place and 701 for the winner, and of course that coveted World Series of Poker gold bracelet. So a lot at stake here, as the play has definitely tightened up significantly. We're waiting for some action here at this final table. My name is Remko Rinkema, joined by Donnie Peters. You can follow us on Twitter at Remko Rinkema and at Donnie_Peters. We do 5 podcasts a week about the World Series of Poker. We have interviews with some of the biggest winners in the building. So search for the PokerGo podcast on your favorite podcasting app, or check out pgt.com for the latest articles about the podcast. And if you do subscribe, please let us know how you find the show, and we'll try to take some pointers away from all your guys' input.
All in.
All in from Kingery.
Again. Gives it up. Kingery definitely knows that.
What's he shoving for?
Let's have a look once he restacks those. That is 160, 180, probably about 190, 190 million. The big blind is 10 million right now, so.
It's interesting that, I mean, we saw Taylor call earlier with the 10-7 off, remember? And, I mean, unless his hands are just really bad, but he certainly showed that he was willing to call a shorter stack with a pretty light holding from the big blind. Obviously, that was only for, what, 3.5 big blinds, but, you know.
But you can definitely tell that these guys are not willing to risk as much as earlier at this final table. Acain, of course, receiving a massive gift from Martinez with 7s versus queens, and ever since then he's been sitting on a massive, massive stack. Well, look at this. Brad Owen in the money in the $1,500 limit hold'em.
But he busted.
Oh, he busted. Oh, damn it. I thought I was going to deliver good news. I
mean, he might have cashed and then busted, so it's not the worst news.
He did cash, but damn it, I saw his photo. I was like, oh, Brad Owen's in the limit hold'em. That's great news. I think I might need a coffee soon. Brian Rast, mounting an epic comeback, was down to only 1 big bet and is now up to over 1 million chips in the 10K Dealer's Choice, which is now down to 9 players, as Felipe Ramos was just eliminated in 10th place. Jeff Matson is now the short stack in the Dealer's Choice, as at this final table, Henry Acain comes in for another raise. Wow, the $600 deep stack is really making some moves. They are down to the final 21 players.
Dang. There's how many players win that? Almost 6,000, right? Yeah,
5,700, yeah. Ankush is still in the tournament.
Final 3 players are playing 6 million, 12 million with a 12 million big blind ante.
Looks as though Taylor has about 400 million in front of him right now. Roughly 180 million for Kingery, which means that we should see about 450 to 500 as well in front of Henry Acain. We are live for just those just tuning in, as live as can be, no delay, no hole cards. Doing hole cards requires a much larger crew, and this is the bonus coverage crew.
That's right.
Just the 4 of us putting this stream on for you guys. As a little bit of an extra. Action on Acain, who limps from the small blinds. Kingery checks his option.
2 players.
Kenny Thompson, the table is mic'd up, so if there is any table talk, you will be able to hear it. However, I think we've heard a combined 17 words from these guys in the last 5 hours.
Many of them all in.
Yeah, many of the words that were spoken were all in. Some of them were call. Oh, Rara McGee saying the big blind is at 12 million, boys. So we are already up to 6, 12, 12. I guess we
just said that.
Wait, did you say that?
Yeah, like 45 seconds ago.
Oh. I don't listen to what you say. I'm here to talk on my own. But yes, we will be doing more of these bonus coverage streams throughout the rest of the World Series of Poker. Whenever we find a table interesting, whenever we see a big name going deep at a table that we can stream and have the ability to stream, we will try to do so on days that PokerGO is not streaming, because we cannot do 2 streams at the same time. But we'll try to pick and choose our battles and provide some exciting bonus coverage for you guys, for the fans. 9 King Queen 10 on the board here. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds. Bet from Acain, and Kingery is thinking about it. He goes all in here. This is a huge moment. Acain bets what looks like 20 million. Third place right now is guaranteed $326,000. Second place $433, and first is 700
total.
122 million total is the all-in from Kingery. Jared Kingery all in on the turn here. The board showing 9 of clubs, queen of diamonds, king of clubs, 10 of diamonds. Acain is really thinking about this. He would still have a lot of chips left if he calls and loses, but that would even out the playing field a lot more. And Acain is not feeling it. He pushes them towards the muck. And Kingery tables his hand. That looks like, is that Queen 8 of clubs? Or Queen 9 of clubs? Either way, Kingery is going to rake this pot in and chip up significantly. Mike is asking what tournaments Donnie and I are entering during the World Series of Poker. I believe Donnie is playing a fair bit of events during the World Series of Poker. I am not sure yet. Probably later in the summer I might play some satellites for the main event. Last year I cashed in the little 1-for-1 drop. That was my big claim to fame. I'll probably end up playing 2 or 3 events when it's all said and done. RMX Indiana is asking, would the winner of this event shoot up to the top spot of POI? I mean, that is very possible, or at least very close to it, because this event will be worth quite a bit of points. It's not worth as much points per seat or per place as a 10K would, but because the field size is so big, it's obviously going to add a lot more points to the total POI payout for these players. But I think it's safe to assume that these players will not be chasing after Player of the Year.
Do we hit 1,500 likes yet?
We are 1,344 likes.
Come on, people. Do we have to bribe them again?
I don't know. I feel like we got a big happy crowd here happening.
I'm not happy.
You're not happy?
No, I want 1,500 likes.
4.
Donnie, Brosifus is asking, how's the fantasy team looking?
Fantasy team has COVID.
Give us a 25K fantasy update.
Yes, 25K fantasy update. We have dropped down to 10th place of the 14 teams with 75 points. Team Negronyu is running away with it.
All in.
Right now.
Got another all in here from Kingery.
2 of our players have COVID, so, you know, things are going quite well. But, I mean, hey, it's early, so I'm not going to sweat it yet. I mean, this Daniel Negronyu team is just... I mean, he's got Dario. I mean, what are we going to do?
And he just had Schulman cash.
204.
204 is the shove from Kingery. Serious consideration here by Acain. Ooh, he's grabbing chips. Is this going to be a call, or is he just going to see what the pain would look like if he were to call and lose? He's definitely putting together enough chips to make the call here. That's 160. 180. One more stack. Keep going. We might see a call here. Young Dash is wondering if we get commission off the likes. Yeah, Donnie gets 1 celery stick for every like on the video.
Yeah, so please like the video.
Donnie loves celery.
Basically, the more likes, the more chance we have of getting some commentary gigs. So if you like us, then like the video. If you don't like us, just leave. But like the video before you leave.
Acain is standing up and thinking about it. This feels like Jerry Yang all over again. To me, this feels like he's going to make the call. Come on, Henry.
This one feels like he's going to make the call. But
give us some action, Henry. This is a huge moment at the final table. He has already counted down the call and what it would cost him to tango here with Jared Kingery. Donnie, what kind of hand do you think Henry could have here that is making him not insta-call, but also not folded right away? Are we thinking of like an ace-jack suited?
yeah, ace-jack, ace-10, king-queen.
Ooh. What is this? Some chatter? This is the longest tank we've seen from Henry.
Mm-hmm.
He does lay it down. Quite surprised to see that after all that posturing.
I don't know how much I want to tell you, dude. For a bracelet event. Play a lot of money, bro. Man, what?
Henry's asking his opponent if he has a pocket pair. Don, do you want a coffee?
And sure. An,
right.
an iced one.
Iced one?
Yeah.
Iced coffee coming up.
Looks like we just passed 1,400 likes on the video. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to our first full bonus coverage stream from the 2022 World Series of Poker. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm alongside Renko Rinkema, although he's currently not on microphone right now. So it looks like we got a break here in the $500 housewarming event. This event had a $5 million guarantee. 4 starting flights. Players could play each starting flight and re-enter once per flight.
2.5.
More than 20,000 entries, 20,080 entries to be exact. More than $8.4 million in the prize pool.
One extra. All right.
In terms of field size, it is the 4th largest World Series of Poker tournament of all time. First place, more than $700,000 and the coveted WSOP gold bracelet. We've got a break here between our final 3 players.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right now, tournament director Bob Smith is presiding over the color up at the break. Looks like we're going to get rid of these blueberry 100,000 chips. So we'll just be left with 500,000, 1 million, and of course the big bad 5 million chip.
I mean, there's no point in making me
Yes, Kenny Thompson, we are in a color up on this break. That blue chip that is racked up, those are 100,000 chips. Those are being taken off the table. Heather asked if they will bring in a pile of cash when they get the heads up. No, Heather, they normally don't do that for tournaments outside of the WSOP main event. The cash that you see on the table is usually reserved just for the World Series of Poker main event. They should, however, bring the bracelet and put that in the middle of the table. RMX Indiana asks, with all of them eyeing the $100,000 pay jump, this close to a bracelet, wouldn't aggression be optimal here? Yes, likely. That said, you know, this is a huge stage for these players. 2 of the 3 players are making their first ever World Series of Poker cash.
You can go on Poker News and find out.
And the other player, you know, has only 1 World Series of Poker cash. It was a 317th place finish and a $600 deep stack. Brandon Tucker asked which WSOP events had larger field sizes than this one. As I said earlier, the 20,080 entries in this tournament make it officially the 4th largest of all time. The 3 biggest field sizes, I'll go in reverse order so we can count down to the biggest. 2016 Colossus had 21,613. 2015 Colossus was second with 22,374 entries. And then the 2019 Big 50 event, that was the big $500 kickoff event of the 2019 World Series of Poker, had a whopping 28,371 entries. Only 4 tournaments in the history of the World Series of Poker have attracted more than 20,000 entries in the field, this housewarming event being one of them.
Didn't you get chip counts already once?
All of the largest, top 10 largest field sizes in WSOP history have had more than 10,000 entries.
Better at this. I don't even want to know if they're wrong.
That's what I was told.
Right?
I'd rather not know till.
That's 100, 200.
The Colossus tournament, in terms of the top 10 largest field sizes, makes up 5 of the top 10 field sizes. That tournament is coming up, I believe, on June 24th at the World Series of Poker. $400 buy-in, Colossus tournament. So if you guys happen to miss this one, but you're still jonesing to come out here and play a World Series of Poker event, a similar price point with a massive field should be that $400 buy-in Colossus tournament. I will likely be in it myself. Maybe Remko will get in it himself. You know, I highly encourage you guys to get out here, play some World Series of Poker events if you haven't before. If you have before, come back on out.
200, 280, 293, 310, 320, 30, 340.
What was the most bullets fired? Well, we don't know, but the maximum could be 8 because you could fire 2 per flight over 4 starting flights. There are likely some players that fired 8 bullets, spending a total of $4,000.
240, 255, 250.
No skills, just gills says I'll be in that $400 tournament. That's right, let's go. And Schul also will be in the Colossus. Let's go. Matthew A. said he cashed the Colossus last time around. It was a massive donkament. That is right. It is a massive donkament, but it's a great massive donkament. So get in there. I'm going to pull up the schedule right now just to kind of run through it, let you guys know what's coming up in terms of similar price points at the World Series of Poker. I mean, listen, these sub $1,000 buy-in bracelet events are a little bit faster, but they're a ton of value and a lot of fun. The Colossus tournament kicks off on Friday, June 24th with Flight A. There is also a Flight B on Saturday, June 25th. You may re-enter once per flight. Last year's champion was Anatoly Zirin. He collected $314,000. This is one that if you don't have the biggest bankroll in the world, I would highly recommend you coming to play. Remko, you want to play the Colossus?
Why not? Why not? I could fire the Colossus. That's a good idea. Is it still $400 buy-in?
Yeah, still $400.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like that. I must say, Donnie, though, given sort of being busy with work and wanting to pick and choose your battles, I really enjoyed playing a little one for one drop last year. That was a phenomenal event, a slow structure. Really, you got sort of good bang for your buck as far as poker play. I really enjoyed that. I think I'm going to play the little one for one drop again. Maybe
you got to run it back.
Maybe something like the main event. The mini main event. Sorry.
The mini main event is legit.
That's a good event.
That's a great event.
You played it last year, right?
I did play it last year. Finished in the 200s, I think. I can't remember. Decent run. Was a lot of fun. Had like 5,000 entries or something ridiculous.
Didn't you make day 2?
Yeah.
I remember that. I remember you sitting in Brasilia room, close to the rail there.
Yeah, that was a fun one for sure.
Have the people in the chat already told us about their events that are playing at the World Series of Poker, or perhaps
a bunch of people
cashes?
coming out to play in the Colossus.
We just did all of them.
Well, maybe we just have to have.
Lonnie Beck says $400 might try it. Yes, you should try it. It's a great one.
$384.
I feel like $400 is like, even if even if you're just a poker fan and you don't have a massive bankroll, sort of most people that play poker can find $400, and this is a perfect time to take a shot. And who knows, you might be the next Henrieto, Acain, Jarrett Kingery, or Christian Taylor.
Oh yeah.
And all of a sudden you're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The 50K high roller that is streaming tomorrow on PokerGo is still on the money bubble.
Hey, buddy's
It's a pretty long bubble.
Yeah, they just went on break. They're about to return. The biggest stacks include Dario Sammartino, Dan Smith, David Peters, Sean Deeb. Stacked event. Hopefully going to be a beautiful final table tomorrow on PokerGo.
Yeah. Last year I did the Heads Up tournament and Ironmaned it, and that was the most fun.
Looking over at the 10K Dealer's Choice, which is a 6-handed event. Still 9 players remaining. Randy Ole is the chip leader. Brian Rast in second place. Then Nahoya Kiara, Ben Diebold, Anatoly Zirin, Christopher Clausen, Mike Gordinsky, Greg Mueller.
Hey, which way are you supposed to go?
And, as I mentioned earlier,
It doesn't matter.
the short stack, Jeff
I would
Mattson.
put him the opposite direction normally, but I don't.
Want to touch on the WSB Player of the Year race quickly. Chad Evesledge, who won the $25,000 high roller yesterday, is now atop the POI leaderboard with 1,249 points. David Peters, he won the $100,000 high roller bounty, second event of the World Series of Poker this year, 1,223 points. Brad Rubin is third, Scott Seaver fourth, Dan Smith fifth, A little bit further down the leaderboard, we have Josh Aryeh defending WSB Player of the Year in 13th place. Reigning WSB Main Event champ Karai Aldemir is 10th with 872 points. He's on the bubble of the 50K. He's short, so he could squeak into the money and gain some more.
Where are the commentators?
They're up in the top.
100%?
100%. 100%. It's gonna be a fun race for POI. That's for sure.
The POI race is always fun because the closer you get to the end of the World Series of Poker, the more people think they still have a real chance, and all of a sudden you see people in the top 20 playing events they otherwise might not play just because they want to see if they can, you know, get one more cash, one more final table, or maybe straight up get the win that would give them the POI title, which means, of course, Donnie, on top of winning a main event seat for the following year, you also get a giant banner of yourself here at the Bally's or Paris main ballrooms. For people who are wondering what's happening, we are on a short break, so refresh your beverage and get set for more three-handed action as we are still playing for $701,000, $326,000 guaranteed. And Sarah is wondering if the guy under the table is marking the cards. No, that is actually producer Aiden, who's changing out the batteries in the microphones that are sitting on the table. As we mentioned before, this is... Thank you, Aiden. Did you guys hear that? He's killing the audio now. He's pulling out some batteries.
So we can talk crap about Remko now? Dude, have you ever seen that guy talk?
That was really funny. That's awesome. Producer Brad got us some iced coffees. Very much needed. They were only $16.
I mean, whatever. I would pay 40 at this point.
Casino coffee, man. That's just how life goes sometimes.
I mean, it's not even that. It's not even so much the casino prices. It's the inflation in the world.
Right.
It's just through the roof. I filled up my gas tank today. It was freaking $85. I mean, what in the universe is happening?
Or try eating a meal at a sporting event.
No.
Like, you pay like $70 for a meal at a sporting event. It's ridiculous.
Well, didn't you go to a sporting event recently where they gave away the food for free?
Oh, my God. That was the funniest thing ever. We went to an Angels game, Angels baseball. Angels against Blue Jays was a phenomenal series. I lived in Toronto for a while. My girlfriend is a big Angels fan, so I was wearing the Vladdy Guerrero Jr. jersey. She was wearing the Mike Trout jersey, so we had a good bit of fun banter back and forth going on. Anyway, we're at Angels Stadium. I'm in line to get myself a beer, and I get to the front of the line, and they basically tell me, sorry, all our systems are down, but to keep the lines moving, we're going to give away all the drinks for free. So instead of getting
load up.
Instead of getting one beer, I got 2 beers. I didn't want to be too much of a jerk, but that
I'll take 17 beers, please.
Yeah, I'll take them all, please. Can you
I'll need a cart from the back to wheel them to my seat.
Oh, this iced coffee is good. This is Lavazza from
That's
Bally's.
the one, Lavazza in the front. Yep.
Yeah. Producer Brad told me, I don't do coffee, so you got to be really specific with me. He said,
Iced coffee.
He said, can we write it down? I said, no, it won't be one of those. We don't drink no caramel macchiatos. It's just straight up black coffee with a little bit of ice in it.
Sarah Getty said, my gas tank took almost $150 to fill. Good Lord.
Wow.
What is happening?
Are you driving in an RV?
You ever drive a semi-truck? Probably drives a large pickup truck, I'm guessing. I mean, Sarah, let us know what you drive. I want to know what costs that much money to fill up.
Maybe you're getting ripped off. We got to figure this out. For everyone who's still with us and who's been with us from the start, please let us know where you're watching from.
Testing 1, 2, testing.
Testing. It's working. Tell us a joke.
Meow. We ready to get going?
Working.
Let us know where you're watching from.
All right, 30 seconds now, Meow.
There is no delay. For those that are wondering.
Might be like a 2-minute delay getting to YouTube, but
Yeah,
I mean, it's pretty much live.
The technology delay.
33-gallon Expedition. Oh yeah, that's up there. My semi took $1,017.64. Good Lord.
Stop. Is that real?
I mean, I would believe it.
That is insane. home.
Watching from the great country of Florida. That is right. Florida is its own country.
We're missing. No, we're not. We're good.
From the South Pole. I don't believe that one. Melbourne.
Best coffee in the world.
All right, guys. Buttons right.
Home of Crown Casino. Listen, Crown Casino is basically a second home to Remko and I.
8, 16, 16.
You'll probably know by the way I just said Melbourne.
Melbourne.
That we know what the deal is. It's Crown Casino, not the Crown Casino.
But you better watch out.
Rich Ryan calling it the Crown. We're here at the Crown. No, Rich, we're not. We're here at Crown Casino.
That's where we interviewed Nate Silver for the Old School Poker News podcast.
Yeah, and he kept stirring his like sugar cane stick in his coffee cup that was a glass mug, and it kept making the tinging sound. We were like, dude, you're killing us here with this nervous tick.
That's hilarious. James watching from Ireland, 2:30 a.m. in the morning. Wow. I feel like we just went to bed with James, and he's like laying under the covers, watching the stream on his phone or something.
Dodge Ram on empty, $255 to fill. I mean, this is just brutal. These are two buy-ins to the Colossus for some of these things.
That's why you guys need to ride more bicycles, just like I do. You know how much it costs to fill up a bicycle?
No, 16 total.
Actually, a lot of money because maintenance is pretty outrageous.
Yeah, Remko and I spent 3 weeks in Australia.
Yeah.
It was like 2 weeks in Melbourne, and then we went over to Sydney after that for a week or so.
We ate at Golden.
After we were already in Melbourne for the Aussie Millions for like 3.5 weeks.
And then we went to eat at Golden Century.
Golden Century, yes.
That was phenomenal.
We also went to Geelong.
Yeah.
To visit our guy Tim Duckworth, his hometown. I think we went to the one sushi restaurant in Geelong and we ate the entire place. I'm pretty sure that happened.
We ordered the whole menu, I think. Meanwhile,
remember we got on that like tram or train and like he's like got dropped off at like the cricket field.
Yeah,
I was like, where are we? What's happening?
We went to the cricket. That was phenomenal. By the way, action is back underway. Donnie, do we have confirmation on these blinds? We were playing 6 and 12.
Yeah, it's got to be 8-16.
1-19.
So we have a raise and a re-raise here?
A raise and a re-raise. 119 million.
Looks like 32 from Taylor out of the small blind. And then a re-raise to 119,000 from Acain in the big blind.
I like my hand this time. I wasn't just messing around.
Here we go. Okay.
He
likes his hand.
He is not messing around, ladies and gentlemen.
Dean Speedway Bears laughing at Geelong. Laugh all you want, man.
We had a good time.
Yeah. Some nice houses out there.
Still waiting on Taylor to make his decision here as he's standing up contemplating.
And this is serious standing. This isn't just like this is standing off to the side, hands in his pockets.
But it's also interesting because
can't even see his face.
Because Henry hasn't really 3-bet like this before.
I mean, he's done it a few times, but you would guess that he's very selective with it. So
119. Yes.
119 million is the 3-bet.
I mean, Taylor's demeanor is also one where.
Oh, he makes the call.
I was gonna say it's hard for you to act like this and then just call.
Wow.
You know, so now here we go to the flop. 250 million in the middle.
He said, "I have a real hand this time," and then he makes the call. I mean, I've never seen that before.
This is crazy.
We have all sorts of stuff
like
happening.
I really like my hand, and you know, does the whole standing up acting stuff, and now calls. I mean,
is this aces or what?
This is wild.
10, 3, 6, 3 diamonds. Henry is looking for a diamond here. We might see
Taylor
a shove.
checked pretty much right away. Henry double checks his cards there.
Wow. Jared Kingery is
once again. Jared Kingery crosses his leg over, just going to sit back and enjoy the show.
Incredible.
Uh-oh, here we go. All in a call.
The two big stacks at it right now.
Shit, he called me.
Ace of diamonds, jack of hearts for Acain.
Called me with 100 million, bro.
King 10, no diamond.
Wow.
For Taylor. Top pair versus 2 overs and the nut flush draw. Wow, here we go.
What an incredible showdown here. Diamond on the turn.
Bring it up.
Wow.
Wow, they're going to have to count these chips down.
That was incredible. What a massive, massive pot we've just seen. Diamond on the turn seals it instantly.
Wow.
As Taylor gets crushed.
220.
Let's listen for the numbers here.
227 is what he has.
And I hit the jack too.
Yeah, well, you didn't need the jack.
I missed the diamond, I got the jack.
60, 80.
So on the flop, I mean, it's as much of a flip as they can get. Acain might even be a 1% or 2% favorite there, given that he's got the 2 overs and the diamonds.
Say it again. Start with that. You said 250. Yeah.
260.
I see 200 here. Yeah. Okay.
250 plus this.
That's 1, 240. 1, 240. He has 247 exactly. 247.
247.
Wow, what a hand. 2 of 147 there, plus there's already 250 million in the middle from the pre-flop action. So he's going to have about 750 million.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, 20.
It's a lot of chips to count, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it right.
227. Yeah. So
What a hand. I mean, wow.
220. That's what's there. 7. That's it.
Wow. 227. They corrected themselves. It was an all-in for 227 million. Henry Acain did not have Christian Taylor covered, but right now, Christian Taylor is left with roughly about 40 million chips, and we are playing 816 million as far as the blinds go. So a massive, massive double up for Henry Acain, who, as Donnie said, is now sitting on roughly 750 million chips, and he's well on his way to become the first player to have a billion
Jared
chips.
Kingery is in shock on the sideline.
He's in total shock.
So what is happening?
What an insane hand.
You hear Kingery there asking Acain how his heart is. You could probably see it beating out of his chest or neck.
That is insane. That is indeed 3/4 of the chips in play.
Wow. And he's just firmly in the driver's seat now for Acain.
Wow. I mean, give this man some Wolverines. What a crazy hand. And I love how Taylor just went for it. He's like, oh, top pair, this is what I'm calling for. Let's go. And now he's all in on the very next hand.
I mean, you kind of have to shove here with any hold. Just given your stack size and the blinds, might as well take advantage of trying to get the maximum value on a double up as opposed to waiting for the big blind and having to pay the big blind ante. I mean, this chip stack is incredible.
It's insane. Acain makes the call, so we're gonna have an all-in showdown. The question is Jared Kingery going to participate?
30.
And we have another call. 3-way action here. Is it 38 million? Does that sound right? I think we have 38 million from Taylor. 2 calls. They might check it down, Donnie.
I'll try it. He's on the side.
Ace 3-5, 2 clubs. Quick bet there from Acain, and Kingery lets it go.
Again, there is a massive pay jump of more than $100,000 on the line here.
Ace Jack offsuit versus pocket eights, a real hand
Club
for
draw.
Taylor. Club draw now. 6 on the river is not going to do it. Christian Taylor eliminated in 3rd place, taking home $326,000. Round of applause for Taylor. who was one of the most entertaining players at this final table, went through massive swings, ups and downs, was only 2 cards away from being heads up. But the diamond on the turn basically sealed his fate, as Acain is now heads up against Jared Kingery.
I don't think Christian Taylor has anything to hang his head about. He did come into the final day here with 12 players left with a big chip lead. Ends up coming in 3rd place for $326,000. It's quite an impressive showing. It's probably going to sting a little bit here in the short term, but overall, you know, I think he should hang his head high for that performance. Guy battled hard, even though things didn't go his way early on. But now, we are heads up between Henrieto Acain and Jared Kingery. Big, big chip lead for Acain.
Can't be the big blind twice. So it skips him. Can't be the big blind. Thanks for your help on that one. I wanted to make sure that was right.
Looks to be about
I mean, because I miscounted the first time by 10. I counted that
850 million to
20 million, like a dope.
200 million, something like that. Pretty big chip lead for Acain. They're going to be playing heads up for $270,000.
Oh my God!
You know, no big deal.
That is
second place is $433,000. First place is $701,000. Coming into this final table, Acain had $197,000 in career live tournament earnings, according to HendonMob.com. His best WSOP finish before this was his only WSOP cash result, 317th place in the 2019 $600 no limit hold'em deep stack.
The players were actually kind of upset because they wanted to be in the lights. They were just at a regular table, but it was a final table of a World Series Poker playing for the bracelet. There was an all-in and a call, and I go, and I waited.
Jared Kingery, on the other hand, $3,940 in live tournament earnings. Never cashed in the WSOP before.
Just run the board.
And now he has at least $433K locked up.
That is insane.
That is what the WSOP is about. Making your poker dreams come true. Even if Jared Kingery doesn't go on to win, I don't see how you can say that this was not a massive success for him.
Yeah.
Massive.
I mean,
almost $500,000 already locked up. Chance to win this and take home the gold.
given that he has no prior results, really, it must be even more life-changing than for some other players. Because it is just insane to have a chance to win this much money.
Well, you want to put it on next?
For only a $500 investment. The bracelet comes out, brought to you by Jostens. You can see it there in the middle of the table. We're on a little bit of a bathroom break for the players. Heads up play is about to get underway.
So Jared Kingery has 2 cashes on record before this tournament. Both came in 2022. He had a second place finish in a Venetian event, a $300 buy-in event for $3,790. Then he has a 7th place finish in another Venetian event for $150.
Wow. I mean,
this is amazing.
To go from that to this is just incredible. I mean, the situation that Acain is in is also pretty insane. $185. 205.
Oh, sorry, 204, yeah, because that one's short one. Oh, 204. 204, I was wrong too, yeah, nice.
204 million for Jared Kingery.
And then most of Acain's
I don't care what they say, Bob.
cashes come in events with sub $1,000 buy-ins. You know, he does have, I see one cash here in an $1,100 MSPT event at Venetian. So, also a very life-changing score. His best live cash before this is $30,000. So, I mean, come on. This is just wild.
Little look there at the bracelet on the screen. That does look extremely appealing. And as you guys can tell, we are using... As you guys can tell, we're using the same camera for both of these feeds. That's why it looks a little bit zoomed in. But this is the bonus coverage. We're doing the best we can with what we have. And it is fun to provide this coverage because we took you guys all the way from 12 down to 2 And right now, all that awaits us is the return of the final 2 players as they will battle for that $700,000 top prize.
Looks like the chip stacks are going to be 800 million even for Henrieto Acain, and then 204 million for Jared Kingery to start heads-up play. Playing 8 million, 16 million with a 16 million big blind ante.
Huh, that's not a whole lot of big blinds for Mr. Kingery.
Yeah, just 12.75 big blinds for Mr. Kingery. Well, listen, he's made it this far, being ultra patient, picking his spots, and he's been pretty short in relation to the other stacks that he's been up against since pretty much the start of the day. So, I mean, he could easily come back if some things break his way.
Just so you know, between the two of you, there's 1.003 billion.
1.004, but okay, Bob.
I mean, 8 million, 16 million blind levels. I don't say that ever.
Ever.
I've been working the World Series of Poker for 15 years on the floor. So, you guys should be proud of yourselves.
Soaking it up, yeah,
right?
Crazy.
Yep. That's a lot. 1.3 billion.
You guys ready to play?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, you should both be very proud of yourselves. You went through a humongous field of players. That being said, everybody, round of applause. Tyler, let's play a little poker. Shuffle up and deal.
Let's get it on, boys. Let's go.
Shuffle up and deal. Bob Smith said it best. Be proud of yourselves. But then, of course, it is time to now battle.
This could be over in one hand. It could be over in 100 hands. All really depends on the first big hand that Kingery decides to play.
How many blinds does he have again?
12.75 big blinds. It looks like he's in the small blind to start. Makes the call here. Small blind also is assuming the button.
If we can pick up 50 more YouTube subscribers, I will give away 1 more free month of PokerGO action during heads-up play. I'm looking at the counter right now. 50 more YouTube subscribers. We want to make sure you guys keep coming back for more because we have so much exciting content coming out from the World Series of Poker. So 50 more subscribers on YouTube. We'll do a raffle for a free month of PokerGO action. And we just want to thank everyone for tuning in. And that would also mean that tomorrow you get to watch the 50K high roller final table on PokerGO. If you are not already a subscriber, this would be a great opportunity to do so. So hit that subscribe button on our YouTube channel. 50 is all that we need. That is the lowest mark I've ever set for new subscribers. Donnie knows this. We've done numbers like 500 or even 600. All we need is 50 subs. You're watching, by the way, if you're just tuning in. Event 5, the $500 housewarming event, the final day coverage. 3 deuce deuce on the flop. Dirty Diaper would be a full house right now.
Oh yeah.
As Kingery picks up a pot here.
There's one.
At least he picked up one.
Got to get started somewhere.
Monsieur White is asking how many days was it to get here? Well, there were 4 starting days, 1 day 2, and then this is day 3 of the tournament.
The tournament started on Thursday.
Right. But there were 4 starting days.
4 starting flights, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. More than 20,000 entries across those 4 flights. They came back on Monday with almost 900 players remaining. Played down to the final 12. That's how many they started today with. You are now looking at the final 2 players from the 20,080 entry field.
Raise. 40.
30 more subs, and I'll give away a free month of PokerGO.
Go, go, go. Smash that sub button. Let's go. Hit the like button, too, while you're at it. Come on. We're almost to 1,500. Let's make it happen.
It's been a pleasure providing this coverage, and Donnie and I are already eyeing the schedule to see what our next one can be. And here's an all-in shove. Let's get a count here.
I believe Acain limped the button. Was that a limp or was that a raise to 30?
We're playing 8-16. That has to be 40.
Yeah, that too.
100, 229.
229 million. $20 more subs for the free month. We're getting there.
You just housed that coffee.
Oh my God. I am just, I need a caffeine so badly. I think the fries in that sandwich really.
You know, Kingery, for not having much live tournament poker experience, has a pretty good poker face in terms of when he's all in and his opponent's thinking, he's motionless. I mean, how are you going to read this guy?
Completely motionless, looking at the table.
Versus, you know, we saw it with Christian Taylor. We've seen it a few times with Acain as well. You know, the standing up, the posturing, the gestures, the demeanor, etc. A little bit more demonstrative than Kingery is.
Looks like Acain has a real decision here. This might be it, ladies and gentlemen. This might be it. He might just pull the trigger and make the call. But as of right now, I'm liking Kingery's hand more and more with each second that goes by.
Gives it up.
He kicks it in, and Kingery rakes in the pot.
Does look like it was a raise there on the button. So Kingery chipping up nicely here in these first two hands.
Looks like he's up to around 300 million. 18 more subs on the YouTube channel before we give away a free month of PokerGO. Poker Chat Pro is saying maybe Kingery is a cash game player, not many tourneys. That's very well possible.
Well, he's going to be playing some bigger cash games if that's the case.
That is very true. Limping on the button again to see a flop, and Acain plays back at him immediately, raising it up from the big blind and taking down this pot. What an incredibly large stack that Acain is sitting behind.
You're in great.
The shuffler is working overtime here to get the cards randomized again. Small blind there posted on the button.
Walk it out.
A walk for Kingery, who's started out strong in this heads-up play. Derek is asking what the chip counts are. Right now, it looks to be around 700 million for Henry Acain and roughly 300 million for Jared Kingery. So one double up could really change around this match in an instant.
Pretty much exactly 1 billion chips in play.
It's just ridiculous. By the way,
1 billion.
If you're just tuning in, my name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me here since the start of the day. We've been at it for 6 hours. It's been a great final table to call. And if you want to give us a follow, find us on Twitter at Remko Rinkema, R-E-M-K-O, R-I-N-K-E-M-A, and Donnie_Peters. We are doing a podcast about the World Series of Poker every single day. Go find that. Search for the PokerGO podcast on your favorite podcasting devices. And join our Discord community, discord.gg/PokerGO, for any questions, any suggestions, or I don't know, compliments, critiques.
You have to make it 16.
We can handle it. That was not enough.
Does have to make it 16.
Ace, 8, 7, 3 clubs on the flop. Acain checks to Kingery, who bets the minimum.
They're playing 8 million, 16 million with a 16 million big blind ante.
Do we have any OGs in the chat who have been with us since the first minute today? Please make
Yeah,
yourself.
I think Scott has. Scott's been chatting the whole time.
And Poker Chat Pro has been with us since the start.
Sarah Getty has been with us for a while as well.
Vernon Bax is asking, will these same chips be used for the main event? I don't know. Could be the case.
I'm gonna say no.
They probably.
I'm gonna say they have a. They usually have one special set that is only main event.
Right.
And given that they made all new chips for the move to the new venue here, I'm assuming they have something kind of extra special for this year, which will be really cool when that, you know, gets unveiled in a couple weeks' time. Alan Bryson, giveaway winner from earlier, says, I am still here.
Oh, beautiful, Alan.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks for sticking around with us.
I hope you reached out on Twitter. I haven't checked our...
I think he actually DM'd me.
Oh, he DM'd you?
So I have that.
So you can handle that. That's great. Heather has been here. She tuned in after 19 minutes. Love it. Cam Howell has been here from the start. Go Jared, he says. Stranded on second with Tony Clark. Says he's been here. I've been here the whole time. Nicholas is asking, do we normally get to see hands on these events? Yes, on the PokerGO streams on PokerGO.com, you will get the full production with the swinging around cameras, with Jeff Platt on the sidelines, with Maria Ho in the mix, David Tuckman, Brent Hanks. This is the bonus coverage, only available on YouTube, and we will do this whenever we have an opportunity to do so when PokerGO is not streaming. So if you're just tuning into this right now, this is a little bit of extra that we're trying to do to keep you guys entertained when PokerGO does not have a stream going on. So a little bit of an extra there. Tomorrow on PokerGO.com, we have a 50K No Limit Hold'em final table, which will likely be headlined by the likes of Dan Smith, Dario Sammartino, and Chance Kornuth. They are playing right now as they are on the money bubble, and they have been for the past hour or so. And,
promo code?
Promo code?
Get WSOP 30 for $30 off. An annual subscription. Our best deal of the year, available only for a limited time. Get in there. Lock it up. You want to lock in this price now. You don't know how long it's going to last. Limited time only. Less than $6 a month if you lock that in.
I think we've just been offered a job, Donnie.
By who? Who?
By Alan Bryson. He says, I do small market radio in Oklahoma and have been for 30-plus years. You guys are doing a fine job. Hard to do long broadcasts.
Do you guys need a poker show?
You've made it great. The Donnie and Remko show.
Let's go. Poker's always popping in Oklahoma. I'm sure they could use a poker show.
Live from Oklahoma. Alan, if you enjoy our commentary, I will promise you will enjoy our podcast. Search for the PokerGO podcast on your favorite podcasting devices or apps. 5 shows a week, sometimes even daily, especially during the main event. Recaps, analysis, hot takes, shenanigans, stories from the room. It's all going to be in our podcast.
Cam Howell says, let's do another drawing. I want to win something.
Okay, fine. If Cam says so.
Signed Antonio Esfandiari deck of cards.
Wow. Where did you pull that from?
Don't worry about it. Antonio Esfandiari, the Magician, signed deck of cards will be coming your way. We will do a giveaway. But first, we need 50 more subs to the YouTube channel and 100 more likes.
Wow.
So we need to hit 1,600 likes. We're at 1,500 right now. We know the number on subscribers. We need 50 more of them. So, guys, like and subscribe. Then we will draw a winner for a signed Antonio Esfandiari deck of cards, a special memorabilia item that you can own.
And I'll toss in a free month of PokerGO.
Boom. Look at that. That's a double. That's a double whammy.
Double trouble here. It's getting late, 7 p.m., 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Anyone who's watching from anywhere else. I mean, it's probably coffee hour right now in Australia, let's be honest. They are living in a different universe, but
I see the likes going up, the subs not so much. You guys got to do both. Both things got to come in.
This could mean that everyone is already subbed who's watching, which would be something that I highly respect.
Well, then go tell your friends. Create second accounts. I don't know what you got to do. Sign under your mom's email. Like, I mean, all that sort of stuff needs to happen.
Thank you guys all so much. I know we're just fooling around half the time. We really do love giving away prizes. So signed deck of cards by Antonio Esfandiari and a month free of PokerGO.
Acain's been picking up some chips here while we've been rambling about nonsense, giving stuff away.
The beauty of the no hole cards stream is that you really have to put yourself into the mind of the player and what they're trying to do. And Donnie and I are just here to provide exciting commentary and to have a good conversation. It's almost more like a podcast. We're not going to claim that we are the Nick Schulmans of the world, but we're still going to have some fun with it. 5-7-4 with 2 spades.
RT says 1 billion chips is relative what was starting stack. 50,000.
Cam Howell, by the way. You guys can thank Cam for Donnie pulling a Antonio Esfandiari deck of cards out of his pocket. Just like magic. 10 of diamonds on the turn. The more I watch Kingery, the more he's impressing me. He seems very, very deliberate, focused. Little finger check there. To the river we go. 9 of diamonds. Another check. Check, check. 9 for Kingery. That's going to do it. He's going to grab that pot.
Anyway, you got straight one.
Keep liking and subscribing, guys. Remember, we need 50 subs and we need to hit 1,600 likes, and we will give away a signed deck of cards from Antonio Esfandiari, the Magician, WSOP bracelet winner, WPT champion. Is he in the Poker Hall of Fame yet? I don't know if he is yet, but if he isn't, he's going to be one soon.
All in.
Oh, here's a shove. Oh, all in on a call. Here we go. This could be it.
Is that pocket jacks?
Ace 3 of hearts for Jared Kingery. And pocket jacks. Black jacks. Let's see the flop here. Acain is in the lead. Ace in the flop, right in the middle there. A 10 would also seal it. Let's see the river card. It is a 6. Jared Kingery doubles up.
We got more poker.
We got more poker. We got ourselves a match. Do you think they can hear us from here?
I don't think we're that loud. Plus, we got this big drape blocking us. It'll be all right.
Jared Kingery gets the double up. Let's see if we can find out how much it was for. More free poker coming at you.
Shit.
Oh man, that's a good timing.
175. This is
20.
yes. 195. Thank you. Brain fart for a second. 195.
It is not easy counting these massive stacks.
2.4. Or 204.
204
yes?
million
204.
is being called.
204, yeah.
Meaning that Jared Kingery will now be up to 420 million chips. He's still the underdog.
424 should be.
424 versus
750 or 650. No, 550. Sorry.
Math is
Can't do
idiotic.
math. I just have a math degree. No big deal. Can't do standard addition and subtraction. Whatever.
All right, let's do our giveaways, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an honor and a pleasure to have you guys all, guys and girls, all with us here today.
This is all like one prize together.
One prize together.
Yeah.
Okay. It's one single prize. You get one free month of PokerGo, and you get a signed deck of cards by Antonio Esfandiari. The question is simple: who do you want to win tonight? Is it Henry or Jarrett? Henry Acain has been the chip leader for a long time. Jarrett about to mount a comeback, and he just doubled up with Ace-3 versus Jacks. Let us know in the chat, Henry or Jarrett, who do you want to see win this bracelet and $700,000? I will pick a random person from all the submissions in just a few minutes. This is your chance to win a signed deck by Antonio Esfandiari and 1 month free to PokerGo. Henry or Jarrett, let us know who you're rooting for. Ooh, Jarrett is off to a hot start here. I'm actually really curious about this, to see who people want to see win. Ooh, I think Jared is the fan favorite here tonight. Still getting some Henrys. I love that when this stream started, nobody, including myself and Donnie, had heard of these guys before, and now we are enjoying a great battle for hundreds of thousands of dollars and that gold bracelet, and now we are all picking favorites because these two guys are about to win life-changing money. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll give you guys a few more minutes to submit who you are rooting for, and then I'll randomize and pick a winner of the Antonio Esfandiari deck of cards and signed deck of cards and a free month of PokerGo action. Austin Hughes says Remko. Sorry, I wish I was at the table. I wish I was playing for this kind of money. That would be incredible. 10 Jack 5 on the flop here. 2 spades. It's the first time in a long time that Jared actually has had some chips to play with. He seems a bit more relaxed. I would be too. I think I'm going to ban Donnie Peters from the chat.
Just trying to tell people to subscribe.
I think everyone who's in the chat is already subscribed. Jared gives this one up. Austin Hughes says, Remko, your night with Post Malone was so awesome to hear about in the podcast a few years back. Yeah, that was insane. That is still the craziest story of my life. How I ended up partying with Post Malone for a whole night. Actually, it happened twice. It happened again a few months later. That's a story for a different day. That's a very long story.
Phil Homie just tweeted that he has COVID.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I feel like it's just a matter of time before we all catch it again. But hopefully
well, I had it about 2 weeks before the WSOP, so I feel like I got those antibodies pumping through my system, working overtime.
All right, at the end of this hand, I will do the giveaway for the signed deck of cards and the free month of PokerGo. So last chance here.
The yellow chips, the creamsicles as we call them, are worth $1 million.
I think I banned Donnie Peters.
It says Donnie Peters is for the culture. I don't know what that means, but I'm in for the culture.
Is that modern speak?
I mean, what culture are we going with?
Did you know that you have to be a subscriber to be able to chat?
Is that real?
Yeah. I turned it on. It's a feature, not a bug. Jared is the overwhelming favorite in the chat. After this hand, I'm going to pick a winner of the random giveaway. By the way, if you win the giveaway, all you have to do is send a DM to PokerGo or to myself, Remko Rinkema, on Twitter, with a screenshot of you logged in to your Twitter account, or sorry, to your YouTube account, so we can verify that it was you that won, and then we will credit you with a promo code, as well as getting your address so we can send you that signed deck of cards.
It's pretty funny how the chips are pretty close to even, yet Acain has a bazillion physical chips, and Kingery doesn't have nearly as many.
Ten, 7, King, 8 on the board. 2 hearts. 5 on the river completes the board. Jared double checking his whole cards. I'm not sure if that means that he's looking for perhaps a straighty type combination, since there was no flush draw completed. Could he have the 4-6? Is that why he was looking at his cards when the 5 hit? Looks like he is going to make a bet here. That is a lot. Of course, the blinds and antes are massive. 8 million, 16 million. Jared really thinking long and hard about what he's going to do. Betting 60 million on the river. Acain looking back at his cards. Doesn't seem too excited. He doesn't immediately fold them, meaning he has a real decision to make. Bricks Nation says, Bricks Nation, send me a message on Twitter. We'll figure it out. If you've not received your mystery box just yet from a recent giveaway. All in. All in. And Jared is baffled by this move. Acain just shoved. This is for all the money, ladies and gentlemen. Jared has no idea what to do here.
Massive, massive moment here.
What are we looking at here, Donnie? This is incredible. Acain was so stoic, much more stoic than in past hands.
And the way that Jared reacted, it makes me think that he has a pretty good hand.
Yep.
And he's just pretty much in shock that he was jammed on. Could be a 2-pair here.
I mean, is Henry the bluffing type of personality in
Have
this
we
spot?
seen Henry bluff at all this final table?
I don't.
We've seen him make tough calls, right? I don't think we. I mean, the only time that we really saw him bluff technically was the ace-jack against Taylor, and that was a semi-bluff with a ton of equity. So,
oh wow!
I mean, this would also be a hell of a time to pull a bluff, given the fact that you haven't really bluffed or shown a bluff the whole time.
Jared is running the combinations through his head of which hands his opponent can have, and he lets it go. Acain grabs 60 million extra chips on the river here.
This stack's dirty in a good way.
Wow. What an incredible hand here. 220, 225. Jared back down to 225 million. All right, now it is time for the giveaway. Let me randomize here for who is going to win. Shaggy is asking what's with the spamming in the chat. It's time for the giveaway. You missed it earlier. The winner of the giveaway is Gary McNeil. Gary McNeil, who said Jared in the chat. He's on Team Jared. Gary McNeil, congratulations. You win a signed deck of cards by Antonio Esfandiari, as well as a free month to PokerGo. Send a DM to PokerGo on Twitter or to myself at Remko Rinkema with a screenshot of you logged into your YouTube account. We will credit you with the free month and get your address to send you over the deck of cards. Much love, everyone. It's been awesome doing a few of the giveaways, giving away some merch, some free subs. It's been a wonderful day. 7 King King Queen here on the board as we're already back on the turn. Another one for Acain here. Anthony is saying, I'm so tired. It's 3:20 a.m., but I can't leave now. That is
Cannot leave now.
That is some commitment as we are playing down to a winner in this event. Lots of Jared fans in the chat. Jared probably doesn't even know that he has all these fans.
It's great. It's absolutely great.
If you guys run into Jared, please let him know that you watch the stream. Or Henry, of course. The shuffling machine is very well mic'd up. I hope you guys are enjoying the rhythmic music that is coming off the shuffler. Maybe we should move the mic to the other side. Or I guess both sides are mic'd, so it just stands out a little bit more now. Meanwhile, the 10K dealer's choice is down to the final 6. All in right here. And a call. Here we go.
Here we go.
We got a showdown.
Oh.
Pocket aces.
Aces.
Oh my God. Aces versus ace 3. This is going to be a tough one for Henry to win.
Pocket aces.
And Jared might be on his way to double up again. Ace on the flop.
No, baby.
Club. Oh my God.
Oh no. Oh my God.
That is unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the graphics might be a little bit hard to see sometimes, but this is very, very clear. Ace is a all in against ace 3 with the ace of clubs. Top set on the flop for Jared with 2 clubs. It goes running clubs. And Henry Acain wins the tournament. This is unbelievable.
God.
What did we just see here? This is insane. Holy. This is one of the craziest endings that I've ever seen. How do you win your first bracelet like this? Jared has to get a photo of this. This is ridiculous. There it is.
Oh my God.
We're finally in focus, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God.
What a crazy turn of events. That is ridiculous. Jared was in a commanding position to double up again in this heads-up match. And all of a sudden, it is all over.
Thank you.
Running clubs to seal the deal as Henry Acain takes down the tournament for $701,215. Jared Kingery takes home $433,000 for finishing in second place. What a phenomenal final table it's been. What a crazy ending, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot more than we bargained for. That was absolutely phenomenal and so much fun to watch. I cannot believe what we just saw. That is ridiculous.
I mean, I'm at a loss for words. I mean, that was just, that was wild.
I mean, are you guys in the chat not entertained or what? That was phenomenal. Donnie, I think you're going to have to run downstairs and get a quote from this guy, or do you have Tim on the scene?
I hope Tim's down there.
We need the full story on this hand and on the emotions that Henry is feeling right now, so we can play it on the podcast later for you guys. This is insane. This has been amazing. This is the end of this final table stream, but not before. We remind you guys that PokerGo is streaming tomorrow. The 50K final table, all the bells and whistles, the swinging around, jib crane, camera, robo, whatever it's called. It's going to be happening tomorrow on the main feature table, 50K final table, almost 1.4 million for the winner. PokerGo.com is where you can watch that. What is it? Get WSOP 30?
Yes, get WSOP 30 for $30 off in annual subscription. That gets you PokerGo for less than $6 a month. Lock it in. It's our best price of the year. You guys can watch all of the main PokerGo live streams for the rest of the summer. And then, of course, so much more throughout the entire year on PokerGo.
Donnie and I will be back with some podcast action in the very near future. We're going to have interviews with all your favorite players. All the big stars will be on our show, so search for PokerGo Podcast on your favorite podcasting devices. And join us on Discord, discord.gg/PokerGo, for all the latest and greatest information about the 2022 WSOP. Stay tuned to our Twitter, @Donnie_Peters and @Remko Rinkema, for the announcement of the next bonus coverage stream. We expect everyone to be back here for the next stream, but for now, we're going to close things out as Mr. Henry Acain is getting ready for his winner photo after an epic battle in the $500 housewarming party. I still want to say it was a party, it was a beautiful event, and it was the final day of this tournament. More than $700,000 for Henry Acain. And with that, we sign off. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll catch you on the next one.